Section 26 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Essay on Charity and Charity Schools, Part 2. Human nature is everywhere the same. Genius, wit, and natural parts are always sharpened by application, and may be as much improved in the practice of the meanest villainy as they can in the exercise of industry or the most heroic virtue. There is no station of life where pride, emulation, and the love of glory may not be displayed. A young pickpocket that makes a jest of his angry prosecutor and dexterously wheedles the old justice into an opinion of his innocence is envied by his equals, and admired by all the fraternity. Rogues have the same passions to gratify as other men, and value themselves on their honor and faithfulness to one another, their courage, intrepidity, and other manly virtues, as well as people of better professions, and in daring enterprises, the resolution of a robber may be as much supported by his pride as that of an honest soldier who fights for his country. The evils then we complain of are owing to quite other causes than what we assign for them. Men must be very wavering in their sentiments, if not inconsistent with themselves, that at one time will uphold knowledge and learning to be the most proper means to promote religion, and defend at another that ignorance is the mother of devotion. But if the reasons alleged for this general education are not the true ones, whence comes it that the whole kingdom, both great and small, are so unanimously fond of it? There is no miraculous conversion to be perceived among us, no universal bent to goodness and morality that has on a sudden overspread the island. There is as much wickedness as ever. Charity is as cold, and real virtue as scarce. The year 1720 has been as prolific in deep villainy and remarkable for selfish crimes and premeditated mischief as can be picked out of any century whatever, not committed by poor ignorant rogues that could neither read nor write, but the better sort of people as to wealth and education, that most of them were great masters in arithmetic, and lived in reputation and splendor. To say that when a thing is once in vogue, the multitude follows the common cry, that charity schools are in fashion in the same manner as hooped petticoats, by caprice, and that no more reason can be given for the one than the other, I am afraid will not be satisfactory to the curious, and at the same time I doubt much whether it will be thought of great weight by many of my readers what I can advance besides. The real source of this present folly is certainly very abstruse and remote from sight, but he that affords the least light in matters of great obscurity does a kind of office to inquirers. I am willing to allow that in the beginning the first design of those schools was good and charitable, but to know what increases them so extravagantly, and who are the chief promoters of them now, we must make our search another way, and address ourselves to the rigid party men that are zealous for their cause, either episcopacy or presbytery, but as the latter are but the poor mimics of the first, though equally pernicious, we shall confine ourselves to the national church, and take a turn through a parish that is not blessed yet with a charity school. But here I think myself obliged in conscience to ask pardon of my reader for the tiresome dance I am going to lead him, if he intends to follow me, and therefore I desire that he would either throw away the book and leave me, or else arm himself with the patience of Job, to endure all the impertinences of low life, the cant and tittle-tattle he is like to meet with before he can go half a street's length. First we must look out among the young shopkeepers, that have not half the business they could wish for, and consequently time to spare. If such a new beginner has but a little pride more than is ordinary, and loves to be meddling, he is soon mortified in the vestry, where men of substance and long standing, or else your pert litigious or opinionated bawlers, that have obtained the title of notable men, commonly bear the sway. His stock and perhaps credit are but inconsiderable, and yet he finds within himself a strong inclination to govern. A man thus qualified thinks it 1,000 pities there is no charity school in the parish. He communicates his thoughts to 2 or 3 of his acquaintances first, They do the same to others, and in a month's time there is nothing else talked of in the parish. Everybody invents discourses and arguments to the purpose, according to his abilities. It is an arrant shame, says one, to see so many poor that are not able to educate their children, and no provision made for them, where we have so many rich people. What do you talk of rich, answers another, they are the worst. They must have so many servants, coaches, and horses. They can lay out hundreds, and some of them thousands of pounds for jewels and furniture, but not spare a shilling to a poor creature that wants it. When modes and fashions are discoursed of, they can hearken with great attention, but are wilfully deaf to the cries of the poor. Indeed, neighbor, replies the first, you are very right. I do not believe there is a worse parish in England for charity than ours. It is such as you and I that would do good if it was in our power. But of those that are able, there is very few that are willing. Others more violent fall upon particular persons, and fasten slander on every man of substance they dislike, and 1,000 idle stories in behalf of charity are raised and handed out to defame their betters. While this is doing throughout the neighborhood, he that first broached the pious thought rejoices to hear so many come into it, and places no small merit in being the first cause of so much talk and bustle. But neither himself nor his intimates being considerable enough to set such a thing on foot, somebody must be found out who has greater interest. He is to be addressed to, and showed the necessity, the goodness, the usefulness, and Christianity of such a design. Next he is to be flattered. Indeed, sir, if you would espouse it, nobody has a greater influence over the best of the parish than yourself. One word of you, I am sure, would engage such a one. If once you would take it to heart, sir, I would look upon the thing as done, sir. If by this kind of rhetoric they can draw in some old fool or conceited busybody that is rich, or at least reputed to be such, the thing begins to be feasible, and is discoursed of among the better sort. The parson or his curate and the lecturer are everywhere extolling the pious project. The first promoters, meanwhile, are indefatigable. If they were guilty of any open vice, they either sacrifice it to the love of reputation, or at least grow more cautious and learn to play the hypocrite, well knowing that to be litigious or noted for enormities is inconsistent with the zeal which they pretend to, for works of supererogation and excessive piety. The number of these diminutive patriots increasing, they form themselves into a society, and appoint stated meetings, where everyone concealing his vices has liberty to display his talents. Religion is the theme, or else the misery of the times occasioned by atheism and profaneness. Men of worth, who live in splendor, and thriving people that have a great deal of business of their own, are seldom seen among them. Men of sense and education likewise, if they have nothing to do, generally look out for better diversion. All those who have a higher aim shall have their attendance easily excused, but contribute they must, or else lead a weary life in the parish. Two sorts of people come in voluntarily: stanch churchmen, who have good reasons for it in petto, and your sly sinners that look upon it as meritorious, and hope that it will expiate their guilt, and Satan be non-suited by it at a small expense. Some come into it to save their credit, others to retrieve it, according as they have either lost or are afraid of losing it. Others again do it prudentially, to increase their trade and get acquaintance, and many would own to you, if they dared to be sincere and speak the truth, that they would never have been concerned in it, but to be better known in the parish. Men of sense that see the folly of it, and have nobody to fear, are persuaded into it not to be thought singular, or to run counter to all the world. Even those who are resolute at first in denying it, it is 10 to 1, but at last they are teased and importuned into a compliance. The charge being calculated for most of the inhabitants, the insignificancy of it is another argument that prevails much, and many are drawn in to be contributors who, without that, would have stood out and strenuously opposed the whole scheme. The governors are made of the middling people, and many inferior to that class are made use of, if the forwardness of their zeal can but overbalance the meanness of their condition. If you should ask these worthy rulers why they take upon them so much trouble, to the detriment of their own affairs and loss of time, either singly or the whole body of them, they would all unanimously answer that it is the regard they have for religion and the church, and the pleasure they take in contributing to the good and eternal welfare of so many poor innocents that in all probability would run into perdition in these wicked times of scoffers and freethinkers. They have no thought of interest. Even those who deal in and provide these children with what they want have not the least design of getting by what they sell for their use, and though in everything else their avarice and greediness after lucre be glaringly conspicuous, in this affair they are wholly divested from selfishness, and have no worldly ends. One motive above all, which is none of the least with the most of them, is to be carefully concealed. I mean the satisfaction there is in ordering and directing. There is a melodious sound to the word governor that is charming to mean people. Everybody admires sway and superiority. Even imperium in belluas has its delights. There is a pleasure in ruling over anything, and it is this chiefly that supports human nature in the tedious slavery of schoolmasters. But if there be the least satisfaction in governing the children, it must be ravishing to govern the schoolmaster himself. What fine things are said and perhaps wrote to a governor when a schoolmaster is to be chosen, how the praises tickle, and how pleasant it is not to find out the fulsomeness of the flattery, the stiffness of the expressions, or the pedantry of the style. Those who can examine nature will always find that what these people most pretend to is the least, and what they utterly deny their greatest motive. No habit or quality is more easily acquired than hypocrisy, nor anything sooner learned than to deny the sentiments of our hearts, and the principle we act from. But the seeds of every passion are innate to us, and nobody comes into the world without them. If we will mind the pastimes and recreations of young children, we shall observe nothing more general in them than that all who are suffered to do it take delight in playing with kittens and little puppy dogs. What makes them always lugging and pulling the poor creatures about the house proceeds from nothing else but that they can do with them what they please, and put them into what posture and shape they list, and the pleasure they receive from this is originally owing to the love of dominion, and that usurping temper all mankind are born with. When this great work is brought to bear, and actually accomplished, joy and serenity seem to overspread the face of every inhabitant, which likewise to account for, I must make a short digression. There are everywhere slovenly sorry fellows that are used to be seen always ragged and dirty. These people we look upon as miserable creatures in general, and unless they are very remarkable, we take little notice of them, and yet among these are handsome and well-shaped men, as well as among their betters. But if one of these turns soldier, what a vast alteration is there observed in him for the better, as soon as he is put in his red coat, and we see him look smart with his grenadier's cap and a great ammunition sword. All who knew him before are struck with other ideas of his qualities, and the judgment which both men and women form of him in their minds is very different from what it was. There is something analogous to this in the sight of charity children. There is a natural beauty in uniformity which most people delight in. It is diverting to the eye to see children well matched, either boys or girls, march two and two in good order, and to have them all whole and tight in the same clothes and trimming must add to the comeliness of the sight, and what makes it still more generally entertaining is the imaginary share which even servants and the meanest in the parish have in it, to whom it costs nothing, our parish church, our charity children. In all this there is a shadow of property that tickles everybody, that has a right to make use of the words, but more especially those who actually contribute, and had a great hand in advancing the pious work. It is hardly conceivable that men should so little know their own hearts, and be so ignorant of their inward condition, as to mistake frailty, passion, and enthusiasm for goodness, virtue, and charity. Yet nothing is more true than that the satisfaction, the joy and transports they feel on the accounts I named, pass with these miserable judges for principles of piety and religion. Whoever will consider of what I have said for 2 or 3 pages, and suffer his imagination to rove a little further on what he has heard and seen concerning this subject, will be furnished with sufficient reasons, abstract from the love of God and true Christianity, why charity schools are in such uncommon vogue, and so unanimously approved of and admired among all sorts and conditions of people. It is a theme which everybody can talk of, and understands thoroughly. There is not a more inexhaustible fund for tittle-tattle, and a variety of low conversation in hoy-boats and stage-coaches. If a governor that in behalf of the school or the sermon exerted himself more than ordinary happens to be in company, how he is commended by the women, and his zeal and charitable disposition extolled to the skies. "Upon my word, sir," says an old lady, "we are all very much obliged to you. I do not think any of the other governors could have made interest enough to procure us a bishop. It was on your account, I am told, that his lordship came, though he was not very well," to which the other replies very gravely, that it is his duty, but that he values no trouble nor fatigue, so he can be but serviceable to the children, poor lambs. "Indeed," says he, "I was resolved to get a pair of lawn sleeves, though I read all night for it, and I am very glad I was not disappointed." Sometimes the school itself is discoursed of, and of whom in all the parish it is most expected he should build one. The old room where it is now kept is ready to drop down. Such a one had a vast estate left him by his uncle, and a great deal of money besides. £1,000 would be nothing in his pocket. At others, the great crowds are talked of that are seen at some churches, and the considerable sums that are gathered, from whence, by an easy transition, they go over to the abilities, the different talents and orthodoxy of clergymen. Dr. is a man of great parts and learning, and I believe he is very hearty for the church, but I do not like him for a charity sermon. There is no better man in the world than . He forces the money out of their pockets. When he preached last for our children, I am sure there was abundance of people that gave more than they intended when they came to church. I could see it in their faces, and rejoiced at it heartily. Another charm that renders charity schools so bewitching to the multitude is the general opinion established among them that they are not only actually beneficial to society as to temporal happiness, but likewise that Christianity enjoys and requires of us we should erect them for our future welfare. They are earnestly and fervently recommended by the whole body of the clergy, and have more labor and eloquence laid out upon them than any other Christian duty, not by young persons, or poor scholars of little credit, but the most learned of our prelates, and the most eminent for orthodoxy, even those who do not often fatigue themselves on any other occasion. As to religion, there is no doubt but they know what is chiefly required of us, and consequently the most necessary to salvation. And as to the world, who should understand the interest of the kingdom better than the wisdom of the nation, of which the Lord's spiritual are so considerable a branch? The consequence of this sanction is, first, that those who, with their purses or power, are instrumental to the increase or maintenance of these schools, are tempted to place a greater merit in what they do than otherwise they could suppose it deserved. Secondly, that all the rest, who either cannot or will not anywise contribute toward them, have still a very good reason why they should speak well of them, for though it be difficult, in things that interfere with our passions, to act well, it is always in our power to wish well, because it is performed with little cost. There is hardly a person so wicked among the superstitious vulgar, but in the liking he has for charity schools, he imagines to see a glimmering hope that it will make an atonement for his sins, from the same principle as the most vicious comfort themselves with the love and veneration they bear to the church, and the greatest profligates find an opportunity in it to show the rectitude of their inclinations at no expense. But if all these were not inducements sufficient to make men stand up in defense of the idol I speak of, there is another that will infallibly bribe most people to be advocates for it. We all naturally love triumph, and whoever engages in this course is sure of conquest, at least in 9 companies out of 10. Let him dispute with whom he will, considering the speciousness of the pretense and the majority he has on his side, it is a castle, an impregnable fortress he can never be beat out of, and was the most sober, virtuous man alive to produce all the arguments to prove the detriment charity schools, at least the multiplicity of them, do to society, which I shall give hereafter, and such as are yet stronger, against the greatest scoundrel in the world, who should only make use of the common cant of charity and religion. The vogue would be against the first, and himself lose his cause in the opinion of the vulgar. The rise, then, and original of all the bustle and clamor that is made throughout the kingdom on behalf of charity schools, is chiefly built on frailty and human passion. At least it is more than possible that a nation should have the same fondness, and feel the same zeal for them as are shown in ours, and yet not be prompted to it by any principle of virtue or religion. Encouraged by this consideration, I shall, with the greater liberty, attack this vulgar error, and endeavor to make it evident that far from being beneficial, this forced education is pernicious to the public, the welfare whereof, as it demands of us a regard superior to all other laws and considerations. So it shall be the only apology I intend to make for differing from the present sentiments of the learned and reverend body of our divines, and venturing plainly to deny what I have just now owned to be openly asserted by most of our bishops as well as inferior clergy. As our church pretends to no infallibility even in spirituals, her proper province, so it cannot be an affront to her to imagine that she may err in temporals, which are not so much under her immediate care. But to my task. The whole earth being cursed, and no bread to be had but what we eat in the sweat of our brows, vast toil must be undergone before man can provide himself with necessaries for his sustenance, and the bare support of his corrupt and defective nature, as he is a single creature, but infinitely more to make life comfortable in a civil society, where men are become taught animals, and great numbers of them have, by mutual compact, framed themselves into a body politic. And the more man's knowledge increases in this state, the greater will be the variety of labor required to make him easy. It is impossible that a society can long subsist, and suffer many of its members to live in idleness, and enjoy all the ease and pleasure they can invent, without having, at the same time, great multitudes of people that to make good this defect will condescend to be quite the reverse, and by use and patience inure their bodies to work for others and themselves besides. The plenty and cheapness of provisions depends, in a great measure, on the price and value that is set upon this labor, and consequently the welfare of all societies, even before they are tainted with foreign luxury, requires that it should be performed by such of their members, in the first place, are sturdy and robust, and never used to ease or idleness, and, in the second, soon contented as to the necessaries of life, such as are glad to take up with the coarsest manufacture in everything they wear, and in their diet have no other aim than to feed their bodies when their stomachs prompt them to eat, and, with little regard to taste or relish, refuse no wholesome nourishment that can be swallowed when men are hungry, or ask anything for their thirst but to quench it. As the greatest part of the drudgery is to be done by daylight, so it is by this only that they actually measure the time of the labor without any thought of the hours they are employed, or the weariness they feel. And the hireling in the country must get up in the morning, not because he has rested enough, but because the sun is going to rise. This last article alone would be an intolerable hardship to grown people under 30, who, during nonage, had been used to lie abed as long as they could sleep, but all three together make up such a condition of life as man more mildly educated would hardly choose, though it should deliver him from a jail or a shrew. If such people there must be, as no great nation can be happy without vast numbers of them, would not a wise legislature cultivate the breed of them with all imaginable care, and provide against their scarcity as he would prevent the scarcity of provision itself? No man would be poor and fatigue himself for a livelihood, if he could help it. The absolute necessity all stand in for victuals and drink, and in cold climates for clothes and lodging, makes them submit to anything that can be bore with. If nobody did want, Nobody would work, but the great hardships are looked upon as solid pleasures when they keep a man from starving. From what has been said, it is manifest that in a free nation where slaves are not allowed of, the surest wealth consists in a multitude of laborious poor, for beside that, they are the never-failing nursery of fleets and armies. Without them there could be no enjoyment, and no product of any country could be valuable. To make the society happy, and people easy under the meanest circumstances, it is requisite that great numbers of them should be ignorant as well as poor. Knowledge both enlarges and multiplies our desires, and the fewer things a man wishes for, the more easily his necessities may be supplied. The welfare and felicity of every state and kingdom require that knowledge of the working poor should be confined within the verge of their occupations, and never extend, as to things visible, beyond what relates to their calling. The more a shepherd, a plowman, or any other peasant knows of the world, and the things that are foreign to his labor or employment, the less fit he will be to go through the fatigues and hardships of it with cheerfulness and content. Reading, writing, and arithmetic are very necessary to those whose business requires such qualifications, but where people's livelihood has no dependence on these arts, they are very pernicious to the poor, who are forced to get their daily bread by their daily labor. Few children make any progress at school, but, at the same time, they are capable of being employed in some business or other, so that every hour those of poor people spend at their book is so much time lost to the society. Going to school, in comparison to working, is idleness, and the longer boys continue in this easy sort of life, the more unfit they will be when grown up for downright labor, both as to strength and inclination. Men who are to remain and end their days in a laborious, tiresome, and painful station of life, the sooner they are put upon it at first, the more patiently they will submit to it forever after. Hard labor and the coarsest diet are a proper punishment to several kinds of malefactors, but to impose either on those who have not been used and brought up to both is the greatest cruelty, when there is no crime you can charge them with. Reading and writing are not attained to without some labor of the brain and assiduity, and before people are tolerably versed in either, they esteem themselves infinitely above those who are wholly ignorant of them, often with so little justice and moderation as if they were of another species. As all mortals have naturally an aversion to trouble and painstaking, so we are all fond of and apt to overvalue those qualifications we have purchased at the expense of our ease and quiet for years together. Those who spend a great part of their youth in learning to read, write, and cipher expect, and not unjustly, to be employed where those qualifications may be of use to them. The generality of them will look upon downright labor with the utmost contempt. I mean labor performed in the service of others in the lowest station of life, and for the meanest consideration. A man who has had some education may follow husbandry by choice, and be diligent at the dirtiest and most laborious work. But then the concern must be his own, and avarice, the care of a family, or some other pressing motive must put him upon it. But he will not make a good hireling, and serve a farmer for a pitiful reward. At least he is not so fit for it as a day laborer that has always been employed about the plough and dung cart, and remembers not that ever he has lived otherwise. When obsequiousness and mean services are required, we shall always observe that they are never so cheerfully nor so heartily performed as from inferiors to superiors. I mean inferiors not only in riches and quality, but likewise in knowledge and understanding. A servant can have no unfeigned respect for his master, as soon as he has sense enough to find out that he serves a fool. When we are to learn or obey, we shall experience in ourselves that the greater opinion we have of the wisdom and capacity of those that are either to teach or command us, the greater deference we pay to their laws and instructions. No creatures submit contentedly to their equals, and should a horse know as much as a man, I should not desire to be his rider. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Here I am obliged to make a digression, though I declare I never had a less mind to it than I have at this minute. But I see 1,000 rods in piss, and the whole posse of diminutive pedants against me, for assaulting the Christ-cross row, and opposing the very elements of literature. This is no panic fear, and the reader will not imagine my apprehensions ill-grounded if he considers what an army of petty tyrants I have to cope with, that all either actually persecute with birch, or else are soliciting for such a preferment. For if I had no other adversaries than the starving wretches of both sexes throughout the kingdom of Great Britain, that from a natural antipathy to working have a great dislike to their present employment, and perceiving within a much stronger inclination to command than ever they felt to obey others, think themselves qualified, and wish from their hearts to be masters and mistresses of charity schools, the number of my enemies would, by the most modest computation, amount to 100,000 at least. Methinks I hear them cry out that a more dangerous doctrine was never broached, and popery is a fool to it, and ask what brute of a Saracen it is that draws his ugly weapon for the destruction of learning. It is 10 to 1, but they will indict me for endeavoring, by instigation of the Prince of Darkness, to introduce into these realms greater ignorance and barbarity than ever nation was plunged into by Goths and Vandals since the light of the gospel first appeared in the world. Whoever labors under the public odium has always crimes laid to his charge he never was guilty of, and it will be suspected that I have had a hand in obliterating the Holy Scriptures, and perhaps affirmed that it was at my request that the small Bibles, published by patent in the year 1721, and chiefly made use of in charity schools, were, through badness of print and paper, rendered illegible, which yet I protest I am as innocent of as the child unborn. But I am in 1,000 fears. The more I consider my case, the worse I like it, and the greatest comfort I have is in my sincere belief that hardly anybody will mind a word of what I say, or else, if ever the people suspected that what I write would be of any weight to any considerable part of society, I should not have the courage barely to think on all the trades I should disoblige. And I cannot but smile when I reflect on the variety of uncouth sufferings that would be prepared for me, if the punishment they would differently inflict upon me was emblematically to point at my crime. For if I was not suddenly stuck full of useless penknives up to the hilts, the company of stationers would certainly take me in hand, and either have me buried alive in their hall, under a great heap of primers and spelling books they would not be able to sell, or else send me up against tide to be bruised to death in a paper mill, that would be obliged to stand still a week upon my account. The ink makers at the same time would, for the public good, offer to choke me with astringents, or drown me in the black liquor that would be left upon their hands, which, if they joined stock, might easily be performed in less than a month. And if I should escape the cruelty of these united bodies, the resentment of a private monopolist would be as fatal to me, and I should find myself pelted and knocked on the head with little squat Bibles clasped in brass, and ready armed for mischief, that, charitable learning ceasing, would be fit for nothing but unopened to fight with, and exercises truly polemic. The digression I spoke of just now is not the foolish trifle that ended with the last paragraph, and which the grave critic, to whom all mirth is unseasonable, will think very impertinent, but a serious apologetical one I am going to make out of hand, to clear myself from having any design against arts and sciences, as some heads of colleges and other careful preservers of human learning might have apprehended, upon seeing ignorance recommended as a necessary ingredient in the mixture of civil society. In the first place, I would have near double the number of professors in every university of what there is now. Theology with us is generally well provided, but the other two faculties have very little to boast of, especially physic. Every branch of that art ought to have 2 or 3 professors that would take pains to communicate their skill and knowledge to others. In public lectures, a vain man has great opportunities to set off his parts, but private instructions are more useful to students. Pharmacy and the knowledge of the simples are as necessary as anatomy or the history of diseases. It is a shame that when men have taken their degree, and are by authority entrusted with the lives of the subject, they should be forced to come to London to be acquainted with the materia medica and the composition of medicines, and receive instructions from others that never had university education themselves. It is certain that in the city I named, there is 10 times more opportunity for a man to improve himself in anatomy, botany, pharmacy, and the practice of physic, than at both universities together. What has an oil shop to do with silks, or who would look for hams and pickles at a mercer's? Where things are well managed, hospitals are made as subservient to the advancement of students in the art of physic as they are to the recovery of health in the poor. Good sense ought to govern men in learning as well as in trade. No man ever bound his son apprentice to a goldsmith to make him a linen draper. Then why should he have a divine for his tutor to become a lawyer or a physician? It is true that the languages, logic, and philosophy should be the first studies in all the learned professions. But there is so little help for physic in our universities that are so rich, and where so many idle people are well paid for eating and drinking, and being magnificently as well as commodiously lodged, that, bar books, and what is common to all the 3 faculties, a man may as well qualify himself at Oxford or Cambridge to be a Turkey merchant as he can to be a physician, which is, in my humble opinion, a great sign that some part of the great wealth they are possessed of is not so well applied as it might be. Professors should, besides their stipends allowed them by the public, have gratifications from every student they teach, that self-interest, as well as emulation and the love of glory, might spur them on to labor and assiduity. When a man excels in any one study or part of learning, and is qualified to teach others, he ought to be procured, if money will purchase him, without regarding what party, or indeed what country or nation he is of, whether black or white. Universities should be public marts for all manner of literature, as your annual fairs that are kept at Leipzig, Frankfurt, and other places in Germany are for different wares and merchandises, where no difference is made between natives and foreigners, and which men resort to from all parts of the world with equal freedom and equal privilege. From paying the gratifications I spoke of, I would excuse all students designed for the ministry of the gospel. There is no faculty so immediately necessary to the government of a nation as that of theology, and as we ought to have great numbers of divines for the service of this island, I would not have the meaner people discouraged from bringing up their children to that function. For though wealthy men, if they have many sons, sometimes make one of them a clergyman, as we see even persons of quality take up holy orders, and there are likewise people of good sense, especially divines, that from a principle of prudence bring up their children to that profession, when they are morally assured that they have friends or interest enough, and shall be able, either by a good fellowship at the university, advowsons, or other means to procure them a livelihood. But these produce not the large number of divines that are yearly ordained, and for the bulk of the clergy we are indebted to another original. Among the middling people of all trades there are bigots who have a superstitious awe for a gown and a cassock. Of these there are multitudes that feel an ardent desire of having a son promoted to the ministry of the gospel, without considering what is to become of them afterwards, and many a kind mother in this kingdom, without consulting her own circumstances or her child's capacity, transported with this laudable wish, is daily feasting on this pleasing thought, and often before her son is 12 years old, mixing maternal love with devotion, throws herself into ecstasies and tears of satisfaction, by reflecting on the future enjoyment she is to receive from seeing him stand in a pulpit, and, with her own ears, hearing him preach the word of God. It is to this religious zeal, or at least the human frailties that pass for and represent it, that we owe the great plenty of poor scholars the nation enjoys. For, considering the inequality of livings, and the smallness of benefices up and down the kingdom, without this happy disposition in parents of small fortune, we could not possibly be furnished from any other quarter with proper persons for the ministry, to attend all the cures of souls, so pitifully provided for, that no mortal could live upon them that had been educated in any tolerable plenty, unless he was possessed of real virtue, which it is foolish and indeed injurious, we should more expect from the clergy than we generally find it in the laity. The great care I would take to promote that part of learning which is more immediately useful to society should not make me neglect the more curious and polite. but all the liberal arts and every branch of literature should be encouraged throughout the kingdom more than they are, if my wishing could do it. In every county there should be one or more large schools, erected at the public charge, for Latin and Greek, that should be divided into 6 or more classes, with particular masters in each of them. The whole should be under the care and inspection of some men of letters and authority, who would not only be titular governors, but actually take pains at least twice a year in hearing every class thoroughly examined by the master of it, and not content themselves with judging of the progress the scholars had made for the themes and other exercises that had been made out of their sight. At the same time, I would discharge and hinder the multiplicity of those petty schools that never would have had any existence had the masters of them not been extremely indigent. It is a vulgar error that nobody can spell or write English well without a little smatch of Latin. This is upheld by pedants for their own interest, and by none more strenuously maintained than such of them as are poor scholars in more than one sense. In the meantime, it is an abominable falsehood. I have known, and I am still acquainted with several, and some of the fair sex, that never learned any Latin, and yet kept to strict orthography, and write admirable good sense. Where, on the other hand, everybody may meet with the scribblings of pretended scholars, at least such as went to a grammar school for several years, that have grammar faults and are ill spelled. The understanding of Latin thoroughly is highly necessary to all that are designed for any of the learned professions, and I would have no gentleman without literature. Even those who are to be brought up attorneys, surgeons, and apothecaries should be much better versed in that language than generally they are. But to youth, who afterwards are to get a livelihood in trades and callings in which Latin is not daily wanted, it is of no use, and the learning of it an evident loss of just so much time and money as are bestowed upon it. When men come into business, what was taught them of it in those petty schools is either soon forgot, or only fit to make them impertinent, and often very troublesome in company. Few men can forbear vaulting themselves on any knowledge they had once acquired, even after they have lost it, and, unless they are very modest and discreet, the undigested scraps which such people commonly remember of Latin seldom fail of rendering them, at one time or other, ridiculous to those who understand it. Reading and writing I would treat as we do music and dancing. I would not hinder them nor force them upon the society. As long as there was anything to be got by them, there would be masters enough to teach them. But nothing should be taught for nothing but at church. And here I would exclude even those who might be designed for the ministry of the gospel. For, if parents are so miserably poor that they cannot afford their children these first elements of learning, it is impudence in them to aspire any further. It would encourage likewise the lower sort of people to give their children this part of education, if they could see them preferred to those of idle sorts or sorry rakehells, that never knew what it was to provide a rag for their brats but by begging. But now, when a boy or a girl are wanted for any small service, we reckon it a duty to employ our charity children before any other. The education of them looks like a reward for being vicious and unactive, a benefit commonly bestowed on parents who deserve to be punished for shamefully neglecting their families. In one place you may hear a rascal half-drunk, damning himself, call for the other pot, and as a good reason for it, add that his boy is provided for in clothes, and has his schooling for nothing. In another you shall see a poor woman in great necessity, whose child is to be taken care of, because herself is a lazy slut, and never did anything to remedy her wants in good earnest, but bewailing them at a gin shop. If everybody's children are well taught, who by their own industry can educate them at our universities, there will be men of learning enough to supply this nation and such another, and reading, writing, or arithmetic would never be wanting in the business that requires them, though none were to learn them but such whose parents could be at the charge of it. It is not with letters as it is with gifts of the Holy Ghost, that they may not be purchased with money, and bought wit, if we believe the proverb, is none of the worst. I thought it necessary to say thus much of learning, to obviate the clamors of the enemies to truth and fair dealing, who, had I not so amply explained myself on this head, would have represented me as a mortal foe to all literature and useful knowledge, and a wicked advocate for universal ignorance and stupidity. I shall now make good my promise of answering what I know the well-wishers to charity schools would object against me, by saying that they brought up the children under their care to warrantable and laborious trades, and not to idleness, as I did insinuate. I have sufficiently showed already why going to school was idleness if compared to working, and exploded this sort of education in the children of the poor because it incapacitates them ever after for downright labor, which is their proper province, and, in every civil society, a portion they ought not to repine or grumble at, if exacted from them with discretion and humanity. What remains is, that I should speak to their putting them out to trades, which I shall endeavor to demonstrate to be destructive to the harmony of a nation, and an impertinent intermeddling with what few of these governors know anything of. In order to this, let us examine into the nature of societies, and what the compound ought to consist of, if we would raise it to as high a degree of strength, beauty, and perfection, as the ground we are to do upon it will let us. The variety of services that are required to supply the luxurious and wanton desires, as well as real necessities of man, with all their subordinate callings, is in such a nation as ours prodigious. Yet it is certain that though the number of those several occupations be excessively great, it is far from being infinite. If you add one more than is required, it must be superfluous. If a man had a good stock, and the best shop in Cheapside to sell turbans in, he would be ruined. And if Demetrius or any other silversmith made nothing but Diana's shrines, he would not get his bread, now the worship of that goddess is out of fashion. As it is folly to set up trades that are not wanted, so what is next to it is to increase in any one trade the numbers beyond what are required. As things are managed with us, it would be preposterous to have as many brewers as there are bakers, or as many woolen drapers as there are shoemakers. This proportion as to numbers in every trade finds itself, and is never better kept than when nobody meddles or interferes with it. People that have children to educate that must get their livelihood are always consulting and deliberating what trade or calling they are to bring them up to, until they are fixed, and thousands think on this, that hardly think at all on anything else. First, they confine themselves to their circumstances, and he that can give but £10 with his son must not look out for a trade, where they ask an 100 with an apprentice, but the next they think on is always which will be the most advantageous. If there be a calling where at that time people are more generally employed than they are in any other in the same reach, there are presently 60 fathers ready to supply it with their sons. Therefore the greatest care most companies have is about the regulation of the number of apprentices. Now, when all trades complain, and perhaps justly, that they are overstocked, you manifestly injure that trade, to which you add 1 member more than would flow from the nature of society. Besides that, the governors of charity schools do not deliberate so much what trade is the best, but what tradesmen they can get that will take the boys, with such a sum, and few men of substance and experience will have anything to do with these children. They are afraid of 100 inconveniences from the necessitous parents of them, so that they are bound, at least most commonly, either to sots and neglectful masters, or else such as are very needy and do not care what becomes of their apprentices, after they have received the money, by which it seems as if we studied nothing more than to have a perpetual nursery for charity schools. When all trades and handicrafts are overstocked, it is a certain sign there is a fault in the management of the whole, for it is impossible there should be too many people if the country is able to feed them. Are provisions dear? Whose fault is that, as long as you have ground untilled and hands unemployed? But I shall be answered, that to increase plenty must at long run undo the farmer, or lessen the rents all over England. To which I reply, that what the husbandman complains of most is what I would redress. The greatest grievance of farmers, gardeners, and others, where hard labor is required, and dirty work to be done, is, that they cannot get servants for the same wages they used to have them at. The day laborer grumbles at 16 pence to do no other drudgery than what 30 years ago his grandfather did cheerfully for half the money. As to the rents, it is impossible they should fall while you increase your numbers. But the price of provisions, and all labor in general, must fall with them, if not before. And a man of £150 a year has no reason to complain that his income is reduced to 100, if he can buy as much for that 100 as before he could have done for 2. There is no intrinsic worth in money, but what is alterable with the times. And whether a guinea goes for 20 pounds or for a shilling, it is, as I have already hinted before, the labor of the poor, and not the high and low value that is set on gold and silver, which all the comforts of life must arise from. It is in our power to have a much greater plenty than we enjoy, if agriculture and fishery were taken care of, as they might be. But we are so little capable of increasing our labor that we have hardly poor enough to do what is necessary to make us subsist. The proportion of the society is spoiled, and the bulk of the nation, which should everywhere consist of laboring poor, that are unacquainted with everything but their work, is too little for the other parts. In all business where downright labor is shunned or overpaid, there is plenty of people. To one merchant you have 10 bookkeepers, or at least pretenders, and everywhere in the country the farmer wants hands. Ask for a footman that for some time has been in gentlemen's families, and you will get a dozen that are all butlers. You may have chambermaids by the score, but you cannot get a cook under extravagant wages. Nobody will do the dirty slavish work that can help it. I do not discommend them, but all these things show that the people of the meanest rank know too much to be serviceable to us. Servants require more than masters and mistresses can afford, and what madness is it to encourage them in this, by industriously increasing at our cost that knowledge which they will be sure to make us pay for over again. And it is not only those who are educated at our own expense encroach upon us, but the raw ignorant country wenches and boobily fellows that can do and are good for nothing impose upon us likewise. The scarcity of servants occasioned by the education of the first gives a handle to the latter of advancing their price, and demanding what ought only to be given to servants that understand their business, and have most of the good qualities that can be required in them. There is no place in the world where there are more clever fellows to look at, or to do an errand, than some of our footmen. But what are they good for in the main? The greatest part of them are rogues, and not to be trusted, and if they are honest, half of them are sots, and will get drunk 3 or 4 times a week. The surly ones are generally quarrelsome, and valuing their manhood beyond all other considerations, care not what clothes they spoil, or what disappointments they may occasion when their prowess is in question. Those who are good-natured are generally sad whoremasters, that are ever running after the wenches, and spoil all the maidservants they come near. Many of them are guilty of all these vices, whoring, drinking, quarreling, and yet shall have all their faults overlooked and bore with, because they are men of good mien and humble address, that know how to wait on gentlemen, which is an unpardonable folly in masters, and generally ends in the ruin of servants. Some few there are that are not addicted to any of these failings, and understand their duty besides. But as these are rarities, so there is not 1 in 50 but what overrates himself. His wages must be extravagant, and you can never have done giving him. Everything in the house is his perquisite, and he will not stay with you unless his vails are sufficient to maintain a middling family. And though you had taken him from the dunghill, out of an hospital, or a prison, you shall never keep him longer than he can make of his place. What in his high estimation of himself he shall think he deserves. Nay, the best and most civilized, that never were saucy and impertinent, will leave the most indulgent master, and, to get handsomely away, frame 50 excuses, and tell downright lies, as soon as they can mend themselves. A man who keeps an half-crown or 12-penny ordinary looks not more for money from his customers than a footman does from every guest that dines or sups with his master, and I question whether the one does not often think a shilling or half a crown, according to the quality of the person, his due as much as the other. A housekeeper who cannot afford to make many entertainments, and does not often invite people to his table, can have no creditable manservant, and is forced to take up with some country booby or other awkward fellow, who will likewise give him the slip as soon as he imagines himself fit for any other service, and is made wiser by his rascally companions. All noted eating-houses and places that many gentlemen resort to for diversion or business, more especially the precincts of Westminster Hall, are the great schools for servants, where the dullest fellows may have their understandings improved, and get rid at once of their stupidity and their innocence. They are the academies for footmen, where public lectures are daily read on all sciences of low debauchery, by the experienced professors of them, and students are instructed in above 700 illiberal arts how to cheat, impose upon, and find the blind side of their masters, with so much application, that in few years they become graduates in iniquity. Young gentlemen and others that are not thoroughly versed in the world, when they get such knowing sharpers in their service, are commonly indulging above measure, and for fear of discovering their want of experience, hardly dare to contradict or deny them in anything, which is often the reason that by allowing them unreasonable privileges, they expose their ignorance when they are most endeavoring to conceal it. Some perhaps will lay the things I complain of to the charge of luxury, of which I said that it could do no hurt to a rich nation, if the imports never did exceed the exports, but I do not think this imputation just, and nothing ought to be scored on the account of luxury that is downright the effect of folly. A man may be very extravagant in indulging his ease and his pleasure, and render the enjoyment of the world as operose and expensive as they can be made, if he can afford it, and at the same time show his good sense in everything about him. This he cannot be said to do if he industriously renders his people incapable of doing him that service he expects from them. It is too much money, excessive wages, and unreasonable vails that spoil servants in England. A man may have 25 horses in his stables without being guilty of folly, if it suits with the rest of his circumstances. But if he keeps but one, and overfeeds it to show his wealth, he is a fool for his pains. Is it not madness to suffer that servants should take 3 and others 5% of what they pay to tradesmen for their masters, as is so well known to watchmakers and others that sell toys, superfluous knickknacks, and other curiosities, if they deal with people of quality and fashionable gentlemen, that are above telling their own money? If they should accept of a present when offered, it might be connived at, but it is an unpardonable impudence that they should claim it as their due, and contend for it if refused. Those who have all the necessaries of life provided for can have no occasion for money but what does them hurt as servants, unless they were to hoard it up for age or sickness, which, among our skip-kennels, is not very common, and even then it makes them saucy and insupportable. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I am creditably informed that a parcel of footmen are arrived to that height of insolence as to have entered into a society together, and made laws by which they oblige themselves not to serve for less than such a sum, nor carry burdens or any bundle or parcel above a certain weight, not exceeding 2 or 3 pounds, with other regulations directly opposite to the interest of those they serve, and altogether destructive to the use they were designed for. If any of them be turned away for strictly adhering to the orders of this honorable corporation, he is taken care of till another service is provided for him, and there is no money wanting at any time to commence and maintain a lawsuit against any master that shall pretend to strike or offer any other injury to his gentleman footman, contrary to the statutes of their society. If this be true, as I have reason to believe it is, and they are suffered to go on in consulting and providing for their own ease and conveniency any further, we may expect quickly to see the French comedy La Maître les Valets acted in good earnest in most families, which, if not redressed in a little time, and those footmen increase their company to the number it is possible they may, as well as assemble when they please with impunity, it will be in their power to make a tragedy of it wherever they have a mind to it. But suppose those apprehensions frivolous and groundless, it is undeniable that servants in general are daily encroaching upon masters and mistresses, and endeavoring to be more upon the level with them. They not only seem solicitous to abolish the low dignity of their condition, but have already considerably raised it in the common estimation from the original meanness which the public welfare requires it should always remain in. I do not say that these things are altogether owing to charity schools. There are other evils they may be partly ascribed to. London is too big for the country, and, in several respects, we are wanting to ourselves. But if 1,000 faults were to concur before the inconveniencies could be produced we labor under, can any man doubt, who will consider what I have said, that charity schools are accessory, or at least that they are more likely to create and increase than to lessen or redress those complaints. The only thing of weight, then, that can be said in their behalf is, that so many thousand children are educated by them in the Christian faith and the principles of the Church of England. To demonstrate that this is not a sufficient plea for them, I must desire the reader, as I hate repetitions, to look back on what I have said before, to which I shall add that whatever is necessary to salvation, and requisite for poor laboring people to know concerning religion, that children learn at school, may fully as well either by preaching or catechizing be taught at church, from which, or some other place of worship, I would not have the meanest of a parish that is able to walk to it be absent on Sundays. It is the Sabbath, the most useful day in 7, that is set apart for divine service and religious exercise, as well as resting from bodily labor, and it is a duty incumbent on all magistrates to take particular care of that day. The poor more especially and their children should be made to go to church on it, both in the fore and afternoon, because they have no time on any other. By precept and example they ought to be encouraged and used to it from their very infancy. The wilful neglect of it ought to be counted scandalous, and if downright compulsion to what I urge might seem too harsh, and perhaps impracticable, all diversions at least ought strictly to be prohibited, and the poor hindered from every amusement abroad that might allure or draw them from it. Where this care is taken by the magistrates, as far as it lies in their power, ministers of the gospel may instill into the smallest capacities more piety and devotion, and better principles of virtue and religion than charity schools ever did or ever will produce. And those who complain, when they have such opportunities, that they cannot imbue their parishioners with sufficient knowledge of what they stand in need of as Christians, without the assistance of reading and writing, are either very lazy or very ignorant and undeserving themselves. That the most knowing are not the most religious will be evident if we make a trial between people of different abilities. Even in this juncture, where going to church is not made such an obligation on the poor and illiterate as it might be, let us pitch upon 100 poor men, the first we can light on, that are above 40, and were brought up to hard labor from their infancy, such as never went to school at all, and always lived remote from knowledge and great towns. Let us compare to these an equal number of very good scholars, that shall all have had university education, and be, if you will, half of them divines, well versed in philology and polemic learning. Then let us impartially examine into the lives and conversations of both, and I dare engage that among the first, who can neither read nor write, we shall meet with more union and neighborly love, less wickedness and attachment to the world, more content of mind, more innocence, sincerity, and other good qualities that conduce to the public peace and real felicity, than we shall find among the latter, where, on the contrary, we may be assured of the height of pride and insolence, eternal quarrels and dissensions, irreconcilable hatreds, strife, envy, calumny, and other vices, destructive to mutual concord, which the illiterate laboring poor are hardly ever tainted with, to any considerable degree. I am very well persuaded that what I have said in the last paragraph will be no news to most of my readers, but if it be truth, why should it be stifled, and why must our concern for religion be eternally made a cloak to hide our real drifts and worldly intentions? Would both parties agree to pull off the mask, we should soon discover that whatever they pretend to, they aim at nothing so much in charity schools as to strengthen their party, and that the great sticklers for the church, by educating children in the principles of religion, mean inspiring them with a superlative veneration for the clergy of the Church of England, and a strong aversion and immortal animosity against all dissent from it. To be assured of this, we are but to mind on the one hand what divines are most admired for their charity sermons, and most fond to preach them, and on the other, whether of late years we have had any riots or party scuffles among the mob, in which the youth of a famous hospital in this city were not always the most forward ringleaders. The grand assertors of liberty, who are ever guarding themselves and skirmishing against arbitrary power, often when they are in no danger of it, are generally speaking not very superstitious, nor seem to lay great stress on any modern apostleship. Yet some of these likewise speak up loudly for charity schools, but what they expect from them has no relation to religion or morality. They only look upon them as the proper means to destroy and disappoint the power of the priests over the laity. Reading and writing increase knowledge, and the more men know, the better they can judge for themselves, and they imagine that if knowledge could be rendered universal, people could not be priest-rid, which is the thing they fear the most. The first, I confess, it is very possible will get their aim, but sure wise men that are not red hot for a party or bigots to the priests will not think it worth while to suffer so many inconveniencies as charity schools may be the occasion of, only to promote the ambition and power of the clergy. To the other I would answer, that if all those who are educated at the charge of their parents or relations will but think for themselves, and refuse to have their reason imposed upon by the priests, we need not be concerned for what the clergy will work upon the ignorant that have no education at all. Let them make the most of them. Considering the schools we have for those who can and do pay for learning, it is ridiculous to imagine that the abolishing of charity schools would be a step towards any ignorance that could be prejudicial to the nation. I would not be thought cruel, and am well assured, if I know anything of myself, that I abhor inhumanity, but to be compassionate to excess, where reason forbids it, and the general interest of the society requires steadiness of thought and resolution, is an unpardonable weakness. I know it will be ever urged against me, that it is barbarous the children of the poor should have no opportunity of exerting themselves, as long as God has not debarred them from natural parts and genius more than the rich. But I cannot think this is harder than it is that they should not have money, as long as they have the same inclinations to spend as others. That great and useful men have sprung from hospitals I do not deny, but it is likewise very probable that when they were first employed, many as capable as themselves not brought up in hospitals were neglected, that with the same good fortune would have done as well as they, if they had been made use of instead of them. There are many examples of women that have excelled in learning, and even in war, but this is no reason we should bring them all up to Latin and Greek, or else military discipline, instead of needlework and housewifery. But there is no scarcity of sprightliness or natural parts among us, and no soil and climate as human creatures to boast of better formed, either inside or outside, than this island generally produces. But it is not wit, genius, or docility we want, but diligence, application, and assiduity. Abundance of hard and dirty labor is to be done, and coarse living is to be complied with. Where shall we find a better nursery for these necessities than the children of the poor? None, certainly, are nearer to it or fitter for it. Besides that the things I called hardships neither seem nor are such to those who have been brought up to them and know no better. There is not a more contented people among us than those who work the hardest, and are the least acquainted with the pomp and delicacies of the world. These are truths that are undeniable, yet I know few people will be pleased to have them divulged. What makes them odious is an unreasonable vein of petty reverence for the poor, that runs through most multitudes, and more particularly in this nation, and arises from a mixture of pity, folly, and superstition. It is from a lively sense of this compound that men cannot endure to hear or see anything said or acted against the poor, without considering how just the one or insolent the other. So a beggar must not be beat, though he strikes you first. Journeymen tailors go to law with their masters, and are obstinate in a wrong cause, yet they must be pitied, and murmuring weavers must be relieved, and have 50 silly things done to humor them, though in the midst of their poverty they insult their betters, and, on all occasions, appear to be more prone to make holidays and riots than they are to working or sobriety. This puts me in mind of our woe, which, considering the posture of our affairs and the behavior of the poor, I sincerely believe ought not, upon any account, to be carried abroad. But if we look into the reason why suffering it to be fetched away is so pernicious, our heavy complaint and lamentations that it is exported can be no great credit to us, considering the mighty and manifold hazards that must be run before it can be got off the coast and safely landed beyond sea. It is manifest that the foreigners, before they can work our wool, must pay more for it very considerably than what we can have it for at home. Yet, notwithstanding this great difference in the prime cost, they can afford to sell the manufactures made of it cheaper at foreign markets than ourselves. This is the disaster we groan under, the intolerable mischief, without which the exportation of that commodity could be no greater prejudice to us than that of tin or lead, as long as our hands were fully employed and we had still wool to spare. There is no people yet come to higher perfection in the woolen manufacture, either as to dispatch or goodness of work, at least in the most considerable branches, than ourselves, and therefore what we complain of can only depend on the difference in the management of the poor between other nations and ours. If the laboring people in one country will work 12 hours in a day and 6 days in a week, and in another they are employed but 8 hours in a day, and not above 4 days in a week, the one is obliged to have 9 hands for what the other does with 4. But if, moreover, the living, the food and raiment, and what is consumed by the workmen of the industrious, cost but half the money of what is expended among an equal number of the other, the consequence must be that the first will have the work of 18 men for the same price as the other gives for the work of 4. I would not insinuate, neither do I think, that the difference, either in diligence or necessaries of life, between us and any neighboring nation, is near so great as what I speak of. Yet I would have it considered that half of that difference, and much less, is sufficient to overbalance the disadvantage they labor under as to the price of wool. Nothing to me is more evident than that no nation in any manufacture whatever can undersell their neighbors with whom they are at best but equals as to skill and dispatch. And the conveniency for working, more especially when the prime cost of the thing to be manufactured is not in their favor, unless they have provisions, and whatever is relating to their sustenance, cheaper, or else workmen that are either more assiduous and will remain longer at their work, or be content with a meaner and coarser way of living than those of their neighbors. This is certain, that where numbers are equal, the more laborious people are, and the fewer hands the same quantity of work is performed by, the greater plenty there is in a country of the necessities for life, the more considerable and the cheaper that country may render its exports. It being granted, then, that abundance of work is to be done, the next thing which I think to be likewise undeniable is, that the more cheerfully it is done the better, as well for those that perform it as for the rest of society. To be happy is to be pleased, and the less notion a man has of a better way of living, the more content he will be with his own. And, on the other hand, the greater a man's knowledge and experience is in the world, the more exquisite the delicacy of his taste, and the more consummate judge he is of things in general, certainly the more difficult it will be to please him. I would not advance anything that is barbarous or inhuman, but when a man enjoys himself, laughs and sings, and in his gesture and behavior shows me all the tokens of content and satisfaction, I pronounce him happy, and have nothing to do with his wit or capacity. I never enter into the reasonableness of his mirth, at least I ought not to judge of it by my own standard, and argue from the effect which the thing that makes him merry would have upon me. At that rate, a man that hates cheese must call me a fool for loving blue mold. De gustibus non est disputandum is as true in a metaphorical as it is in the literal sense, and the greater the distance is between people as to their condition, their circumstances and manner of living, the less capable they are of judging of one another's troubles or pleasures. Had the meanest and most uncivilized peasant leave incognito to observe the greatest king for a fortnight, though he might pick out several things he would like for himself, yet he would find a great many more, which, if the monarch and he were to exchange conditions, he would wish for his part to have immediately altered or redressed, and which with amazement he sees the king submit to. And again, if the sovereign was to examine the peasant in the same manner, his labor would be unsufferable, the dirt and squalor, his diet and amours, his pastimes and recreations would be all abominable. But then what charms would he find in the other's peace of mind, the calmness and tranquillity of his soul? No necessity for dissimulation with any of his family, or feigned affection to his mortal enemies, no wife in a foreign interest, no danger to apprehend from his children, no plots to unravel, no poison to fear, no popular statesmen at home, or cunning courts abroad to manage, no seeming patriots to bribe, no unsatiable favorite to gratify, no selfish ministry to obey, no divided nation to please, or fickle mob to humor that would direct and interfere with his pleasures. Was impartial reason to be judged between real good and real evil, and a catalogue made accordingly of the several delights and vexations differently to be met with in both stations, I question whether the condition of kings would be at all preferable to that of peasants, even as ignorant and laborious as I seem to require the latter to be. The reason why the generality of people would rather be kings than peasants is first owing to pride and ambition that is deeply riveted in human nature, and which to gratify we daily see men undergo and despise the greatest hazards and difficulties. Secondly, to the difference there is in the force with which our affection is wrought upon, as the objects are either material or spiritual. Things that immediately strike our outward senses act more violently upon our passions than what is the result of thought, and the dictates of the most demonstrative reason. And there is a much stronger bias to gain our liking or aversion in the first than there is in the latter. Having thus demonstrated that what I urge could be no injury, or the least diminution of happiness to the poor, I leave it to the judicious reader whether it is not more probable we should increase our exports by the methods I hint at, than by sitting still and damning and sinking our neighbors, for beating us at our own weapons, some of them outselling us in manufactures made of our own product, which they dearly purchased, others growing rich in spite of distance and trouble, by the same fish which we neglect, though it is ready to jump into our mouths. As by discouraging idleness with art and steadiness, you may compel the poor to labor without force, so by bringing them up in ignorance, you may inure them to real hardships, without being ever sensible themselves that they are such. By bringing them up in ignorance, I mean no more, as I have hinted long ago, than that, as to worldly affairs, their knowledge should be confined within the verge of their own occupations, at least that we should not take pains to extend it beyond those limits. When by these two engines we shall have made provisions, and consequently labor cheap, we must infallibly outsell our neighbors, and at the same time increase our numbers. This is the noble and manly way of encountering the rivals of our trade, and by dint of merit outdoing them at foreign markets. To allure the poor, we make use of policy in some cases with success. Why should we be neglectful of it in the most important point, when they make their boast that they will not live as the poor of other nations? If we cannot alter their resolution, why should we applaud the justness of their sentiments against the common interest? I have often wondered formerly how an Englishman that pretended to have the honor and glory, as well as the welfare of his country at heart, could take delight in the evening to hear an idle tenant that owed him above a year's rent ridicule the French for wearing wooden shoes, when in the morning he had had the mortification of hearing the great King William, that ambitious monarch, as well as able statesman, openly own to the world, and with grief and anger in his looks, complain of the exorbitant power of France. Yet I do not recommend wooden shoes, nor do the maxims I would introduce require arbitrary power in one person. Liberty and property, I hope, may remain secured, and yet the poor be better employed than they are, although their children should wear out their clothes by useful labor, and blacken them with country dirt for something, instead of tearing them off their backs at play, and daubing them with ink for nothing. There is above 300 or 400 years' work for 100,000 poor more than we have in this island. To make every part of it useful, and the whole thoroughly inhabited, many rivers are to be made navigable, canals to be cut in hundreds of places. Some lands are to be drained and secured from inundations for the future. Abundance of barren soil is to be made fertile, and thousands of acres rendered more beneficial by being made more accessible. Dii laboribus omnia vedunt. There is no difficulty of this nature that labor and patience cannot surmount. The highest mountains may be thrown into their valleys that stand ready to receive them, and bridges might be laid where now we would not dare to think of it. Let us look back on the stupendous works of the Romans, more especially their highways and aqueducts. Let us consider in one view the vast extent of several of their roads, how substantial they made them, and what duration they have been of. And in another, a poor traveller that at every 10 miles' end is stopped by a turnpike, and dunned for a penny for mending the roads in the summer, with what everybody knows will be dirt before the winter that succeeds is expired. The conveniency of the public ought ever to be the public care, and no private interest of a town or a whole country should ever hinder the execution of a project or contrivance that would manifestly tend to the improvement of the whole. And every member of the legislature who knows his duty, and would choose rather to act like a wise man than curry favor with his neighbors, will prefer the least benefit accruing to the whole kingdom to the most visible advantage of the place he serves for. We have materials of our own, and want neither stone nor timber to do anything, and was the money that people give uncompelled to beggars, who do not deserve it, and what every housekeeper is obliged to pay to the poor of his parish, that is otherwise employed or ill applied, to be put together every year, it would make a sufficient fund to keep a great many thousands at work. I do not say this because I think it practicable, but only to show that we have money enough to spare, to employ vast multitudes of laborers. Neither should we want so much for it as we perhaps might imagine. When it is taken for granted that a soldier, whose strength and vigor is to be kept up at least as much as anybody's, can live upon 6 pence a day, I cannot conceive the necessity of giving the greatest part of the year 16 and 18 pence to a day laborer. The fearful and cautious people that are ever jealous of their liberty, I know will cry out, that where the multitudes I speak of should be kept in constant pay, property and privileges would be precarious. But they might be answered that sure means might be found out, and such regulations made, as to the hands in which to trust the management and direction of these laborers, that it would be impossible for the prince or anybody else to make an ill use of their numbers. What I have said in the 4 or 5 last paragraphs, I foresee, will, with abundance of scorn, be laughed at by many of my readers, and at best be called building castles in the air. But whether that is my fault or theirs is a question. When the public spirit has left a nation, they not only lose their patience with it and all thoughts of perseverance, but become likewise so narrow-souled that it is a pain for them even to think of things that are of uncommon extent, or require great length of time, and whatever is noble or sublime in such conjectures is counted chimerical. Where deep ignorance is entirely routed and expelled, and low learning promiscuously scattered on all the people, self-love turns knowledge into cunning, and the more this last qualification prevails in any country, the more the people will fix all their cares, concern, and application on the time present, without regard of what is to come after them, or hardly ever thinking beyond the next generation. But as cunning, according to my Lord Verulam, is but a left-handed wisdom, so a prudent legislator ought to provide against this disorder of the society as soon as the symptoms of it appear, among which the following are the most obvious. Imaginary rewards are generally despised. Everybody is for turning the penny, and short bargains. He that is diffident of everything and believes nothing but what he sees with his own eyes is counted the most prudent. And in all their dealings men seem to act from no other principle than that the devil take the hindmost. Instead of planting oaks that will require 150 years before they are fit to be cut down, they build houses with a design that they shall not stand above 12 or 14 years. All heads run upon the uncertainty of things, and the vicissitudes of human affairs. The mathematics become the only valuable study, and are made use of in everything, even where it is ridiculous, and men seem to repose no greater trust in Providence than they would in a broken merchant. It is the business of the public to supply the defects of the society, and take that in hand first which is most neglected by private persons. Contraries are best cured by contraries, and therefore, as example is of greater efficacy than precept, in the amendment of national failings, the legislature ought to resolve upon some great undertakings that must be the work of ages as well as vast labor, and convince the world that they did nothing without an anxious regard to their latest posterity. This will fix, or at least help to settle, the volatile genius and fickle spirit of the kingdom, put us in mind that we are not born for ourselves only, and be a means of rendering men less distrustful and inspiring them with a true love for their country and a tender affection for the ground itself, than which nothing is more necessary to aggrandize a nation. Forms of government may alter, religions and even languages may change, but Great Britain, or at least, if that likewise might lose its name, the island itself will remain, and in all human probability last as long as any part of the globe. All ages have ever paid their kind acknowledgments to their ancestors for the benefits derived from them, and a Christian who enjoys the multitude of fountains and vast plenty of water to be met with in the city of St. Peter is an ungrateful wretch if he never casts a thankful remembrance on old pagan Rome that took such prodigious pains to procure it. When this island shall be cultivated, and every inch of it made habitable and useful, and the whole the most convenient and agreeable spot upon the earth, all the cost and labor laid out upon it will be gloriously repaid by the incense of them that shall come after us, and those who burn with a noble zeal and desire after immortality, and took such care to improve their country, may rest satisfied that 1,000 and 2,000 years hence they shall live in the memory and everlasting praises of the future ages that shall then enjoy it. Here I should have concluded this rhapsody of thoughts, but something comes in my head concerning the main scope and design of this essay, which is to prove the necessity there is for a certain portion of ignorance in a well-ordered society that I must not omit, because, by mentioning it, I shall make an argument on my side of what, if I had not spoke of it, might easily have appeared as a strong objection against me. It is the opinion of most people, and mine among the rest, that the most commendable quality of the present Tsar of Muscovy is his unwearied application in raising his subjects from their native stupidity and civilizing his nation. But then we must consider it is what they stood in need of, and that not long ago the greatest part of them were next to brute beasts. In proportion to the extent of his dominions and the multitudes he commands, he had not that number or variety of tradesmen and artificers which the true improvement of the country required, and therefore was in the right in leaving no stone unturned to procure them. But what is that to us who labor under a contrary disease? Sound politics are to the social body what the art of medicine is to the natural, and no physician would treat a man in a lethargy as if he was sick for want of rest, or prescribe in a dropsy what should be administered in a diabetes. In short, Russia has too few knowing men, and Great Britain too many. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A search into the nature of society. The generality of moralists and philosophers have hitherto agreed that there could be no virtue without self-denial, but a late author, who is now much read by men of sense, is of a contrary opinion, and imagines that men, without any trouble or violence upon themselves, may be naturally virtuous. He seems to require and expect goodness in his species, as we do a sweet taste in grapes and China oranges, of which, if any of them are sour, we boldly pronounce that they are not come to that perfection their nature is capable of. This noble writer, for it is the Lord Shaftesbury I mean in his Characteristics, fancies that as a man is made for society, so he ought to be born with a kind of affection to the whole, of which he is a part, and a propensity to seek the welfare of it. In pursuance of this supposition, he calls every action performed with regard to the public good virtuous, and all selfishness, wholly excluding such a regard, vice. In respect to our species, he looks upon virtue and vice as permanent realities that must ever be the same in all countries and all ages, and imagines that a man of sound understanding, by following the rules of good sense, may not only find out that pulchrum et honestum, both in morality and the works of art and nature, but likewise govern himself by his reason with as much ease and readiness as a good rider manages a well-taught horse by the bridle. The attentive reader, who peruse the foregoing part of this book will soon perceive that two systems cannot be more opposite than his lordship's and mine. His notions, I confess, are generous and refined. They are a high compliment to humankind, and capable, by a little enthusiasm, of inspiring us with the most noble sentiments concerning the dignity of our exalted nature. What pity it is that they are not true! I would not advance thus much if I had not already demonstrated, in almost every page of this treatise, that the solidity of them is inconsistent with our daily experience. But, to leave not the least shadow of an objection that might be made unanswered, I design to expatiate on some things which hitherto I have but slightly touched upon, in order to convince the reader not only that the good and amiable qualities of men are not those that make him, beyond other animals, a sociable creature, but, moreover, that it would be utterly impossible either to raise any multitudes into a populous, rich, and flourishing nation, or, when so raised, to keep and maintain them in that condition without the assistance of what we call evil, both natural and moral. The better to perform what I have undertaken, I shall previously examine into the reality of the pulchrum et honestum, the to kalon that the ancients have talked of so much. The meaning of this is to discuss whether there be a real worth and excellency in things, a preeminence of one above another, which everybody will always agree to that well understands them, or that there are few things, if any, that have the same esteem paid them, and which the same judgment is passed upon in all countries and all ages. When we first set out in quest of this intrinsic worth, and find one thing better than another, and a third better than that, and so on, we begin to entertain great hopes of success. But when we meet with several things that are all very good or all very bad, we are puzzled, and agree not always with ourselves, much less with others. There are different faults as well as beauties, that as modes and fashions alter, and men vary in their tastes and humours, will be differently admired or disapproved of. Judges of painting will never disagree in opinion when a fine picture is compared to the daubing of a novice. But how strangely have they differed as to the works of eminent masters! There are parties among connoisseurs, and few of them agree in their esteem as to ages and countries, and the best pictures bear not always the best prices. A noted original will be ever worth more than any copy that can be made of it by an unknown hand, though it should be better. The value that is set on paintings depends not only on the name of the master, and the time of his age he drew them in, but likewise in a great measure on the scarcity of his works, but, what is still more unreasonable, the quality of the persons in whose possession they are, as well as the length of time they have been in great families, and if the cartons, now at Hampton Court, were done by a less famous hand than that of Raphael, and had a private person for their owner, who would be forced to sell them, they would never yield the 10th part of the money which, with all their gross faults, they are now esteemed to be worth. Notwithstanding all this, I will readily own that the judgment to be made of painting might become universal certainty, or at least less alterable and precarious than almost anything else. The reason is plain. There is a standard to go by that always remains the same. Painting is an imitation of nature, a copying of things which men have everywhere before them. My good-humored reader, I hope, will forgive me if, thinking on this glorious invention, I make a reflection a little out of season, though very much conducive to my main design, which is, that valuable as the art is I speak of, we are beholden to an imperfection in the chief of our senses for all the pleasures and ravishing delight we receive from this happy deceit. I shall explain myself. Air and space are no objects of sight, but as soon as we can see with the least attention, we observe that the bulk of the things we see is lessened by degrees as they are further remote from us, and nothing but experience, gained from these observations, can teach us to make any tolerable guesses at the distance of things. If one born blind should remain so till 20, and then be suddenly blessed with sight, he would be strangely puzzled as to the difference of distances, and hardly able immediately, by his eyes alone, to determine which was nearest to him, a post almost within reach of his stick, or a steeple that should be half a mile off. Let us look as narrowly as we can upon a hole in the wall that has nothing but the open air behind it, and we shall not be able to see otherwise, but that the sky fills up the vacuity, and is as near to us as the back part of the stones that circumscribe the space where they are wanting. This circumstance, not to call it a defect in our sense of seeing, makes us liable to be imposed upon, and everything but motion may, by art, be represented to us on a flat, in the same manner as we see them in life and nature. If a man had never seen this art put into practice, a looking-glass might soon convince him that such a thing was possible, and I cannot help thinking but that the reflections from very smooth and well-polished bodies made upon our eyes must have given the first handle to the inventions of drawings and painting. In the works of nature, worth and excellency are as uncertain, and even in human creatures, what is beautiful in one country is not so in another. How whimsical is the florist in his choice! Sometimes the tulip, sometimes the auricula, and at other times the carnation shall engross his esteem, and every year a new flower, in his judgment, beats all the old ones, though it is much inferior to them in both color and shape. 300 years ago men were shaved as closely as they are now. Since that they have wore beards and cut them in vast variety of forms, that were all as becoming, when fashionable, as now they would be ridiculous. How mean and comically a man looks that is otherwise well dressed, in a narrow-brimmed hat, when everybody wears broad ones, and again how monstrous is a very great hat, when the other extreme has been in fashion for a considerable time. Experience has taught us that these modes seldom last above 10 or 12 years, and a man of 80 must have observed 5 or 6 revolutions of them at least. Yet the beginnings of these changes, though we have seen several, seem always uncouth, and are offensive afresh whenever they return. What mortal can decide which is the handsomest, abstract from the mode in being, to wear great buttons or small ones? The many ways of laying out a garden judiciously are almost innumerable, and what is called beautiful in them varies according to the different tastes of nations and ages. In grass plats, knots, and parterres, a great diversity of forms is generally agreeable, but a round may be as pleasing to the eye as a square. An oval cannot be more suitable to one place than it is possible for a triangle to be to another, and the preeminence an octagon has over an hexagon is no greater in figures than at hazard 8 has above 6 among the chances. Churches, ever since Christians have been able to build them, resemble the form of a cross, with the upper end pointing toward the east, and an architect, where there is room, and it can be conveniently done, who should neglect it, would be thought to have committed an unpardonable fault. But it would be foolish to expect this of a Turkish mosque or a pagan temple. Among the many beneficial laws that have been made these 100 years, it is not easy to name one of greater utility, and, at the same time, more exempt from all inconveniences than that which regulated the dresses of the dead. Those who are old enough to take notice of things when that act was made, and are yet alive, must remember the general clamor that was made against it. At first, nothing could be more shocking to thousands of people than that they were to be buried in woolen, and the only thing that made the law supportable was that there was room left for people of some fashion to indulge their weakness without extravagancy, considering the other expenses of funerals where mourning is given to several, and rings to a great many. The benefit that accrues to the nation from it is so visible that nothing ever could be said in any reason to condemn it, which, in few years, made the horror conceived against it lessen every day. I observed then that young people who had seen but few in their coffins did the soonest strike in with the innovation, but that those who, when the act was made, had buried many friends and relations, remained averse to it the longest, and I remember many that never could be reconciled to it to their dying day. By this time, burying in linen being almost forgot, it is the general opinion that nothing could be more decent than woolen, and the present manner of dressing a corpse, which shows that our liking or disliking of things chiefly depends on mode and custom, and the precept and example of our betters, and such whom one way or other we think to be superior to us. In morals there is no greater certainty. Plurality of wives is odious among Christians, and all the wit and learning of a great genius in defense of it has been rejected with contempt. But polygamy is not shocking to a Mahometan. What men have learned from their infancy enslaves them, and the force of custom warps nature, and at the same time imitates her in such a manner that it is often difficult to know which of the two we are influenced by. In the East, formerly sisters married brothers, and it was meritorious for a man to marry his mother. Such alliances are abominable, but it is certain that, whatever horror we conceive at the thoughts of them, there is nothing in nature repugnant against them, but what is built upon mode and custom. A religious Mahometan that has never tasted any spirituous liquor, and has often seen people drunk, may receive as great an aversion against wine, as another with us of the least morality and education may have against lying with his sister, and both imagine that their antipathy proceeds from nature. Which is the best religion is a question that has caused more mischief than all other questions together. Ask it at Peking, at Constantinople, and at Rome, and you will receive 3 distinct answers extremely different from one another, yet all of them equally positive and peremptory. Christians are well assured of the falsity of the pagan and Mahometan superstitions. As to this point, there is a perfect union and concord among them, but inquire of the several sects they are divided into, which is the true church of Christ, and all of them will tell you it is theirs, and to convince you, go together by the ears. It is manifest, then, that the hunting after this pulchrum et honestum is not much better than a wild goose chase that is but little to be depended on. But this is not the greatest fault I find with it. The imaginary notions that men may be virtuous without self-denial are a vast inlet to hypocrisy, which being once made habitual, we must not only deceive others, but likewise become altogether unknown to ourselves. And in an instance I am going to give, it will appear how, for want of duly examining himself, this might happen to a person of quality, of parts, and erudition, one every way resembling the author of the characteristics himself. A man that has been brought up in ease and affluence, if he is of a quiet, indolent nature, learns to shun everything that is troublesome, and chooses to curb his passions, more because of the inconveniences that arise from the eager pursuit after pleasure, and the yielding to all the demands of our inclinations, than any dislike he has to sensual enjoyments. And it is possible that a person educated under a great philosopher, who was a mild and good-natured as well as able tutor, may, in such happy circumstances, have a better opinion of his inward state than it really deserves, and believe himself virtuous, because his passions lie dormant. He may form fine notions of the social virtues and the contempt of death, write well of them in his closet, and talk eloquently of them in company, but you shall never catch him fighting for his country, or laboring to retrieve any national losses. A man that deals in metaphysics may easily throw himself into an enthusiasm, and really believe that he does not fear death while it remains out of sight. But should he be asked, why, after his having this intrepidity either from nature or acquired by philosophy, he did not follow arms when his country was involved in war, or when he saw the nation daily robbed by those at the helm, and the affairs of the exchequer perplexed, why he did not go to court, and make use of all his friends and interests to be a Lord Treasurer, that by his integrity and wise management he might restore the public credit. It is probable he would answer that he loved retirement, had no other ambition than to be a good man, and never aspired to have any share in the government, or that he hated all flattery and slavish attendance, the insincerity of courts and bustle of the world. I am willing to believe him, but may not a man of an indolent temper and unactive spirit say, and be sincere in all this, and at the same time indulge his appetites without being able to subdue them, though his duty summons him to it? Virtue consists in action, and whoever is possessed of this social love and kind affection to his species, and by his birth or quality can claim any post in the public management, ought not to sit still when he can be serviceable, but exert himself to the utmost for the good of his fellow subjects. Had this noble person been of a warlike genius or a boisterous temper, he would have chose another part in the drama of life, and preached a quite contrary doctrine. For we are ever pushing our reason which way soever we feel passion to draw it, and self-love pleads to all human creatures for their different views, still furnishing every individual with arguments to justify their inclinations. That boasted middle way, and the calm virtues recommended in the characteristics, are good for nothing but to breed drones, and might qualify a man for the stupid enjoyments of a monastic life, or at best a country justice of peace, but they would never fit him for labor and assiduity, or stir him up to great achievements and perilous undertakings. Man's natural love of ease and idleness, and proneness to indulge his sensual pleasures, are not to be cured by precept. His strong habits and inclinations can only be subdued by passions of greater violence. Preach and demonstrate to a coward the unreasonableness of his fears, and you will not make him valiant, more than you can make him taller by bidding him to be 10 foot high, whereas the secret to raise courage, as I have made it public on remark on line 321, is almost infallible. The fear of death is the strongest when we are in our greatest vigor, and our appetite is keen, when we are sharp-sighted, quick of hearing, and every part performs its office. The reason is plain, because then life is most delicious, and ourselves most capable of enjoying it. How comes it, then, that a man of honor should so easily accept of a challenge, though at 30 and in perfect health? It is his pride that conquers his fear. For, when his pride is not concerned, this fear will appear most glaringly. If he is not used to the sea, let him but be in a storm, or if he never was ill before, have but a sore throat or a slight fever, and he will show 1,000 anxieties, and in them the inestimable value he sets on life. Had man been naturally humble and proof against flattery, the politician could never have had his ends, or known what to have made of him. Without vices, the excellency of the species would have ever remained undiscovered, and every worthy that has made himself famous in the world is a strong evidence against this amiable system. If the courage of the great Macedonian came up to distraction when he fought alone against a whole garrison, his madness was not less when he fancied himself to be a god, or at least doubted whether he was or not. And as soon as we make this reflection, we discover both the passion and the extravagancy of it, that buoyed up his spirits in the most imminent dangers, and carried him through all the difficulties and fatigues he underwent. There never was in the world a brighter example of an able and complete magistrate than Cicero. When I think on his care and vigilance, the real hazards he slighted, and the pains he took for the safety of Rome, his wisdom and sagacity in detecting and disappointing the stratagems of the boldest and most subtle conspirators, and, at the same time, on his love to literature, arts, and sciences, his capacity in metaphysics, the justness of his reasonings, the force of his eloquence, the politeness of his style, and the genteel spirit that runs through his writings, when I think, I say, on all these things together, I am struck with amazement, and the least I can say of him is, that he was a prodigious man. But when I have set the many good qualities he had in the best light, it is as evident to me on the other side, that had his vanity been inferior to his greatest excellency, the good sense and knowledge of the world he was so eminently possessed of could never have let him be such a fulsome as well as noisy trumpeter as he was of his own praises, or suffered him rather than not proclaim his own merit, to make a verse that a schoolboy would have been laughed at for, O fortunatam, etc. How strict and severe was the morality of rigid Cato, how steadily and unaffected the virtue of that grand assertor of Roman liberty! But though the equivalent this Stoic enjoyed, for all the self-denial and austerity he practiced, remained long concealed, and his peculiar modesty hid from the world, and perhaps himself a vast while, the frailty of his heart, that forced him into heroism, yet it was brought to light in the last scene of his life, and by his suicide it plainly appeared that he was governed by a tyrannical power, superior to the love of his country, and that the implacable hatred and superlative envy he bore to the glory, the real greatness and personal merit of Caesar, had for a long time swayed all his actions under the most noble pretenses. Had not this violent motive overruled his consummate prudence, he might not only have saved himself, but likewise most of his friends that were ruined by the loss of him, and would in all probability, if he could have stooped to it, been the second man in Rome. But he knew the boundless mind and unlimited generosity of the victor. It was his clemency he feared, and therefore chose death, because it was less terrible to his pride than the thoughts of giving his mortal foe so tempting an opportunity of showing the magnanimity of his soul, as Caesar would have found in forgiving such an inveterate enemy as Cato, and offering him his friendship, and which, it is thought by the judicious, that penetrating as well as ambitious conqueror would not have slipped, if the other had dared to live. Another argument to prove the kind disposition and real affection we naturally have for our species is our love of company, and the aversion men that are in their senses generally have to solitude beyond other creatures. This bears a fine gloss in the characteristics, and is set off in very good language to the best advantage. The next day after I read it first, I heard abundance of people cry fresh herrings, which, with a reflection on the vast shoals of that and other fish that are caught together, made me very merry, though I was alone. But as I was entertaining myself with this contemplation, came an impertinent idle fellow, whom I had the misfortune to be known by, and asked me how I did, though I was, and dare say, looked as healthy and as well as ever I was or did in my life. What I answered him I forgot, but remember that I could not get rid of him in a good while, and felt all the uneasiness my friend Horace complains of from a persecution of the like nature. I would have no sagacious critic pronounce me a man-hater from this short story. Whoever does is very much mistaken. I am a great lover of company, and if the reader is not quite tired with mine before I show the weakness and ridicule of that piece of flattery made to our species, and which I was just now speaking of, I will give him a description of the man I would choose for conversation, with the promise that before he has finished, what at first he might only take for a digression foreign to my purpose, he shall find the use of it. By early and artful instruction, he should be thoroughly imbued with the notions of honor and shame, and have contracted an habitual aversion to everything that has the least tendency to impudence, rudeness, or inhumanity. He should be well versed in the Latin tongue, and not ignorant of the Greek, and moreover understand one or two of the modern languages besides his own. He should be acquainted with the fashions and customs of the ancients, but thoroughly skilled in the history of his own country, and the manners of the age he lives in. He should, besides literature, have studied some useful science or other, seen some foreign courts and universities, and made the true use of travelling. He should at times take delight in dancing, fencing, riding the great horse, and knowing something of hunting and other country sports, without being attached to any, and he should treat them all as either exercises for health or diversions that should never interfere with business, or the attaining to more valuable qualifications. He should have a smatch of geometry and astronomy, as well as anatomy, and the economy of human bodies. To understand music so as to perform is an accomplishment, but there is abundance to be said against it, and instead of it I would have him know so much of drawing as is required to take a landskip, or explain one's meaning of any form or model we would describe, but never to touch a pencil. He should be very early used to the company of modest women, and never be a fortnight without conversing with the ladies. Gross vices as irreligion, whoring, gaming, drinking, and quarreling I will not mention. Even the meanest education guards us against them. I would always recommend to him the practice of virtue, but I am for no voluntary ignorance, in a gentleman, of anything that is done in court or city. It is impossible a man should be perfect, and therefore there are faults I would connive at, if I could not prevent them, and if between the years of 19 and 23, youthful heat should sometimes get the better of his chastity, so it was done with caution. Should he on some extraordinary occasion, overcome by the pressing solicitations of jovial friends, drink more than was consistent with strict sobriety, so he did it very seldom, and found it not to interfere with his health or temper. Or if by the height of his mettle, and great provocation in a just cause, he had been drawn into a quarrel, which true wisdom and a less strict adherence to the rules of honor might have declined or prevented, so it never befell him above once. If I say he should have happened to be guilty of these things, and he would never speak, much less brag of them himself, they might be pardoned, or at least overlooked at the age I named, if he left off then and continued discreet for ever after. The very disasters of youth have sometimes frightened gentlemen into a more steady prudence, than in all probability they would ever have been masters of without them. To keep him from turpitude and things that are openly scandalous, there is nothing better than to procure him free access in 1 or 2 noble families, where his frequent attendance is counted a duty, and while by that means you preserve his pride, he is kept in a continual dread of shame. A man of a tolerable fortune, pretty near accomplished as I have required him to be, that still improves himself and sees the world till he is 30, cannot be disagreeable to converse with, at least while he continues in health and prosperity, and has nothing to spoil his temper. When such a one, either by chance or appointment, meets with 3 or 4 of our equals, and all agree to pass away a few hours together, the whole is what I call good company. There is nothing said in it that is not either instructive or diverting to a man of sense. It is possible they may not always be of the same opinion, but there can be no contest between any, but who shall yield first to the other he differs from. One only speaks at a time, and no louder than to be plainly understood by him who sits the farthest off. The greatest pleasure aimed at by every one of them is to have the satisfaction of pleasing others, which they all practically know may as effectually be done by hearkening with attention and an approving countenance as we said very good things ourselves. Most people of taste would like such a conversation, and justly prefer it to being alone when they knew not how to spend their time. But if they could employ themselves in something from which they expected either a more solid or a more lasting satisfaction, they would deny themselves this pleasure, and follow what was of greater consequence to them. But would not a man, though he had seen no mortal in a fortnight, remain alone as much longer, rather than get into company of noisy fellows that take delight in contradiction, and place a glory in picking a quarrel? Would not one that has books read forever, or set himself to write upon some subject or other, rather than be every night with party men who count the island to be good for nothing, while their adversaries are suffered to live upon it? Would not a man be by himself a month, and go to bed before 7 o'clock, rather than mix with fox-hunters, who having all day long tried in vain to break their necks, join at night in a second attempt upon their lives by drinking, and to express their mirth are louder and senseless sounds within doors than their barking and less troublesome companions are only without? I have no great value for a man who would not rather tire himself with walking, or if he was shut up, scatter pins about the room in order to pick them up again, than keep company for 6 hours with 60 common sailors the day their ship was paid off. I will grant, nevertheless, that the greatest part of mankind, rather than be alone any considerable time, would submit to the things I named. But I cannot see why this love of company, this strong desire after society, should be construed so much in our favor, and alleged as a mark of some intrinsic worth in man, not to be found in other animals. For to prove from it the goodness of our nature, and a generous love in man, extended beyond himself on the rest of his species, by virtue of which he was a sociable creature, this eagerness after company and aversion of being alone ought to have been most conspicuous and most violent in the best of their kind, the men of the greatest genius, parts, and accomplishments, and those who are the least subject to vice, the contrary of which is true. The weakest minds, who can the least govern their passions, guilty consciences that abhor reflection, and the worthless, who are incapable of producing anything of their own that is useful, are the greatest enemies to solitude, and will take up with any company rather than be without, whereas the men of sense and knowledge, that can think and contemplate on things, and such as are but little disturbed by their passions, can bear to be by themselves the longest without reluctancy, and, to avoid noise, folly, and impertinence, will run away from 20 companies, and rather than meet with anything disagreeable to their good taste, will prefer their closet or a garden, nay, a common or a desert, to the society of some men. But let us suppose the love of company is so inseparable from our species that no man could endure to be alone 1 moment. What conclusions could be drawn from this? Does not man love company, as he does everything else, for his own sake? No friendships or civilities are lasting that are not reciprocal. In all your weekly and daily meetings for diversion, as well as annual feasts, and the most solemn carousels, every member that assists at them has his own ends, and some frequent a club which they would never go to unless they were the top of it. I have known a man who was the oracle of the company be very constant, and as uneasy at anything that hindered him from coming at the hour, leave his society altogether, as soon as another was added that could match, and disputed superiority with him. There are people who are incapable of holding an argument, and yet malicious enough to take delight in hearing others wrangle, and though they never concern themselves in the controversy, would think a company insipid where they could not have that diversion. A good house, rich with furniture, a fine garden, horses, dogs, ancestors, relations, beauty, strength, excellency in anything whatever, vices as well as virtue, may all be accessory to make men long for society, in hopes that what they value themselves upon will at one time or other become the theme of the discourse, and give an inward satisfaction to them. Even the most polite people in the world, and such as I spoke of at first, give no pleasure to others that is not repaid of their self-love, and does not at last center in themselves, let them wind it and turn it as they will. But the plainest demonstration that in all clubs and societies of conversable people everybody has the greatest consideration for himself is, that the disinterested, who rather overpays than wrangles, the good-humored, that is never waspish nor soon offended, the easy and indolent, that hates disputes and never talks for triumph, is everywhere the darling of the company, whereas the man of sense and knowledge that will not be imposed upon or talked out of his reason, the man of genius and spirit that can say sharp and witty things, though he never lashes but what deserves it, the man of honor who neither gives nor takes an affront, may be esteemed, but is seldom so well beloved as a weaker man less accomplished. As in these instances, the friendly qualities arise from our contriving perpetually our own satisfaction, so, on other occasions, they proceed from the natural timidity of man, and the solicitous care he takes of himself. Two Londoners, whose businesses oblige them not to have any commerce together, may know, see, and pass by one another every day upon the exchange, with not much greater civility than bulls would. Let them meet at Bristol, they will pull off their hats, and on the least opportunity enter into conversation, and be glad of one another's company. When French, English, and Dutch meet in China, or any other pagan country, being all Europeans, they look upon one another as countrymen, and if no passion interferes, will feel a natural propensity to love one another. Nay, two men that are at enmity, if they are forced to travel together, will often lay by their animosities, be affable, and converse in a friendly manner, especially if the road be unsafe, and they are both strangers in the place they are to go to. These things by superficial judges are attributed to man's sociableness, his natural propensity to friendship and love of company, but whoever will duly examine things and look into man more narrowly will find that on all these occasions we only endeavor to strengthen our interest, and are moved by the causes already alleged. What I have endeavored hitherto has been to prove that the pulchrum et honestum, excellency and real worth of things, are most commonly precarious and alterable as modes and customs vary, that consequently the inferences drawn from their certainty are insignificant, and that the generous notions concerning the natural goodness of man are hurtful, as they tend to mislead, and are merely chimerical. The truth of this latter I have illustrated by the most obvious examples in history. I have spoke of our love of company and aversion to solitude, examined thoroughly the various motives of them, and made it appear that they all center in self-love. I intend now to investigate into the nature of society, and diving into the very rise of it, make it evident that not the good and amiable, but the bad and hateful qualities of man, his imperfections and the want of excellencies, which other creatures are endued with, are the first causes that made man sociable beyond other animals, the moment after he lost paradise, and that if he had remained in his primitive innocence, and continued to enjoy the blessings that attended it, there is no shadow of probability that he ever would have become that sociable creature he is now. How necessary our appetites and passions are for the welfare of all trades and handicrafts has been sufficiently proved throughout the book, and that they are our bad qualities, or at least produce them, nobody denies. It remains, then, that I should set forth the variety of obstacles that hinder and perplex man in the labor he is constantly employed in, the procuring of what he wants, and which, in other words, is called the business of self-preservation. while at the same time I demonstrate that the sociableness of man arises only from these two things, viz., the multiplicity of his desires and the continual opposition he meets with in his endeavors to gratify them. The obstacles I speak of relate either to our own frame or the globe we inhabit. I mean the condition of it, since it has been cursed. I have often endeavored to contemplate separately on the two things I named last, but could never keep them asunder. They always interfere and mix with one another, and at last make up together a frightful chaos of evil. All the elements are our enemies. Water drowns and fire consumes those who unskillfully approach them. The earth in 1,000 places produces plants and other vegetables that are hurtful to man, while she feeds and cherishes a variety of creatures that are noxious to him, and suffers a legion of poisons to dwell within her. But the most unkind of all the elements is that which we cannot live one moment without. It is impossible to repeat all the injuries we receive from the wind and weather, and though the greatest part of mankind have ever been employed in defending their species from the inclemency of the air, yet no art or labor have hitherto been able to find a security against the wild rage of some meteors. Hurricanes, it is true, happen but seldom, and few men are swallowed up by earthquakes or devoured by lions. But while we escape those gigantic mischiefs, we are persecuted by trifles. What a vast variety of insects are tormenting us! What multitudes of them insult and make game of us with impunity! The most despicable scruple not to trample and graze upon us as cattle do upon a field, which yet is often borne with, if moderately they use their fortune. But here again our clemency becomes a vice, and so encroaching are their cruelty and contempt of us on our pity, that they make laystalls of our hands, and devour our young ones if we are not daily vigilant in pursuing and destroying them. There is nothing good in all the universe to the best designing man, if either through mistake or ignorance he commits the least failing in the use of it. There is no innocence or integrity that can protect a man from 1,000 mischiefs that surround him. On the contrary, everything is evil, which art and experience have not taught us to turn into a blessing. Therefore how diligent in harvest time is the husbandman in getting in his crop and sheltering it from rain, without which he could never have enjoyed it. As seasons differ with the climates, experience has taught us differently to make use of them. And in one part of the globe we may see the farmer sow while he is reaping in the other, from all which we may learn how vastly this earth must have been altered since the fall of our first parents. For should we trace man from his beautiful, his divine original, not proud of wisdom acquired by haughty precept or tedious experience, but endued with consummate knowledge the moment he was formed, I mean the state of innocence, in which no animal nor vegetable upon earth, nor mineral underground was noxious to him, and himself secured from the injuries of the air as well as all other harms, was contented with the necessities of life, which the globe he inhabited furnished him with, without his assistance. When yet not conscious of guilt, he found himself in every place to be the well-obeyed, unrivaled lord of all, and unaffected with his greatness, was wholly wrapped up in sublime meditations on the infinity of his Creator, who daily did vouchsafe intelligibly to speak to him and visit without mischief. In such a golden age, no reason or probability can be alleged why mankind ever should have raised themselves into such large societies as there have been in the world, as long as we can give any tolerable account of it. Where a man has everything he desires, and nothing to vex or disturb him, there is nothing can be added to his happiness, and it is impossible to name a trade, art, science, dignity, or employment that would not be superfluous in such a blessed state. If we pursue this thought, we shall easily perceive that no societies could have sprung from the amiable virtues and loving qualities of man, but, on the contrary, that all of them must have had the origin from his wants, his imperfections, and the variety of his appetites. We shall find likewise that the more their pride and vanity are displayed, and all their desires enlarged, the more capable they must be of being raised into large and vastly numerous societies. Was the air always as inoffensive to our naked bodies, and as pleasant as to our thinking it is to the generality of birds in fair weather? And man had not been affected with pride, luxury, and hypocrisy, as well as lust, I cannot see what could have put us upon the invention of clothes and houses. I shall say nothing of jewels, of plate, painting, sculpture, fine furniture, and all that rigid moralists have called unnecessary and superfluous. But if we were not soon tired with walking afoot, and were as nimble as some other animals, if men were naturally laborious, and none unreasonable in seeking and indulging their ease, and likewise free from other vices, and the ground was everywhere even, solid, and clean, who would have thought of coaches or ventured on a horse's back? What occasion has the dolphin for a ship? Or what carriage would an eagle ask to travel in? I hope the reader knows that by society I understand a body politic in which man either subdued by superior force, or by persuasion drawn from his savage state, is become a disciplined creature, that can find his own ends in laboring for others, and where under one head or other form of government, each member is rendered subservient to the whole, and all of them by cunning management are made to act as one. For if by society we only mean a number of people, that without rule or government should keep together, out of a natural affection to their species, or love of company, as a herd of cows or a flock of sheep, then there is not in the world a more unfit creature for society than man. 100 of them that should all be equals, under no subjection, or fear of any superior upon earth, could never live together awake 2 hours without quarreling, and the more knowledge, strength, wit, courage, and resolution there was among them, the worse it would be. It is probable that in the wild state of nature, parents would keep a superiority over their children, at least while they were in strength, and that even afterwards the remembrance of what the others had experienced might produce in them something between love and fear, which we call reverence. It is probable likewise that the second generation following the example of the first, a man with a little cunning would always be able, as long as he lived and had his senses, to maintain a superior sway over all his own offspring and descendants, how numerous soever they might grow. But the stock once dead, the sons would quarrel, and there could be no peace long before there had been war. Eldership in brothers is of no great force, and the preeminence that is given to it is only invented as a shift to live in peace. Man, as he is a fearful animal, naturally not rapacious, loves peace and quiet, and he would never fight if nobody offended him, and he could have what he fights for without it. To this fearful disposition, and the aversion he has to his being disturbed, are owing all the various projects and forms of government. Monarchy, without doubt, was the first. Aristocracy and democracy are 2 different methods of mending the inconveniencies of the first, and a mixture of these 3, an improvement on all the rest. But be we savages or politicians, it is impossible that man, mere fallen man, should act with any other view but to please himself while he has the use of his organs, and the greatest extravagancy either of love or despair can have no other center. There is no difference between will and pleasure in one sense, and every motion made in spite of them must be unnatural and convulsive. Since, then, action is so confined, and we are always forced to do what we please, and at the same time our thoughts are free and uncontrolled, it is impossible we could be sociable creatures without hypocrisy. The proof of this is plain, since we cannot prevent the ideas that are continually arising within us. All civil commerce would be lost if, by art and prudent dissimulation, we had not learned to hide and stifle them, and if all we think was to be laid open to others in the same manner as it is to ourselves, it is impossible that, endued with speech, we could be sufferable to one another. I am persuaded that every reader feels the truth of what I say, and I tell my antagonist that his conscience flies in his face, while his tongue is preparing to refute me. In all civil societies men are taught insensibly to be hypocrites from their cradle. Nobody dares to own that he gets by public calamities, or even by the loss of private persons. The sexton would be stoned should he wish openly for the death of the parishioners, though everybody knew that he had nothing else to live upon. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To me it is a great pleasure, when I look on the affairs of human life, to behold into what various and often strangely opposite forms the hope of gain and thoughts of lucre shape men, according to the different employments they are of and stations they are in. How gay and merry does every face appear at a well-ordered ball, and what a solemn sadness is observed at the masquerade of a funeral! But the undertaker is as much pleased with his gains as the dancing master. Both are equally tired in their occupations, and the mirth of the one is as much forced as the gravity of the other is affected. Those who have never minded the conversation of a spruce mercer and a young lady his customer that comes into his shop have neglected a scene of life that is very entertaining. I beg of my serious reader that he would, for a while, abate a little of his gravity, and suffer me to examine these people separately as to their inside and the different motives they act from. His business is to sell as much silk as he can at a price by which he shall get what he proposes to be reasonable, according to the customary profits of the trade. As to the lady, what she would be at is to please her fancy, and buy cheaper by a groat or 6 pence per yard than the things she wants are commonly sold at. From the impression the gallantry of our sex has made upon her, she imagines, if she be not very deformed, that she has a fine mien and easy behavior, and a peculiar sweetness of voice, that she is handsome, and if not beautiful, at least more agreeable than most young women she knows. As she has no pretensions to purchase the same things with less money than other people, but what are built on her good qualities, so she sets herself off to the best advantage her wit and discretion will let her. The thoughts of love are here out of the case. So on the one hand, she has no room for playing the tyrant, and giving herself angry and peevish airs, and on the other, more liberty of speaking kindly, and being affable than she can have almost on any other occasion. She knows that abundance of well-bred people come to his shop, and endeavors to render herself as amiable as virtue and the rules of decency allow of. Coming with such a resolution of behavior, she cannot meet with anything to ruffle her temper. Before her coach is yet quite stopped, she is approached by a gentleman-like man that has everything clean and fashionable about him, who in low obeisance pays her homage, and as soon as her pleasure is known that she has a mind to come in, hands her into the shop, where immediately he slips from her, and through a byway that remains visible only for half a moment, with great address entrenches himself behind the counter, here facing her, with a profound reverence and modish phrase, he begs the favor of knowing her commands. Let her say and dislike what she pleases, she can never be directly contradicted. She deals with a man in whom consummate patience is one of the mysteries of his trade, and whatever trouble she creates, she is sure to hear nothing but the most obliging language, and has always before her a cheerful countenance, where joy and respect seem to be blended with good humor, and altogether make up an artificial serenity more engaging than untaught nature is able to produce. When two persons are so well met, the conversation must be very agreeable, as well as extremely mannerly, though they talk about trifles. While she remains irresolute what to take, he seems to be the same in advising her, and is very cautious how to direct her choice. But when once she has made it and is fixed, he immediately becomes positive that it is the best of the sort, extols her fancy, and the more he looks upon it, the more he wonders he should not before have discovered the preeminence of it over anything he has in the shop. By precept, example, and great application, he has learned unobserved to slide into the inmost recesses of the soul, sound the capacity of his customers, and find out their blind side unknown to them, by all which he is instructed in 50 other stratagems to make her overvalue her own judgment as well as the commodities she would purchase. The greatest advantage he has over her lies in the most material part of the commerce between them, the debate about the price, which he knows to a farthing, and she is wholly ignorant of. Therefore he nowhere more egregiously imposes on her understanding, and though here he has the liberty of telling what lies he pleases as to the prime cost and the money he has refused, yet he trusts not to them only, but, attacking her vanity, makes her believe the most incredible things in the world concerning his own weakness and her superior abilities. He had taken a resolution, he says, never to part with that piece under such a price, but she has the power of talking him out of his goods beyond anybody he ever sold to. He protests that he loses by his silk, but seeing that she has a fancy for it, and is resolved to give no more, rather than disoblige a lady he has such an uncommon value for, he will let her have it, and only begs that another time she will not stand so hard with him. In the meantime the buyer, who knows that she is no fool, and has a voluble tongue, is easily persuaded that she has a very winning way of talking, and thinking it sufficient, for the sake of good breeding, to disown her merit, and in some witty repartee retort the compliment, he makes her swallow very contentedly the substance of everything he tells her. The upshot is, that, with the satisfaction of having saved 9 pence per yard, she has bought her silk exactly at the same price as anybody else might have done, and often gives 6 pence more than, rather than not have sold it, he would have taken. It is possible that this lady, for want of being sufficiently flattered for a fault she is pleased to find in his behavior, or perhaps the tying of his neckcloth, or some other dislike as substantial, may be lost, and her custom bestowed on some other of the fraternity. But where many of them live in a cluster, it is not always easily determined which shop to go to, and the reasons some of the fair sex have for their choice are often very whimsical, and kept as great a secret. We never follow our inclinations with more freedom than where they cannot be traced, and it is unreasonable for others to suspect them. A virtuous woman has preferred one house to all the rest, because she had seen a handsome fellow in it, and another of no bad character, for having received greater civility before it, than had been paid her anywhere else, when she had no thoughts of buying, and was going to Paul's church. For among the fashionable mercers, the fair dealer must keep before his own door, and to draw in random customers, make use of no other freedom or importunities than an obsequious air, with a submissive posture, and perhaps a bow to every well-dressed female that offers to look towards his shop. What I have said last makes me think on another way of inviting customers, the most distant in the world from what I have been speaking of. I mean that which is practiced by the watermen, especially on those whom, by their mien and garb, they know to be peasants. It is not unpleasant to see 6 people surround a man they never saw in their lives before, and 2 of them that can get the nearest, clapping each arm over his neck, hug him in as loving and familiar a manner as if he was their brother newly come home from an East India voyage. A third lays hold of his hand, another of his sleeve, his coat, the buttons of it, or anything he can come at, while a 5th or 6th, who has scampered twice round him already, without being able to get at him, plants himself directly before the man in hold, and within 3 inches of his nose, contradicting his rivals with an open-mouthed cry, shows him a dreadful set of large teeth, and a small remainder of chewed bread and cheese, which the countryman's arrival had hindered from being swallowed. At all this no offence is taken, and the peasant justly thinks they are making much of him. Therefore, far from opposing them, he patiently suffers himself to be pushed or pulled which way the strength that surrounds him shall direct. He has not the delicacy to find fault with a man's breath, who has just blown out his pipe, or a greasy head of hair that is rubbing against his chops. Dirt and sweat he has been used to from his cradle, and it is no disturbance to him to hear 60 people, some of them at his ear, and the furthest not 5 foot from him, bawl out as if he was 100 yards off. He is conscious that he makes no less noise when he is merry himself, and is secretly pleased with their boisterous usages. The hauling and pulling him about he construes the way it is intended. It is a courtship he can feel and understand. He cannot help wishing them well for the esteem they seem to have for him. He loves to be taken notice of, and admires the Londoners for being so pressing in the offers of their service to him, for the value of 3 pence or less, whereas in the country at the shop he uses, he can have nothing but he must first tell them what he wants, and, though he lays out 3 or 4 shillings at a time, has hardly a word spoke to him unless it be an answer to a question himself is forced to ask first. This alacrity in his behalf moves his gratitude, and, unwilling to disoblige any, from his heart he knows not whom to choose. I have seen a man think all this, or something like it, as plainly as I could see the nose in his face, and, at the same time, move along very contentedly under a load of watermen, and with a smiling countenance carry 7 or 8 stone more than his own weight to the waterside. If the little mirth I have shown in the drawing of these 2 images from low life misbecomes me, I am sorry for it, but I promise not to be guilty of that fault any more, and will now, without loss of time, proceed with my argument in artless dull simplicity, and demonstrate the gross error of those who imagine that the social virtues and the amiable qualities that are praiseworthy in us are equally beneficial to the public as they are to the individual persons that are possessed of them, and that the means of thriving, and whatever conduces to the welfare and real happiness of private families, must have the same effect upon the whole society. This, I confess, I have labored for all along, and I flatter myself not unsuccessfully. But I hope nobody will like a problem the worse for seeing the truth of it proved more ways than one. It is certain that the fewer desires a man has, and the less he covets, the more easy he is to himself. The more active he is to supply his own wants, and the less he requires to be waited upon, the more he will be beloved, and the less trouble he is in a family, the more he loves peace and concord, the more charity he has for his neighbor, and the more he shines in real virtue. There is no doubt but that in proportion he is acceptable to God and man. But let us be just. What benefit can these things be of, or what earthly good can they do, to promote the wealth, the glory, and worldly greatness of nations? It is the sensual courtier that sets no limit to his luxury, the fickle strumpet that invents new fashions every week, the haughty duchess that in equipage, entertainments, and all her behavior would imitate a princess, the profuse rake and lavish heir that scatter about their money without wit or judgment, buy everything they see, and either destroy or give it away the next day, the covetous and perjured villain that squeezed an immense treasure from the tears of widows and orphans, and left the prodigals the money to spend. It is these that are the prey and proper food of a full-grown Leviathan. Or, in other words, such is the calamitous condition of human affairs that we stand in need of the plagues and monsters I named, to have all the variety of labor performed, which the skill of men is capable of inventing in order to procure an honest livelihood to the vast multitudes of working poor that are required to make a large society. And it is folly to imagine that great and wealthy nations can subsist, and be at once powerful and polite without. I protest against popery as much as Luther and Calvin did, or Queen Elizabeth herself, but I believe from my heart that the Reformation has scarce been more instrumental in rendering the kingdoms and states that have embraced it flourishing beyond other nations than the silly and capricious invention of hooped and quilted petticoats. But if this should be denied me by the enemies of priestly power, at least I am sure that, bar the great men who have fought for and against that layman's blessing, it has, from its beginning to this day, not employed so many hands, honest, industrious, laboring hands, as the abominable improvement on female luxury, I named, has done in few years. Religion is one thing, and trade is another. He that gives most trouble to thousands of his neighbors, and invents the most operose manufactures, is, right or wrong, the greatest friend to the society. What a bustle is there to be made in several parts of the world before a fine scarlet or crimson cloth can be produced! What multiplicity of trades and artificers must be employed! Not only such as are obvious, as wool-combers, spinners, the weaver, the cloth-worker, the scourer, the dyer, the setter, the drawer, and the packer, but others that are more remote and might seem foreign to it, as the millwright, the pewterer, and the chemist, which yet are all necessary, as well as a great number of other handicrafts, to have the tools, utensils, and other implements belonging to the trades already named. But all these things are done at home, and may be performed without extraordinary fatigue or danger. The most frightful prospect is left behind, when we reflect on the toil and hazard that are to be undergone abroad, the vast seas we are to go over, the different climates we are to endure, and the several nations we must be obliged to for their assistance. Spain alone, it is true, might furnish us with wool to make the finest cloth. But what skill and pains, what experience and ingenuity are required to dye it of those beautiful colors? How widely are the drugs and other ingredients dispersed through the universe that are to meet in one kettle? Alum, indeed, we have of our own. Argol we might have from the Rhine, and vitriol from Hungary. All this is in Europe, but then for saltpeter in quantity we are forced to go as far as the East Indies. Cochineal, unknown to the ancients, is not much nearer to us, though in a quite different part of the earth. We buy it, it is true, from the Spaniards, but not being their product, they are forced to fetch it for us from the remotest corner of the New World in the East Indies. While so many sailors are broiling in the sun and sweltered with heat in the east and west of us, another set of them are freezing in the north to fetch potashes from Russia. When we are thoroughly acquainted with all the variety of toil and labor, the hardships and calamities that must be undergone to compass the end I speak of, and we consider the vast risks and perils that are run in those voyages, and that few of them are ever made but at the expense not only of the health and welfare, but even the lives of many. When we are acquainted with, I say, and duly consider the things I named, it is scarce possible to conceive a tyrant so inhuman and void of shame that, beholding things in the same view, he should exact such terrible services from his innocent slaves, and at the same time dare to own that he did it for no other reason than the satisfaction a man receives from having a garment made of scarlet or crimson cloth. But to what height of luxury must a nation be arrived, where not only the king's officers, but likewise the guards, even the private soldiers, should have such impudent desires? But if we turn the prospect, and look on all those labors as so many voluntary actions, belonging to different callings and occupations, that men are brought up to for a livelihood, and in which every one works for himself, how much soever he may seem to labor for others, if we consider that even the sailors who undergo the greatest hardships, as soon as one voyage is ended, even after shipwreck, are looking out and soliciting for employment in another, if we consider, I say, and look on these things in another view, we shall find that the labor of the poor is so far from being a burden and an imposition upon them, that to have employment is a blessing, which, in their address to heaven, they pray for, and to procure it for the generality of them is the greatest care of every legislature. As children and even infants are the apes of others, so all youth have an ardent desire of being men and women, and become often ridiculous by their impatient endeavors to appear what everybody sees they are not. All large societies are not a little indebted to this folly for the perpetuity, or at least long continuance, of trades once established. What pains will young people take, and what violence will they not commit upon themselves, to attain to insignificant and often blamable qualifications, which, for want of judgment and experience, they admire in others, that are superior to them in age. This fondness of imitation makes them accustom themselves, by degrees, to the use of things that were irksome, if not intolerable to them at first, till they know not how to leave them, and are often very sorry for having inconsiderately increased the necessaries of life without any necessity. What estates have been got by tea and coffee! What a vast traffic is drove! What a variety of labor is performed in the world to the maintenance of thousands of families that altogether depend on two silly, if not odious, customs, the taking of snuff and smoking of tobacco, both which, it is certain, do infinitely more hurt than good to those that are addicted to them. I shall go further and demonstrate the usefulness of private losses and misfortunes to the public, and the folly of our wishes when we pretend to be most wise and serious. The fire of London was a great calamity, but if the carpenters, bricklayers, smiths, and all not only that are employed in building, but likewise those that made and dealt in the same manufactures, and other merchandises that were burnt, and other trades again that got by them when they were in full employ, were to vote against those who lost by the fire, the rejoicings would equal, if not exceed, the complaints. In recruiting what is lost and destroyed by fire, storms, sea fights, sieges, battles, a considerable part of trade consists. The truth of which, and whatever I have said of the nature of society, will plainly appear from what follows. It would be a difficult task to enumerate all the advantages and different benefits that accrue to a nation on account of shipping and navigation, but if we only take into consideration the ships themselves, and every vessel great and small that is made use of for water carriage, from the least wherry to a first-rate man of war, the timber and hands that are employed in the building of them, and consider the pitch, tar, rosin, grease, the masts, yards, sails, and riggings, the variety of smith's work, the cables, oars, and everything else belonging to them, we shall find that to furnish only such a nation as ours with all the necessaries, make up a considerable part of the traffic of Europe, without speaking of the stores and ammunition of all sorts that are consumed in them, or the mariners, watermen, and others with their families that are maintained by them. But should we, on the other hand, take a view of the manifold mischiefs and variety of evils, moral as well as natural, that befall nations on the score of seafaring, and their commerce with strangers, the prospect would be very frightful, and we could suppose a large populous island that should be wholly unacquainted with ships and sea affairs, but otherwise a wise and well-governed people, and that some angel or their genius should lay before them a scheme or draught, where they might see on the one side all the riches and real advantages that would be acquired by navigation in 1,000 years, and on the other the wealth and lives that would be lost, and all the other calamities that would be unavoidably sustained on account of it during the same time, I am confident they would look upon ships with horror and detestation, and that their prudent rulers would severely forbid the making and inventing all buildings or machines to go to sea with, of what shape or denomination soever, and prohibit all such abominable contrivances on great penalties, if not the pain of death. But to let alone the necessary consequence of foreign trade, the corruption of manners, as well as plagues, poxes, and other diseases that are brought to us by shipping, should we only cast our eyes on what is either to be imputed to the wind and weather, the treachery of the seas, the ice of the north, the vermin of the south, the darkness of nights, and unwholesomeness of climates, or else occasioned by the want of good provisions, and the faults of mariners, and unskilfulness of some, and the neglect and drunkenness of others, and should we consider the losses of men and treasure swallowed up in the deep, the tears and necessities of widows and orphans made by the sea, the ruin of merchants and the consequences, the continual anxieties that parents and wives are in for the safety of their children and husbands, and not forget the many pangs and heartaches that are felt throughout a trading nation by owners and insurers at every blast of wind. Should we cast our eyes, I say, on these things, consider with due attention and give them the weight they deserve, would it not be amazing how a nation of thinking people should talk of their ships and navigation as a peculiar blessing to them, and placing an uncommon felicity in having an infinity of vessels dispersed through the wide world, and always some going to and others coming from every part of the universe? But let us once, in our consideration on these things, confine ourselves to what the ships suffer only, the vessels themselves, with their rigging and appurtenances, without thinking on the freight they carry, or the hands that work them, and we shall find that the damage sustained that way only is very considerable, and must one year with another amount to vast sums. The ships that are foundered at sea, split against rocks and swallowed up by sands, some by the fierceness of tempests altogether, others by that and the want of pilots, experience, and knowledge of the coasts, the masts that are blown down or forced to be cut and thrown overboard, the yards, sails, and cordage of different sizes that are destroyed in storms, and the anchors that are lost. Add to these the necessary repairs of leaks sprung, and other hurts received from the rage of winds and the violence of the waves. Many ships are set on fire by carelessness and the effects of strong liquors, which none are more addicted to than sailors. Sometimes unhealthy climates, at others the badness of provision breed fatal distempers that sweep away the greatest part of the crew, and not a few ships are lost for want of hands. These are all calamities inseparable from navigation, and seem to be great impediments that clog the wheels of foreign commerce. How happy would a merchant think himself if his ships should always have fine weather, and the wind he wished for, and every mariner he employed, from the highest to the lowest, be a knowing, experienced sailor, and a careful, sober, good man. Was such a felicity to be had for prayers, what owner of ships is there, or dealer in Europe, nay, the whole world, who would not be all day long teasing heaven to obtain such a blessing for himself, without regard to what detriment it would do to others? Such a petition would certainly be a very unconscionable one, yet where is the man who imagines not that he has a right to make it? And therefore, as everyone pretends to an equal claim to those favors, let us, without reflecting on the impossibility of its being true, suppose all their prayers effectual and their wishes answered, and afterwards examine into the result of such a happiness. Ships would last as long as timber houses to the full, because they are as strongly built, and the latter are liable to suffer by high winds and other storms, which the first, by our supposition, are not to be. So that, before there would be any real occasion for new ships, the master builders now in being, and everybody under them, that is set to work about them, would all die a natural death, if they were not starved or come to some untimely end. For, in the first place, all ships having prosperous gales, and never waiting for the wind, they would make very quick voyages both out and home. Secondly, no merchandises would be damaged by the sea, or by stress of weather thrown overboard, but the entire landing would always come safe ashore, and hence it would follow that 3 parts in 4 of the merchantmen already made would be superfluous for the present, and the stock of ships that are now in the world serve a vast many years. Masts and yards would last as long as the vessels themselves, and we should not need to trouble Norway on that score a great while yet. The sails and rigging, indeed, of the few ships made use of would wear out, but not a quarter part so fast as now they do, for they often suffer more in 1 hour's storm than in 10 days' fair weather. Anchors and cables there would be seldom any occasion for, and one of each would last a ship time out of mind. This article alone would yield many a tedious holiday to the anchor-smiths and the rope-yards. This general want of consumption would have such an influence on the timber merchants, and all that import iron, sailcloth, hemp, pitch, tar, etc., that 4 parts in 5 of what, in the beginning of this reflection on sea affairs, I said, made a considerable branch of the traffic of Europe, would be entirely lost. I have only touched hitherto on the consequences of this blessing in relation to shipping, but it would be detrimental to all other branches of trade besides, and destructive to the poor of every country that exports anything of their own growth or manufacture. The goods and merchandises that every year go to the deep, that are spoiled at sea by salt water, by heat, by vermin, destroyed by fire, or lost to the merchant by other accidents, all owing to storms or tedious voyages, or else the neglect or rapacity of sailors. Such goods, I say, and merchandise are a considerable part of what every year is sent abroad throughout the world, and must have employed great multitudes of poor before they could come on board. 100 bales of cloth that are burnt or sunk in the Mediterranean are as beneficial to the poor in England as if they had safely arrived at Smyrna or Aleppo, and every yard of them had been retailed on the Grand Signior's dominions. The merchant may break, and by him the clothier, the dyer, the packer, and other tradesmen, the middling people, may suffer. But the poor that were set to work about them can never lose. Day laborers commonly receive their earnings once a week, and all the working people that were employed, either in any of the various branches of manufacture itself, or the several land and water carriages it requires to be brought to perfection, from the sheep's back to the vessel it was entered in, were paid, at least much the greatest part of them, before the parcel came on board. Should any of my readers draw conclusions in infinitum, From my assertions that goods sunk or burnt are as beneficial to the poor as if they had been well sold and put to their proper uses, I would count him a caviller and not worth answering. Should it always rain and the sun never shine, the fruits of the earth would soon be rotten and destroyed. And yet it is no paradox to affirm that, to have grass or corn, rain is as necessary as the sunshine. In what manner this blessing of fair winds and fine weather would affect the mariners themselves, and the breed of sailors, may be easily conjectured from what has been said already. As there would hardly one ship in 4 be made use of, so the vessels themselves being always exempt from storms, fewer hands would be required to work them, and consequently 5 and 6 of the seamen we have might be spared, which in this nation, most employments of the poor being overstocked, would be but an untoward article. As soon as those superfluous seamen should be extinct, it would be impossible to man such large fleets as we could at present, but I do not look upon this as a detriment, or the least inconveniency, for the reduction of mariners, as to numbers being general throughout the world, all the consequence would be, that in case of war, the maritime powers would be obliged to fight with fewer ships, which would be an happiness instead of an evil. And would you carry this felicity to the highest pitch of perfection, it is but to add one desirable blessing more, and no nation shall ever fight at all. The blessing I hint at is, what all good Christians are bound to pray for, viz., that all princes and states would be true to their oaths and promises, and just to one another, as well as their own subjects, that they might have a greater regard for the dictates of conscience and religion than those of state politics and worldly wisdom, and prefer the spiritual welfare of others to their own carnal desires, and the honesty, the safety, the peace and tranquillity of the nations they govern to their own love of glory, spirit of revenge, avarice, and ambition. The last paragraph will to many seem a digression that makes little for my purpose, but what I mean by it is to demonstrate that goodness, integrity, and a peaceful disposition in rulers and governors of nations are not the proper qualifications to aggrandize them and increase their numbers, any more than the uninterrupted series of success that every private person would be blessed with, if he could, and which I have shown would be injurious and destructive to a large society that should place a felicity in worldly greatness, and being envied by their neighbors, and value themselves upon their honor and their strength. No man needs to guard himself against blessings, but calamities require hands to avert them. The amiable qualities of man put none of the species upon stirring. His honesty, his love of company, his goodness, content, and frugality are so many comforts to an indolent society, and the more real and unaffected they are, the more they keep everything at rest and peace, and the more they will everywhere prevent trouble and motion itself. The same almost may be said of the gifts and munificence of heaven, and all the bounties and benefits of this nature. This is certain, that the more extensive they are, and the greater plenty we have of them, the more we save our labor. But the necessities, the vices, and imperfections of man, together with the various inclemencies of the air and other elements, contain in them the seeds of all arts, industry, and labors. It is the extremities of heat and cold, the inconstancy and badness of seasons, the violence and uncertainty of winds, the vast power and treachery of war, the rage and untractableness of fire, and the stubbornness and sterility of the earth, that rack our invention. How we shall either avoid the mischiefs they may produce, or correct the malignity of them, and turn their several forces to our own advantage 1,000 different ways, while we are employed in supplying the infinite variety of our wants, which will ever be multiplied as our knowledge is enlarged and our desires increase. Hunger, thirst, and nakedness are the first tyrants that force us to stir. Afterwards, our pride, sloth, sensuality, and fickleness are the great patrons that promote all arts and sciences, trades, handicrafts, and callings, while the great taskmasters, necessity, avarice, envy, and ambition, each in the class that belongs to him, keep the members of the society to their labor, and make them all submit, most of them cheerfully, to the drudgery of their station, kings and princes not excepted. The greater the variety of trades and manufactures, the more operose they are, and the more they are divided in many branches, the greater numbers may be contained in a society without being in one another's way, and the more easily they may be rendered a rich, potent, and flourishing people. Few virtues employ any hands, and therefore they may render a small nation good, but they can never make a great one. To be strong and laborious, patient in difficulties, and assiduous in all business are commendable qualities, but as they do their own work, so they are their own reward, and neither art nor industry have ever paid their compliments to them, whereas the excellency of human thought and contrivance has been, and is yet nowhere more conspicuous than in the variety of tools and instruments of workmen and artificers, and the multiplicity of engines that were all invented either to assist the weakness of man, to correct his many imperfections, to gratify his laziness, or obviate his impatience. It is in morality as it is in nature. There is nothing so perfectly good in creatures that it cannot be hurtful to any one of the society, nor anything so entirely evil but it may prove beneficial to some part or other of the creation, so that things are only good and evil in reference to something else, and according to the light and position they are placed in. What pleases us is good in that regard, and by this rule every man wishes well for himself to the best of his capacity, with little respect to his neighbor. There never was any rain yet, though in a very dry season, when public prayers had been made for it, but somebody or other, who wanted to go abroad, wished it might be fair weather only for that day. When the corn stands thick in the spring, and the generality of the country rejoice at the pleasing object, the rich farmer who kept his last year's crop for a better market pines at the sight, and inwardly grieves at the prospect of a plentiful harvest. Nay, we shall often hear your idle people openly wish for the possessions of others, and not to be injurious, forsooth, add this wise proviso, that it should be without detriment to the owners. But I am afraid they often do it without any such restriction in their hearts. It is a happiness that the prayers as well as wishes of most people are insignificant and good for nothing, or else the only thing that could keep mankind fit for society and the world from falling into confusion would be the impossibility that all the petitions made to heaven should be granted. A dutiful pretty young gentleman newly come from his travels lies at Breel waiting with impatience for an easterly wind to waft him over to England, where a dying father, who wants to embrace and give him his blessing before he yields his breath, lies honing after him, melted with grief and tenderness. In the meanwhile, a British minister, who is to take care of the Protestant interest in Germany, is riding post to Harwich, and in violent haste to be at Ratisbone before the Diet breaks up. At the same time a rich fleet lies ready for the Mediterranean, and a fine squadron is bound for the Baltic. All these things may probably happen at once. At least there is no difficulty in supposing they should. If these people are not atheists, or very great reprobates, they will all have some good thoughts before they go to sleep, and consequently about bedtime they must all differently pray for a fair wind and a prosperous voyage. I do not say but it is their duty, and it is possible they may be all heard, but I am sure they cannot be all served at the same time. After this, I flatter myself to have demonstrated that neither the friendly qualities and kind affections that are natural to man, nor the real virtues he is capable of acquiring by reason and self-denial, are the foundation of society, but that what we call evil in this world, moral as well as natural, is the grand principle that makes us sociable creatures, the solid basis, the life and support of all trades and employments without exception, that there we must look for the true origin of all arts and sciences, and that the moment evil ceases, the society must be spoiled, if not totally dissolved. I could add 1,000 things to enforce and further illustrate this truth with abundance of pleasure, but for fear of being troublesome I shall make an end, though I confess that I have not been half so solicitous to gain the approbation of others as I have studied to please myself in this amusement. Yet if I ever hear that by following this diversion I have given any to the intelligent reader, it will always add to the satisfaction I have received in the performance. In the hope my vanity forms of this, I leave him with regret, and conclude with repeating the seeming paradox, the substance of which is advanced in the title page, that private vices, by the dexterous management of a skillful politician, may be turned into public benefits. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A vindication of the book, from the aspersions contained in a presentment of the grand jury of Middlesex, and an abusive letter to Lord C. That the reader may be fully instructed in the merits of the cause between my adversaries and myself, it is requisite that, before he sees my defense, he should know the whole charge, and have before him all the accusations against me at large. The presentment of the grand jury is worded thus: We, the grand jury for the county of Middlesex, have, with the greatest sorrow and concern, observed the many books and pamphlets that are almost every week published against the sacred articles of our holy religion, and all discipline and order in the church, and the manner in which this is carried on seems to us to have a direct tendency to propagate infidelity and consequently corruption of all morals. We are justly sensible of the goodness of the Almighty that has preserved us from the plague which has visited our neighboring nation, and for which great mercy His Majesty was graciously pleased to command, by his proclamation, that thanks should be returned to heaven. But how provoking must it be to the Almighty that His mercies and deliverances extended to this nation, and our thanksgiving that was publicly commanded for it should be attended with such flagrant impieties. We know of nothing that can be of greater service to His Majesty and the Protestant succession, which is happily established among us for the defense of the Christian religion, than the suppression of blasphemy and profaneness, which has a direct tendency to subvert the very foundation on which His Majesty's government is fixed. So restless have these zealots for infidelity been in their diabolical attempts against religion, that they have, first, openly blasphemed and denied the doctrine of the ever-blessed Trinity, endeavoring, by specious pretenses, to revive the Arian heresy, which was never introduced into any nation, but the vengeance of heaven pursued it. Secondly, they affirm an absolute fate, and deny the providence and government of the Almighty in the world. Thirdly, they have endeavored to subvert all order and discipline of the Church, and by vile and unjust reflections on the clergy, they strive to bring contempt on all religion, that by the libertinism of their opinions they may encourage and draw others into the immoralities of their practice. Fourthly, that a general libertinism may the more effectually be established, the universities are decried, and all instructions of youth in the principles of the Christian religion are exploded with the greatest malice and falsity. Fifthly, the more effectually to carry on these works of darkness, studied artifices and invented colors have been made use of to run down religion and virtue as prejudicial to society and detrimental to the state, and to recommend luxury, avarice, pride, and all kind of vices as being necessary to public welfare, and not tending to the destruction of the Constitution. Nay, the very stews themselves have had strained apologies and forced encomiums made in their favor, and produced in print, with design, we conceive, to debauch the nation. These principles having a direct tendency to the subversion of all religion and civil government, our duty to the Almighty, our love to our country, and regard to our oaths, oblige us to present, as the publisher of a book entitled The Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits, 2nd edition, 1723, and also as the publisher of a weekly paper called the British Journal, number 26, 35, 36, and 39. The letter I complain of is this: My Lord, it is welcome news to all the king's loyal subjects and true friends to the established government and succession in the illustrious house of Hanover, that your lordship is said to be contriving some effectual means of securing us from the dangers wherewith his majesty's happy government seems to be threatened by Catiline, under the name of Cato, by the writer of a book entitled The Fable of the Bees, etc., and by others of their fraternity, who are undoubtedly useful friends to the pretender, and diligent, for his sake, in laboring to subvert and ruin our constitution, under a specious pretense of defending it. Your lordship's wise resolution totally to suppress such impious writings, and the direction already given for having them presented immediately by some of the grand juries, will effectually convince the nation that no attempts against Christianity will be suffered or endured here. And this conviction will at once rid men's minds of the uneasiness which this flagitious race of writers has endeavored to raise in them, will therefore be a firm bulwark to the Protestant religion, will effectually defeat the projects and hopes of the pretender, and best secure us against any change in the ministry, and no faithful Briton could be unconcerned if the people should imagine any the least neglect in any single person bearing a part in the ministry, or begin to grow jealous that anything could be done, which is not done, in defending their religion from every the least appearance of danger approaching towards it. And, my lord, this jealousy might have been apt to rise if no measures had been taken to discourage and crush the open advocates of irreligion. It is no easy matter to get jealousy out of one's brains when it is once got into them. Jealousy, my lord, it is as furious a fiend as any of them all. I have seen a little thin weak woman so invigorated by a fit of jealousy that 5 grenadiers could not hold her. My lord, go on with your just methods of keeping the people clear of this cursed jealousy, for amongst the various kinds and associations of it, that which concerns their religion is the most violent, flagrant, frantic sort of all, and accordingly has, in former reigns, produced those various mischiefs which your lordship has faithfully determined to prevent, dutifully regarding the royal authority, and conforming to the example of his majesty, who has graciously given directions, which are well known to your lordship, for the preserving of unity in the church, and the purity of the Christian faith. It is in vain to think that the people of England will ever give up their religion, or be very fond of any ministry that will not support it, as the wisdom of this ministry has done, against such audacious attacks as are made upon it by the scribblers. For scribbler, your lordship knows, is the just appellation of every author who, under whatever plausible appearance of good sense, attempts to undermine the religion, and therefore the content and quiet, the peace and happiness of his fellow subjects, by subtle and artful and fallacious arguments and insinuations. May heaven avert those insufferable miseries which the Church of Rome would bring upon us. Tyranny is the bane of human society, and there is no tyranny heavier than that of the Triple Crown. And therefore, this free and happy people has justly conceived an utter abhorrence and dread of popery, and of everything that looks like encouragement or tendency to it. But they do also abhor and dread the violence offered to Christianity itself by our British Catalines, who shelter their treacherous designs against it under the false colors of regard and goodwill to our blessed Protestant religion, while they too plainly demonstrate, that the title of Protestants does not belong to them, unless it can belong to those who are in effect protesters against all religion. And really the people cannot be much blamed for being a little unwilling to part with their religion, for they tell ye that there is a God, and that God governs the world, and that he is wont to bless or blast a kingdom in proportion to the degrees of religion or irreligion prevailing in it. Your lordship has a fine collection of books, and, which is a finer thing still, you do certainly understand them, and can turn to an account of any important affair in a trice. I would therefore fain know whether your lordship can show, from any writer, let him be as profane as the scribblers would have him, that any one empire, kingdom, country, or province, great or small, did not dwindle and sink, and was confounded, when it once failed of providing studiously for the support of religion. The scribblers talk much of the Roman government, and liberty, and the spirit of the old Romans, but it is undeniable that their most plausible talk of these things is all pretense, and grimace, and an artifice to serve the purposes of irreligion, and by consequence to render the people uneasy and ruin the kingdom. For if they did in reality esteem, and would faithfully recommend to their countrymen, the sentiments and principles, the main purposes and practices of the wise and prosperous Romans, they would, in the first place, put us in mind that old Rome was as remarkable for observing and promoting natural religion as New Rome has been for corrupting that which is revealed. And as the old Romans did signally recommend themselves to the favor of heaven by their faithful care of religion, so were they abundantly convinced, and did accordingly acknowledge with universal consent that their care of religion was the great means of God's preserving the empire, and crowning it with conquest and success, prosperity and glory. Hence it was that when their orators were bent upon exerting their utmost in moving and persuading the people upon any occasion, they ever put them in mind of their religion, if that could be any way affected by the point in debate, not doubting that the people would determine in their favor, if they could but demonstrate that the safety of religion depended upon the success of their cause. And indeed, neither the Romans nor any other nation upon earth did ever suffer their established religion to be openly ridiculed, exploded, or opposed. And I am sure your lordship would not, for all the world, that this thing would be done with impunity amongst us, which was never endured in the world before. Did ever any man, since the blessed revelation of the gospel, run riot upon Christianity, as some men, nay, and some few women too, have lately done? Must the devil grow rampant at this rate, and not be called a coram nobis? Why should he not content himself to carry off people in the common way, the way of cursing and swearing, Sabbath-breaking and cheating, bribery and hypocrisy, drunkenness and whoring, and such kind of things as he used to do? Never let him domineer in men's mouths and writings, as he does now, with loud, tremulous infidelity, blasphemy and profaneness, enough to frighten the king's subjects out of their wits. We are now come to a short question: God or the devil? That is the word, and time will show who and who goes together. Thus much may be said at present, that those have abundantly shown their spirit of opposition to sacred things, who have not only inveighed against the national profession and exercise of religion, and endeavored with bitterness and dexterity to render it odious and contemptible, but are solicitous to hinder multitudes of the natives of this island from having the very seeds of religion sown among them with advantage. Arguments are urged with the utmost vehemence against the education of poor children in the charity schools, though there hath not one just reason been offered against the provision made for that education. The things that have been objected against it are not, in fact, true, and nothing ought to be regarded by serious and wise men as a weighty or just argument, if it is not a true one. How hath Catiline the confidence left to look any man in the face, after he hath spent more confidence than most men's whole stock amounts to, in saying that this pretended charity has, in effect, destroyed all other charities, which were before given to the aged, sick, and impotent? It seems pretty clear that if those who do not contribute to any charity school are become more uncharitable to any other object than formerly they were, their want of charity to the one is not owing to their contribution to the other. And as to those who do contribute to these schools, they are so far from being more sparing in their relief of other objects than they were before, that the poor widows, the aged and impotent, do plainly receive more relief from them, in proportion to their numbers and abilities, than from any the same numbers of men under the same circumstance of fortune, who do not concern themselves with charity schools, in any respect, but in condemning and decrying them. I will meet Catiline at the Grecian coffee-house any day in the week, and by an enumeration of particular persons, in as great a number as he pleaseth, demonstrate the truth of what I have to say. But I do not much depend upon his giving me this meeting, because it is his business not to encourage demonstrations of the truth, but to throw disguises upon it. Otherwise he never could have allowed himself, after representing the charity schools as intended to breed up children to reading and writing, and a sober behavior, that they may be qualified to be servants, immediately to add these words: a sort of idle and rioting vermin, by which the kingdom is already almost devoured, and are become everywhere a public nuisance, etc. What? Is it owing to the charity schools that the servants are become so idle, such rioting vermin, such a public nuisance, that women servants turn whores, and the men servants robbers, housebreakers, and sharpers, as he says they commonly do? Is this owing to the charity schools? Or, if it is not, how comes he to allow himself the liberty of representing these schools as means of increasing this load of mischief, which is indeed too plainly fallen upon the public. The imbibing principles of virtue hath not, usually, been thought the chief occasion of running into vice. If the early knowledge of truth, and of our obligations to it, were the surest means of departing from it, nobody would doubt that the knowledge of truth was instilled into Catiline very early, and with the utmost care. It is a good pretty thing in him to spread a report, and to lay so much stress upon it as he does, that there is more collected at the church doors in a day to make these poor boys and girls appear in caps and livery coats, than for all the poor in a year. O rare Catiline! This point you will carry most swimmingly, for you have no witnesses against you, nor any living soul to contradict you, except the collectors and overseers of the poor, and all other principal inhabitants of most of the parishes where any charity schools are in England. The jest of it is, my lord, that these scribblers would still be thought good, moral men. But when men make it their business to mislead and deceive their neighbors, and that in matters of moment, by distorting and disguising the truth, by misrepresentations and false insinuations, if such men are not guilty of usurpation, while they take upon them the character of good moral men, then it is not immoral in any man to be false and deceitful in cases where the law cannot touch him for being so, and morality bears no relation to truth and fair dealing. However, I shall not be very willing to meet one of these moral men upon Hounslow Heath, if I should happen to ride that way without pistols. For I have a notion that they who have no conscience in one point do not much abound with it in another. Your lordship, who judges accurately of men as well as books, will easily imagine, if you had no other knowledge of the charity schools, that there must be something very excellent in them, because such kind of men as these are so warm in opposing them. They tell you that these schools are hindrances to husbandry and to manufacture. As to husbandry, the children are not kept in the schools longer than till they are of age and strength to perform the principal arts of it, or to bear constant labor in it, and even while they are under this course of education, your lordship may depend upon it that they shall never be hindered from working in the fields, or being employed in such labor as they are capable of, in any parts of the year, when they can get such employment for the support of their parents and themselves. In this case, the parents in several counties are proper judges of their several situations and circumstances, and at the same time not so very fond of their children getting a little knowledge rather than a little money, but that they will find other employment for them than going to school, whenever they can get a penny by so doing. And the case is the same as to the manufactures. The trustees of the charity schools, and the parents of the children bred in them, would be thankful to those gentlemen who make the objection, if they would assist in removing it, by subscribing to a fund for joining the employment of manufacture. To the business of learning to read and write in the charity schools, this would be a noble work. It is already effected by the supporters of some charity schools, and is aimed at and earnestly desired by all the rest. But Rome was not built in a day. Till this great thing can be brought about, let the masters and managers of the manufactures in the several places of the kingdom be so charitable as to employ the poor children for a certain number of hours in every day, in the respective manufactures, while the trustees are taking care to fill up their other hours of the day in the usual duties of the charity schools. It is an easy matter for party men, for designing and perverted minds, to invent colorable, fallacious arguments, and to offer railing, under the appearance of reasoning, against the best things in the world. But undoubtedly no impartial man, who is affected with a serious sense of goodness, and a real love of his country, can think this proper and just view of the charity schools liable to any just weighty objection, or refuse to contribute his endeavors to improve and raise them to that perfection which is proposed in them. In the meantime, let no man be so weak or so wicked as to deny that when poor children cannot meet with employment in any other honest way, rather than suffer their tender age to be spent in idleness, or in learning the arts of lying and swearing and stealing, it is true charity to them, and good service done to our country, to employ them in learning the principles of religion and virtue, till their age and strength will enable them to become servants in families, or to be engaged in husbandry, or manufacture, or any kind of mechanic trade or laborious employment. For to these laborious employments are the charity children generally, if not always, turned, as soon as they become capable of them. and therefore Catiline may be pleased to retract his objection concerning shopkeepers or retailers of commodities, wherein he has affirmed that their employments, which he says ought to fall to the share of children of their own degree, are mostly anticipated and engrossed by the managers of the charity schools. He must excuse my acquainting your lordship that this affirmation is in fact directly false, which is an inconvenience very apt to fall upon his affirmations, as it has particularly done upon one of them more, which I would mention. For he is not ashamed roundly to assert that the principles of our common people are debauched in our charity schools, who are taught, as soon as they can speak, to blabber out High Church and Ormond, and so are bred up to be traitors before they know what treason signifies. Your lordship, and other persons of integrity, whose words are the faithful representatives of their meaning, would now think, if I had not given you a key to Catiline's talk, that he has been fully convinced that the children in the charity schools are bred up to be traitors. My lord, if any one master be suffered by the trustees to continue in any charity school, against whom proof can be brought that he is disaffected to the government, or that he does not as faithfully teach the children obedience and loyalty to the king as any other duty in the catechism, then I will gratify Catiline with a license to pull down the schools and hang up the masters, according to his heart's desire. These and such things as these are urged with the like bitterness, and as little truth, in the book mentioned above, viz., The Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits, etc. Catiline explodes the fundamental articles of faith, impiously comparing the doctrine of the Blessed Trinity to fee-fa-fum. This profligate author of the fable is not only an auxiliary to Catiline in opposition to faith, but has taken upon him to tear up the very foundations of moral virtue, and establish vice in its room. The best physician in the world did never labor more to purge the natural body of bad qualities than this bumblebee has done to purge the body politic of good ones. He himself bears testimony to the truth of this charge against him, for when he comes to the conclusion of his book, he makes this observation upon himself and his performance. Quote, "After this, I flatter myself to have demonstrated that neither the friendly qualities and kind affections that are natural to man, nor the real virtues he is capable of acquiring by reason and self-denial, are the foundation of society, but what we call evil in this world, moral as well as natural, is the grand principle that makes us sociable creatures, the solid basis, the life and support of all trades and employments without exception. That there we must look for the true origin of all arts and sciences, and that the moment evil ceases, the society must be spoiled, if not totally dissolved." Unquote. Now, my lord, you see the grand design, the main drift of Catiline and his confederates. Now the scene opens, and the secret springs appear. Now the fraternity adventure to speak out, and surely no band of men ever dared to speak at this rate before. Now you see the true cause of all their enmity to the poor charity schools. It is leveled against religion. Religion, my lord, which the schools are instituted to promote, and which this confederacy is resolved to destroy. For the schools are certainly one of the great instruments of religion and virtue, one of the firmest bulwarks against popery, one of the best recommendations of this people to the divine favor, and therefore one of the greatest blessings to our country of anything that has been set on foot since our happy Reformation, and deliverance from the idolatry and tyranny of Rome. If any trivial inconvenience did arise from so excellent a work, as some little inconvenience attends all human institutions and affairs, the excellency of the work would still be matter of joy, and find encouragement with all the wise and the good, who despise such insignificant objections against it, as other men are not ashamed to raise and defend. Now your lordship also sees the true cause of the satire, which is continually formed against the clergy by Catiline and his confederates. Why should Mr. Hall's conviction and execution be any more objection against the clergy than Mr. Layer's against the gentleman of the long robe? Why, because the profession of the law does not immediately relate to religion, and therefore Catiline will allow that if any persons of that profession should be traitors, or otherwise vicious, all the rest may, notwithstanding the iniquity of a brother, be as loyal and virtuous as any other subjects in the king's dominions. But because matters of religion are the professed concern, and the employment of the clergy. Therefore Catiline's logic makes it out, as clear as the day, that if any of them be disaffected to the government, all the rest are so too. Or if any of them be chargeable with vice, this consequence from it is plain, that all or most of the rest are as vicious as the devil can make them. I shall not trouble your lordship with a particular vindication of the clergy, nor is there any reason that I should, for they are already secure of your lordship's good affection to them, and they are able to vindicate themselves wheresoever such a vindication is wanted, being as faithful and virtuous and learned a body of men as any in Europe, and yet they suspend the publication of arguments in a solemn defense of themselves, because they neither expect nor desire approbation and esteem from impious and abandoned men. And, at the same time, they cannot doubt that all persons, not only of great penetration, but of common sense, do now clearly see that the arrows shot against the clergy are intended to wound and destroy the divine institution of the ministerial offices, and to extirpate the religion which the sacred offices were appointed to preserve and promote. This was always supposed and suspected by every honest and impartial man, but it is now demonstrated by those who before had given occasion to such suspicions, for they have now openly declared that faith in the principal articles of it is not only needless but ridiculous, that the welfare of human society must sink and perish under the encouragement of virtue, and that immorality is the only firm foundation whereon the happiness of mankind can be built and subsist. The publication of such tenets as these, an open avowed proposal to extirpate the Christian faith and all virtue, and to fix moral evil for the basis of the government, is so stunning, so shocking, so frightful, so flagrant an enormity, that if it should be imputed to us as a national guilt, the divine vengeance must inevitably fall upon us. And how far this enormity would become a national guilt, if it should pass disregarded and unpunished, a casuist less skilful and discerning than your lordship may easily guess. And, no doubt, your lordship's good judgment in so plain and important a case has made you, like a wise and faithful patriot, resolve to use your utmost endeavors in your high station to defend religion from the bold attacks made upon it. As soon as I have seen a copy of the bill, for the better security of his majesty and his happy government, by the better security of religion in Great Britain, your lordship's just scheme of politics, your love of your country, and your great services done to it, shall again be acknowledged by, my lord, your most faithful humble servant, Theophilus Philo-Britannis. These violent accusations, and the great clamor everywhere, raised against the book by governors, masters, and other champions of charity schools, together with the advice of friends and the reflection on what I owed to myself, drew from me the following answer. The candid reader, in the perusal of it, will not be offended at the repetition of some passages, one of which he may have met with twice already, when he shall consider that, to make my defense by itself to the public, I was obliged to repeat what had been quoted in the letter, since the paper would unavoidably fall into the hands of many who had never seen either the Fable of the Bees or the defamatory letter wrote against it. The answer was published in the London Journal of August 10th, 1723, in these words. Whereas, in the Evening Post of Thursday, July 11th, a presentment was inserted of the Grand Jury of Middlesex against the publisher of a book entitled The Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits, and since that, a passionate and abusive letter has been published against the same book and the author of it in the London Journal of Saturday, July 27th, I think myself indispensably obliged to vindicate the above said book against the black aspersions that undeservedly have been cast upon it, being conscious that I have not had the least ill design in composing it. The accusations against it having been made openly in the public papers, it is not equitable the defense of it should appear in a more private manner. What I have to say in my behalf I shall address to all men of sense and sincerity, asking no other favor of them than their patience and attention. Setting aside what in that letter relates to others, and everything that is foreign and immaterial, I shall begin with the passage that is quoted from the book, viz., quote, "After this, I flatter myself to have demonstrated that neither the friendly qualities and kind affections that are natural to man, nor the real virtues he is capable of acquiring by reason and self-denial, are the foundation of society, but that what we call evil in this world, moral as well as natural, is the grand principle that makes us sociable creatures, the solid basis, the life and support of all trades and employments without exception, that there we must look for the true origin of all arts and sciences, and that the moment evil ceases, the society must be spoiled, if not totally dissolved." Unquote. These words, I own, are in the book, and, being both innocent and true, like to remain there in all future impressions. But I will likewise own very freely that, if I had wrote with a design to be understood by the meanest capacities, I would not have chose the subject there treated of, or if I had, I would have amplified and explained every period, talked and distinguished magisterially, and never appeared without the fescue in my hand. As, for example, to make the passage pointed at intelligible, I would have bestowed a page or two on the meaning of the word evil. After that I would have taught them that every defect, every want, was an evil, that on the multiplicity of those wants depended all those mutual services which the individual members of a society pay to each other, and consequently, the greater variety there was of wants, the larger number of individuals might find their private interest in laboring for the good of others, and, united together, compose one body. Is there a trade or handicraft but what supplies us with something we wanted? This want, certainly, before it was supplied, was an evil, which that trade or handicraft was to remedy, and without which it could never have been thought of. Is there an art or science that was not invented to mend some defect? Had this latter not existed, there could have been no occasion for the former to move it. I say, page 236, quote, "The excellency of human thought and contrivance has been, and is yet nowhere more conspicuous, than in the variety of tools and instruments of workmen and artificers, and the multiplicity of engines, that were all invented, either to assist the weakness of man, to correct his many imperfections, to gratify his laziness, or to obviate his impatience." Unquote. Several foregoing pages run in the same strain. But what relation has all this to religion or infidelity, more than it has to navigation or the peace in the north? The many hands that are employed to supply our natural wants, that are really such, as hunger, thirst, and nakedness, are inconsiderable to the vast numbers that are all innocently gratifying the depravity of our corrupt nature. I mean the industrious, who get a livelihood by their honest labor, to which the vain and voluptuous must be beholden for all their tools and implements of ease and luxury. Quote, "The short-sighted vulgar, in the chain of causes, seldom can see farther than one link, but those who can enlarge their view, and will give themselves leisure of gazing on the prospect of concatenated events, may, in 100 places, see good spring up, and pullulate from evil, as naturally as chickens do from eggs." Unquote. The words are to be found page 26 in the remark made on the seeming paradox that in the grumbling hive, the worst of all the multitude did something for the common good, where in many instances may be amply discovered how unsearchable Providence daily orders the comforts of the laborious, and even the deliverances of the oppressed, secretly to come forth, not only from the vices of the luxurious, but likewise the crimes of the litigious and most abandoned. Men of candor and capacity perceive, at first sight, that in the passage censured there is no meaning hid or expressed that is not altogether contained in the following words. Quote, "Man is a necessitous creature on innumerable accounts, and yet from those very necessities, and nothing else, arise all trades and employments." Unquote. But it is ridiculous for men to meddle with books above their sphere. The Fable of the Bees was designed for the entertainment of people of knowledge and education, when they have an idle hour which they know not how to spend better. It is a book of severe and exalted morality, that contains a strict test of virtue, an infallible touchstone to distinguish the real from the counterfeited, and shows many actions to be faulty that are palmed upon the world for good ones. It describes the nature and symptoms of human passions, depicts their force and disguises, and traces self-love in its darkest recesses. I might safely add, beyond any other system of ethics, the whole is a rhapsody void of order or method, but no part of it has anything that is sour or pedantic. The style, I confess, is very unequal, sometimes very high and rhetorical, and sometimes very low, and even very trivial. Such as it is, I am satisfied that it has diverted persons of great probity and virtue and unquestionable good sense, and I am in no fear that it will ever cease to do so while it is read by such. Whoever has seen the violent charge against this book will pardon me for saying more in commendation of it than a man not laboring under the same necessity would do of his own work on any other occasion. The encomiums upon stews complained of in the Presentment are nowhere in the book. What might give a handle to this charge must be a political dissertation concerning the best method to guard and preserve women of honor and virtue from the insults of dissolute men, whose passions are often ungovernable. As in this there is a dilemma between two evils, which it is impracticable to shun both, so I have treated it with the utmost caution, and begin thus, quote, I am far from encouraging vice, and should think it an unspeakable felicity for a state, if the sin of uncleanness could be utterly banished from it, but I am afraid it is impossible. Unquote. I give my reasons why I think it so, and, speaking occasionally of the music houses at Amsterdam, I give a short account of them, than which nothing can be more harmless, and I appeal to all impartial judges, whether what I have said of them is not 10 times more proper to give men, even the voluptuous of any state, a disgust and aversion against them, than it is to raise any criminal desire. I am sorry the grand jury should conceive that I publish this with a design to debauch the nation, without considering that, in the first place, there is not a sentence nor a syllable that can either offend the chastest ear, or sully the imagination of the most vicious, or, in the second, that the matter complained of is manifestly addressed to magistrates and politicians, or at least the more serious and thinking part of mankind, whereas a general corruption of manners as to lewdness, to be produced by reading, can only be apprehended from obscenities easily purchased, and every way adapted to the tastes and capacities of the heedless multitude and unexperienced youth of both sexes, but that the performance, so outrageously exclaimed against, was never calculated for either of these classes of people, is self-evident from every circumstance. The beginning of the prose is altogether philosophical, and hardly intelligible to any that have not been used to matters of speculation, and the running title of it is so far from being specious or inviting, that without having read the book itself, nobody knows what to make of it, while, at the same time, the price is 5 shillings. From all which it is plain that if the book contains many dangerous tenets, I have not been very solicitous to scatter them among the people. I have not said a word to please or engage them, and the greatest compliment I have made them has been apage vulgus. But as nothing, I say, page 138, would more clearly demonstrate the falsity of my notions than that the generality of the people should fall in with them, so I do not expect the approbation of the multitude. I write not to the many, nor seek for any well-wishers, but among the few that can think abstractly, and have their minds elevated above the vulgar. Of this I have made no ill use, and ever preserved such a tender regard to the public, that when I have advanced any uncommon sentiments, I have used all the precautions imaginable, that they might not be hurtful to weak minds that might casually dip into the book. When, page 137, I owned, quote, that it was my sentiment that no society could be raised into a rich and mighty kingdom, or so raised subsist in their wealth and power for any considerable time, without the vices of man, unquote. I had premised what was true, quote, that I had never said or imagined that man could not be virtuous as well in a rich and mighty kingdom as in the most pitiful commonwealth, unquote. Which caution a man less scrupulous than myself might have thought superfluous, when he had already explained himself on that head in the very same paragraph which begins thus, quote, I lay down as a first principle that in all societies, great or small, it is the duty of every member of it to be good, that virtue ought to be encouraged, vice discountenanced, the laws obeyed, and the transgressors punished, unquote. There is not a line in the book that contradicts this doctrine, and I defy my enemies to disprove what I have advanced, page 139, quote, that if I have shown the way to worldly greatness, I have always, without hesitation, preferred the road that leads to virtue, unquote. No man ever took more pains not to be misconstrued than myself. Mind, page 138, when I say, quote, that societies cannot be raised to wealth and power, and the top of earthly glory without vices. I do not think that by so saying, I bid men to be vicious, any more than I bid them to be quarrelsome or covetous, when I affirm that the profession of the law could not be maintained in such numbers and splendor if there was not abundance of too selfish and litigious people." Unquote. A caution of the same nature I had already given towards the end of the preface, on account of a palpable evil inseparable from the felicity of London. To search into the real causes of things imports no ill design, nor has any tendency to do harm. A man may write on poisons, and be an excellent physician. Page 235, I say, quote, "No man needs to guard himself against blessings, but calamities require hands to avert them." Unquote. And lower, quote, "It is the extremities of heat and cold, the inconstancy and badness of seasons, the violence and uncertainty of winds, the vast power and treachery of water, the rage and untractableness of fire, and the stubbornness and sterility of the earth, that rack our invention. How we shall either avoid the mischiefs they produce, or correct the malignity of them, and turn their several forces to our own advantage 1,000 different ways." Unquote. While a man is inquiring into the occupation of vast multitudes, I cannot see why he may not say all this and much more, without being accused of depreciating and speaking slightly of the gifts and munificence of heaven, when, at the same time, he demonstrates that without rain and sunshine this globe would not be habitable to creatures like ourselves. It is an out-of-the-way subject, and I would never quarrel with the man who should tell me that it might as well have been let alone. Yet I always thought it would please men of any tolerable taste, and not be easily lost. My vanity I could never conquer so well as I could wish, and I am too proud to commit crimes. And as to the main scope, the intent of the book, I mean the view it was wrote with, protest that it has been with the utmost sincerity what I have declared of it in the preface, where you will find these words, quote, "If you ask me why I have done all this, cui bono, and what good these notions will produce, truly, besides the reader's diversion, I believe none at all. But if I was asked what naturally ought to be expected from them, I would answer that in the first place, the people who continually find fault with others, by reading them would be taught to look at home, and examining their own consciences, be made ashamed of always railing at what they are more or less guilty of themselves, and that, in the next, those who are so fond of the ease and comforts of a great and flourishing nation would learn more patiently to submit to those inconveniences which no government upon earth can remedy, when they should see the impossibility of enjoying any great share of the first, without partaking likewise of the latter." Unquote. The first impression of the Fable of the Bees, which came out in 1714, was never carped at, or publicly taken notice of, and all the reason I can think on why this second edition should be so unmercifully treated, though it has many precautions which the former wanted, is an essay on charity and charity schools, which is added to what was printed before. I confess that it is my sentiment that all hard and dirty work ought, in a well-governed nation, to be the lot and portion of the poor, and that to divert their children from useful labor till they are 14 or 15 years old is a wrong method to qualify them for it when they are grown up. I have given several reasons for my opinion in that essay, to which I refer all impartial men of understanding, assuring them that they will not meet with such monstrous impiety in it as reported. What an advocate I have been for libertinism and immorality, and what an enemy to all instructions of youth in the Christian faith, may be collected from the pains I have taken on education for above 7 pages together, and afterwards again, page 193, where speaking of the instructions the children of the poor might receive at church, from which I say, quote, "Or some other place of worship, I would not have the meanest of a parish that is able to walk to it be absent on Sundays." Unquote. I have these words, quote, "It is the Sabbath, the most useful day in 7, that is set apart for divine service and religious exercise, as well as resting from bodily labor, and it is a duty incumbent on all magistrates to take a particular care of that day. The poor more especially, and their children, should be made to go to church on it, both in the fore and the afternoon, because they have no time on any other. By precept and example, they ought to be encouraged to it from their very infancy, the wilful neglect of it ought to be counted as scandalous, and if downright compulsion to what I urge might seem too harsh, and perhaps impracticable, all diversions at least ought strictly to be prohibited, and the poor hindered from every amusement abroad, that might allure or draw them from it." Unquote. If the arguments I have made use of are not convincing, I desire they may be refuted, and I will acknowledge it as a favor in any one that shall convince me of my error, without ill language, by showing me wherein I have been mistaken. But calumny, it seems, is the shortest way of confuting an adversary, when men are touched in a sensible part. Vast sums are gathered for these charity schools, and I understand human nature too well to imagine that the sharers of the money should hear them spoke against with any patience. I foresaw, therefore, the usage I was to receive, and having repeated the common cant that is made for charity schools, I told my readers, page 165, quote, "This is the general cry, and he that speaks the least word against it is an uncharitable, hard-hearted, and inhuman, if not a wicked, profane, and atheistical wretch." Unquote. For this reason, it cannot be thought that it was a great surprise to me, when in that extraordinary letter to Lord C. I saw myself called, quote, "profligate author," the publication of my tenets, an open and avowed proposal to extirpate the Christian faith and all virtue, and what I had done so stunning, so shocking, so frightful, so flagrant an enormity, that it cried for the vengeance of heaven. Unquote. This is no more than what I have already expected from the enemies to truth and fair dealing, and I shall retort nothing on the angry author of that letter, who endeavors to expose me to the public fury. I pity him, and have charity enough to believe that he has been imposed upon himself by trusting to fame and the hearsay of others, for no man in his wits can imagine that he should have read 1/4 part of my book, and write as he does. I am sorry if the words private vices, public benefits have ever given any offense to a well-meaning man. The mystery of them is soon unfolded, when once they are rightly understood, but no man of sincerity will question the innocence of them that has read the last paragraph, where I take my leave of the reader, quote, and conclude with repeating the seeming paradox, the substance of which is advanced in the title page, that private vices, by the dexterous management of a skillful politician, may be turned into public benefits. Unquote. These are the last words of the book, printed in the same large character with the rest, but I set aside all what I have said in my Vindication, and if, in the whole book called Fable of the Bees, and presented by the grand jury of Middlesex to the judges of the King's Bench, there is to be found the least title of blasphemy or profaneness, or anything tending to immorality or the corruption of manners, I desire it may be published, and if this be done without invective, personal reflections, or setting the mob upon me, things I never designed to answer, I will not only recant, but likewise beg pardon of the offended public in the most solemn manner, and, if the hangman might be thought too good for the office, burn the book myself, at any reasonable time and place my adversary shall be pleased to appoint. The author of the Fable of the Bees. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fable of the Bees, Part 2. Opinionem enim commenta delet dies, naturae judicia confirmat. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, Liber Secundus. Preface. Considering the manifold clamors that have been raised from several quarters against the Fable of the Bees, even after I had published the Vindication of it, many of my readers will wonder to see me come out with a second part, before I have taken any further notice of what has been said against the first. Whatever is published, I take it for granted, is submitted to the judgment of all the world that see it, but it is very unreasonable that authors should not be upon the same footing with their critics. The treatment I have received, and the liberties some gentlemen have taken with me, being well known, the public must be convinced before now that, in point of civility, I owe my adversaries nothing, and if those who have taken upon them to school and reprimand me had an undoubted right to censure what they thought fit, without asking my leave, and to say of me what they pleased, I ought to have an equal privilege to examine their censures, and, without consulting them, to judge in my turn, whether they are worth answering or not. The public must be the umpire between us. From the appendix that has been added to the first part, ever since the third edition, it is manifest that I have been far from endeavoring to stifle either the arguments or the invectives that were made against me, and, not having left the reader uninformed of anything extant of either sort, I once thought to have taken this opportunity of presenting him with a list of the adversaries that have appeared in print against me. But, as they are in nothing so considerable as they are in their numbers, I was afraid it would have looked like ostentation, unless I would have answered them all, which I shall never attempt. The reason, therefore, of my obstinate silence has been all along that hitherto I have not been accused of anything that is criminal or immoral, for which every middling capacity could not have framed a very good answer, from some part or other, either of the Vindication or the book itself. However, I have wrote, and had by me near 2 years, a defense of the Fable of the Bees, in which I have stated and endeavored to solve all the objections that might reasonably be made against it, as to the doctrine contained in it, and the detriment it might be of to others, for this is the only thing about which I ever had any concern. Being conscious that I have wrote with no ill design, I should be sorry to lie under the imputation of it, but as to the goodness or badness of the performance itself, the thought was never worth my care, and therefore those critics that found fault with my bad reasoning, and said of the book that it is ill wrote, that there is nothing new in it, that it is incoherent stuff, that the language is barbarous, the humor low, and the style mean and pitiful, those critics, I say, are all very welcome to say what they please. In the main, I believe they are in the right, but if they are not, I shall never give myself the trouble to contradict them, for I never think an author more foolishly employed than when he is vindicating his own abilities. As I wrote it for my diversion, so I had my ends. If those who read it have not had theirs, I am sorry for it, though I think myself not at all answerable for the disappointment. It was not wrote by subscription, nor have I ever warranted anywhere what use or goodness it would be of. On the contrary, in the very preface, I have called it an inconsiderable trifle, and since that, I have publicly owned that it was a rhapsody. If people will buy books without looking into them, or knowing what they are, I cannot see whom they have to blame but themselves when they do not answer expectations. Besides, it is no new thing for people to dislike books after they have bought them. This will happen sometimes, even when men of considerable figure had given them among the strongest assurances beforehand that they would be pleased with them. A considerable part of the defense I mentioned has been seen by several of my friends who have been in expectation of it for some time. I have stayed neither for types nor paper, and yet I have several reasons why I do not publish it, which, having touched nobody's money, nor made any promise concerning it, I beg leave to keep to myself. Most of my adversaries, whenever it comes out, will think it soon enough, and nobody suffers by the delay but myself. Since I was first attacked, it has long been a matter of wonder and perplexity to me to find out why and how men should conceive that I had wrote with an intent to debauch the nation, and promote all manner of vice. And it was a great while before I could derive the charges from anything but willful mistake and premeditated malice. But since I have seen that men could be serious in apprehending the increase of rogues and robberies from the frequent representations of the Beggar's Opera, I am persuaded that there really are such wrongheads in the world as will fancy vices to be encouraged when they see them exposed. To the same perverseness of judgment it must have been owing that some of my adversaries were highly incensed with me for having owned, in the Vindication, that hitherto I had not been able to conquer my vanity as well as I could have wished. From their censure it is manifest that they must have imagined that to complain of a frailty was the same as to brag of it. But if these angry gentlemen had been less blinded with passion, or seen with better eyes, they would easily have perceived, unless they were too well pleased with their pride, that to have made the same confession themselves, they wanted nothing but sincerity. Whoever boasts of his vanity, and at the same time shows his arrogance, is unpardonable. But when we hear a man complain of an infirmity, and his want of power entirely to cure it, whilst he suffers no symptoms of it to appear, that we could justly upbraid him with, we are so far from being offended that we are pleased with the ingenuity, and applaud his candor. And when such an author takes no greater liberties with his readers than what is usual in the same manner of writing, and owns that to be the result of vanity which others tell 1,000 lies about, his confession is a compliment, and the frankness of it ought not to be looked upon otherwise than as a civility to the public, a condescension he was not obliged to make. It is not in feeling the passions or in being affected with the frailties of nature that vice consists, but in indulging and obeying the call of them, contrary to the dictates of reason. Whoever pays great deference to his readers, respectfully submitting himself to their judgment, and tells them at the same time that he is entirely destitute of pride, whoever, I say, does this, spoils his compliment whilst he is making it, for it is no better than bragging that it costs him nothing. Persons of taste and the least delicacy can be but little affected with a man's modesty, of whom they are sure that he is wholly void of pride within. The absence of the one makes the virtue of the other cease. At least the merit of it is not greater than that of chastity in a eunuch, or humility in a beggar. What glory would it be to the memory of Cato that he refused to touch the water that was brought him, if it was not supposed that he was very thirsty when he did it? The reader will find that in this second part I have endeavored to illustrate and explain several things that were obscure and only hinted at in the first. Whilst I was forming this design, I found, on the one hand, that, as to myself, the easiest way of executing it would be by dialogue, but I knew, on the other, that to discuss opinions and manage controversies, it is counted the most unfair manner of writing. When partial men have a mind to demolish an adversary and triumph over him with little expense, it has long been a frequent practice to attack him with dialogues, in which the champion, who is to lose the battle, appears at the very beginning of the engagement to be the victim that is to be sacrificed, and seldom makes a better figure than cocks on Shrove Tuesday that receive blows but return none, and are visibly set up on purpose to be knocked down. That this is to be said against dialogues is certainly true, but it is as true that there is no other manner of writing by which greater reputation has been obtained. Those who have most excelled all others were the two most famous authors of all antiquity, Plato and Cicero. The one wrote almost all his philosophical works in dialogues, and the other has left us nothing else. It is evident, then, that the fault of those who have not succeeded in dialogues was in the management and not in the manner of writing, and that nothing but the ill use that has been made of it could ever have brought it into disrepute. The reason why Plato preferred dialogues to any other manner of writing, he said, was, that things thereby might look as if they were acted rather than told. The same was afterwards given by Cicero in the same words, rendered into his own language. The greatest objection that in reality lies against it is the difficulty there is in writing them well. The chief of Plato's interlocutors was always his master Socrates, who everywhere maintains his character with great dignity. But it would have been impossible to have made such an extraordinary person speak like himself on so many emergencies if Plato had been not as great a man as Socrates. Cicero, who studied nothing more than to imitate Plato, introduced in his dialogue some of the greatest men in Rome, his contemporaries, that were known to be of different opinions, and made them maintain and defend every one his own sentiments, as strenuously and in as lively a manner as they could possibly have done themselves. And in reading his dialogues a man may easily imagine himself to be in company with several learned men of different tastes and studies, but to do this a man must have Cicero's capacity. Lucian likewise, and several others among the ancients, chose for their speakers persons of known characters. That this interests and engages the reader more than strange names is undeniable, but then, when the personages fall short of those characters, it plainly shows that the author undertook what he was not able to execute. To avoid this inconveniency, most dialogue writers among the moderns have made use of fictitious names, which they either invented themselves or borrowed of others. These are, generally speaking, judicious compounds, taken from the Greek, that serve for short characters of the imaginary persons they are given to, denoting either the party they side with, or what it is they love or hate. But of all these happy compounds, there is not one that has appeared equally charming to so many authors of different views and talents as Philalethes. a plain demonstration of the great regard mankind generally have to truth. There has not been a paper war of note these 200 years in which both parties at one time or other have not made use of this victorious champion, who, which side soever he has fought on, has hitherto, like Dryden's Almanzor, been conqueror, and constantly carried all before him. But, as by this means the event of the battle must always be known, as soon as the combatants are named, and before a blow is struck, and as all men are not equally peaceable in their dispositions, many readers have complained that they had not sport enough for their money, and that knowing so much beforehand spoiled all their diversion. This humour having prevailed for some time, authors are grown less solicitous about the names of the personages they introduce. This careless way, seeming to me at least as reasonable as any other, I have followed, and had no other meaning by the names I have given my interlocutors than to distinguish them, without the least regard to the derivation of words, or anything relating to the etymology of them, all the care I have taken about them that I know of, that the pronunciation of them should not be harsh, nor the sounds offensive. But though the names I have chosen are feigned, and the circumstances of the persons fictitious, the characters themselves are real, and as faithfully copied from nature as I have been able to take them. I have known critics find fault with playwrights for annexing short characters to the names they give the persons of the drama, alleging that it is forestalling their pleasure, and that whatever the actors are represented to be, they want no monitor, and are wise enough to find it out themselves. But I could never approve of this censure. There is a satisfaction, I think, in knowing one's company, and when I am to converse with people for a considerable time, I desire to be well acquainted with them, and the sooner the better. It is for this reason I thought it proper to give the reader some account of the persons that are to entertain him. As they are supposed to be people of quality, I beg leave, before I come to particulars, to premise some things concerning the beau monde in general, which, though most people perhaps know them, everybody does not always attend to. Among the fashionable part of mankind throughout Christendom there are, in all countries, persons who, though they feel a just abhorrence to atheism and professed infidelity, yet have very little religion, and are scarce half believers when their lives come to be looked into, and their sentiments examined. What is chiefly aimed at in a refined education is to procure as much ease and pleasure upon earth as that can afford. Therefore men are first instructed in all the various arts of rendering their behavior agreeable to others, with the least disturbance to themselves. Secondly, they are imbued with the knowledge of all the elegant comforts of life, as well as the lessons of human prudence, to avoid pain and trouble, in order to enjoy as much of the world, and with as little opposition, as it is possible. Whilst thus men study their own private interest in assisting each other to promote and increase the pleasures of life in general, they find by experience that to compass those ends, everything ought to be banished from conversation that can have the least tendency of making others uneasy, and to reproach men with their faults or imperfections, neglects or omissions, or to put them in mind of their duty, are offices that none are allowed to take upon them but parents or professed masters and tutors, nor even they before company, but to reprove and pretend to teach others we have no authority over is ill manners, even in a clergyman out of the pulpit, nor is he here to talk magisterially, or even to mention things that are melancholy or dismal, if he should pass for a polite preacher. But whatever we may vouchsafe to hear at church, neither the certainty of a future state, nor the necessity of repentance, nor anything else related to the essentials of Christianity, are ever to be talked of when we are out of it, among the beau monde, upon any account whatever. The subject is not diverting. Besides, everybody is supposed to know those things, and to take care accordingly. Nay, it is unmannerly to think otherwise. The decency and fashion being the chief, if not the only, rule all modish people walk by, not a few of them go to church and receive the sacrament from the same principle that obliges them to pay visits to one another, and now and then to make an entertainment. But as the greatest care of the beau monde is to be agreeable, and appear well bred, so most of them take particular care, and many against their consciences, not to seem burdened with more religion than it is fashionable to have, for fear of being thought to be either hypocrites or bigots. Virtue, however, is a very fashionable word, and some of the most luxurious are extremely fond of the amiable sound, though they mean nothing by it, but a great veneration for whatever is courtly or sublime, and an equal aversion to everything that is vulgar or unbecoming. They seem to imagine that it chiefly consists in a strict compliance to the rules of politeness and all the laws of honor that have any regard to the respect that is due to themselves. It is the existence of this virtue that is often maintained with so much pomp of words, and for the eternity of which so many champions are ready to take up arms, whilst the votaries of it deny themselves no pleasure they can enjoy, either fashionably or in secret, and, instead of sacrificing the heart to the love of real virtue, can only condescend to abandon the outward deformity of vice, for the satisfaction they receive from appearing to be well bred. It is counted ridiculous for men to commit violence upon themselves, or to maintain that virtue requires self-denial. All court philosophers are agreed that nothing can be lovely or desirable that is mortifying or uneasy. A civil behavior among the fair in public, and a deportment inoffensive both in words and action, is all the chastity the polite world requires in men. What liberties soever a man gives himself in private, his reputation shall never suffer, whilst he conceals his amours from all those that are not unmannerly inquisitive, and takes care that nothing criminal can ever be proved upon him. Si non caste, saltem caute, is a precept that sufficiently shows what everybody expects, and though incontinence is owed to be a sin, yet never to have been guilty of it is a character which most single men under 30 would not be fond of, even amongst modest women. As the world everywhere, in compliment itself, desires to be counted really virtuous, so barefaced vices and all trespasses committed in sight of it are heinous and unpardonable. To see a man drunk in the open street or any serious assembly at noonday is shocking, because it is a violation of the laws of decency and plainly shows a want of respect and neglect of duty which everybody is supposed to owe to the public. Men of mean circumstances, likewise, may be blamed for spending more time or money in drinking than they can afford, but when these and all worldly considerations are out of the question, drunkenness itself, as it is a sin, an offense to heaven, is seldom censured, and no man of fortune scruples to own that he was at such a time in such a company, where they drank very hard. Where nothing is committed that is either beastly or otherwise extravagant, societies that meet on purpose to drink and be merry reckon their manner of passing away the time as innocent as any other, though most days in the year they spend 5 or 6 hours of the 24 in that diversion. No man had ever the reputation of being a good companion that would never drink to excess, and if a man's constitution be strong, or himself so cautious that the dose he takes overnight never disorders him the next day, the worst that shall be said of him is that he loves his bottle with moderation, though every night constantly he makes drinking his pastime, and hardly ever goes to bed entirely sober. Avarice, it is true, is generally detested, but as men may be guilty of it by scraping money together, as they can be by hoarding it up, so all the base, the sordid, and unreasonable means of acquiring wealth ought to be equally condemned and exploded, with the vile, the pitiful, and penurious way of saving it. But the world is more indulgent. No man is taxed with avarice that will conform with the beau monde, and live every way in splendor, though he should always be raising the rents of his estate, and hardly suffer his tenants to live under him, though he should enrich himself by usury, and all the barbarous advantages that extortion can make of the necessities of others, and though, moreover, he should be a bad paymaster himself, and an unmerciful creditor to the unfortunate, it is all one. No man is counted covetous who entertains well, and will allow his family what is fashionable for a person in his condition. How often do we see men of very large estates unreasonably solicitous after greater riches? What greediness do some men discover in extending the perquisites of their offices? What dishonorable condescensions are made for places of profit? What slavish attendance is given, and what low submissions and unmanly cringes are made to favorites for pensions by men that could subsist without them? Yet these things are no reproach to men, and they are never upbraided with them but by their enemies, or those that envy them, and perhaps the discontented and the poor. On the contrary, most of the well-bred people that live in affluence themselves will commend them for their diligence and activity, and say of them that they take care of the main chance, that they are industrious men for their families, and that they know how and are fit to live in the world. But these kind constructions are not more hurtful to the practice of Christianity than the high opinion which, in an artful education, men are taught to have of their species, is to the belief of its doctrine, if a right use be not made of it. That the great preeminence we have over all other creatures we are acquainted with consists in our rational faculty is very true, but it is as true that the more we are taught to admire ourselves, the more our pride increases, and the greater stress we lay on the sufficiency of our reason. For as experience teaches us, that the greater and the more transcendent the esteem is which men have for their own worth, the less capable they generally are to bear injuries without resentment. So we see, in like manner, that the more exalted the notions are which men entertain of their better part, their reasoning faculty, the more remote and averse they will be from giving their assent to anything that seems to insult over or contradict it. And asking a man to admit of anything he cannot comprehend, the proud reasoner calls an affront to human understanding. But as ease and pleasure are the grand aim of the beau monde, and civility is inseparable from their behavior, whether they are believers or not, so well-bred people never quarrel with the religion they are brought up in. They will readily comply with every ceremony in divine worship they have been used to, and never dispute with you either about the Old or the New Testament, if, in your turn, you will forbear laying a great stress upon faith and mysteries, and allow them to give an allegorical, or any other figurative sense to the history of creation, and whatever else they cannot comprehend or account for by the light of nature. I am far from believing that, among the fashionable people, there are not, in all Christian countries, many persons of stricter virtue and greater sincerity in religion than I have here described, but that a considerable part of mankind have a great resemblance to the picture I have been drawing. I appeal to every knowing and candid reader. Horatio, Cleomenes, and Fulvia are the names I have given to my interlocutors. The first represents one of the modish people I have been speaking of, but rather the better sort of them as to morality, though he seems to have a greater distrust of the sincerity of clergymen than he has of that of any other profession, and to be of the opinion which is expressed in that trite and specious, as well as false and injurious saying, priests of all religions are the same. As to his studies, he is supposed to be tolerably well versed in the classics, and to have read more than is usual for people of quality that are born to great estates. He is a man of strict honor, and of justice as well as humanity, rather profuse than covetous, and altogether disinterested in his principles. He has been abroad, seen the world, and is supposed to be possessed of the greater part of the accomplishments that usually gain a man in the reputation of being very much of a gentleman. Cleomenes had been just such another, but was much reformed, as he had formerly, for his amusement only, been dipping into anatomy, and several parts of natural philosophy, so, since he was come home from his travels, he had studied human nature, and the knowledge of himself with great application. It is supposed that, whilst he was employing most of his leisure hours, he met with the Fable of the Bees, and, making a great use of what he read, compared what he felt himself within, as well as what he had seen in the world, with the sentiments set forth in that book, and found the insincerity of men fully as universal as it was there represented. He had no opinion of the pleas and excuses that are commonly made to cover the real desires of the heart, and he never suspected the sincerity of men whom he saw to be fond of the world, and with eagerness grasping at wealth and power, when they pretended that the great end of their labors was to have opportunities of doing good to others upon earth, and becoming themselves more thankful to heaven, especially if they conformed with the beau monde, and seemed to take delight in a fashionable way of living. He had the same suspicion of all men of sense, who, having read and considered the gospel, would maintain the possibility that persons might pursue worldly glory with all their strength, and, at the same time, be good Christians. Cleomenes himself believed the Bible to be the word of God, without reserve, and was entirely convinced of the mysterious as well as historical truths that are contained in it. But as he was fully persuaded not only of the veracity of the Christian religion, but likewise of the severity of his precepts, so he attacked his passions with vigor, but never scrupled to own his want of power to subdue them, or the violent opposition he felt from within, often complaining that the obstacles he met with from flesh and blood were insurmountable. As he understood perfectly well the difficulty of the task required in the gospel, so he ever opposed those easy casuists that endeavored to lessen and extenuate it for their own ends, and he loudly maintained that men's gratitude to heaven was an unacceptable offering, whilst they continued to live in ease and luxury, and were visibly solicitous after their share of the pomp and vanity of this world. In the very politeness of conversation, the complacency with which fashionable people are continually soothing each other's frailties, and in almost every part of a gentleman's behavior, he thought there was a disagreement between the outward appearances and what is felt within, that was clashing with uprightness and sincerity. Cleomenes was of opinion that of all religious virtues nothing was more scarce or more difficult to acquire than Christian humility, and that to destroy the possibility of ever attaining to it, nothing was so effectual as what is called a gentleman's education, and that the more dexterous, by this means, men grew in concealing the outward signs and every symptom of pride, the more entirely they became enslaved by it within. He carefully examined into the felicity that accrues from the applause of others, and the invisible wages which men of sense and judicious fancy received for their labors, and what it was at the bottom that rendered those airy rewards so ravishing to mortals. He had often observed and watched narrowly the countenances and behavior of men when anything of theirs was admired or commended, such as the choice of their furniture, the politeness of their entertainments, the elegancy of their equipages, their dress, their diversions, or the fine taste displayed in their buildings. Cleomenes seemed charitable, and was a man of strict morals, yet he would often complain that he was not possessed of one Christian virtue, and found fault with his own actions that had all the appearances of goodness, because he was conscious, he said, that they were performed from a wrong principle. The effects of his education and his aversion to infamy had always been strong enough to keep him from turpitude, but this he ascribed to his vanity, which he complained was in such full possession of his heart that he knew no gratification of any appetite from which he was able to exclude it. Having always been a man of unblameable behavior, the sincerity of his belief had made no visible alteration in his conduct to outward appearances, but in private he never ceased from examining himself. As no man was less prone to enthusiasm than himself, so his life was very uniform, and as he never pretended to high flights of devotion, so he never was guilty of enormous offenses. He had a strong aversion to rigorists of all sorts, and when he saw men quarreling about forms and creeds and the interpretation of obscure places, and requiring of others the strictest compliance to their own opinions in disputable matters, it raised his indignation to see the generality of them want charity, and many of them scandalously remiss in the plainest and most necessary duties. He took uncommon pains to search into human nature, and left no stone unturned to detect the pride and hypocrisy of it, and, among his intimate friends, to expose the stratagems of the one and the exorbitant power of the other. He was sure that the satisfaction which arose from worldly enjoyments was something distinct from gratitude and foreign to religion, and he felt plainly that as it proceeded from within, so it centered in himself. The very relish of life, he said, was accompanied with an elevation of mind that seemed to be inseparable from his being. Whatever principle was the cause of this, he was convinced within himself that the sacrifice of the heart, which the gospel requires, consisted in the utter extirpation of that principle, confessing at the same time that this satisfaction he found in himself, this elevation of mind, caused his chief pleasure, and that, in all comforts of life, it made the greatest part of the enjoyment. Cleomenes, with grief, often owned his fears that his attachment to the world would never cease whilst he lived. The reasons he gave were the great regard he continued to have for the opinion of worldly men, the stubbornness of his indocile heart that could not be brought to change the objects of its pride, and refused to be ashamed of what, from his infancy, it had been taught to glory in, and, lastly, the impossibility he found in himself of being ever reconciled to contempt, and enduring, with patience, to be laughed at and despised for any cause, or on any consideration whatever. These were the obstacles, he said, that hindered him from breaking off all commerce with the beau monde, and entirely changing his manner of living, without which he thought it mockery to talk of renouncing the world and bidding adieu to all the pomp and vanity of it. The part of Fulvia, which is the third person, is so inconsiderable, she just appearing only in the first dialogue, that it would be impertinent to trouble the reader with a character of her. I had a mind to say some things in painting and operas, which I thought might, by introducing her, be brought in more naturally, and with less trouble, than they could have been without her. The ladies, I hope, will find no reason, from the little she does say, to suspect that she wants either virtue or understanding. As to the fable, or what is supposed to have occasioned the first dialogue between Horatio and Cleomenes, it is this. Horatio, who had found great delight in my Lord Shaftesbury's polite manner of writing, his fine raillery and blending virtue with good manners, was a great stickler for the social system, and wondered how Cleomenes could be an advocate for such a book as The Fable of the Bees, of which he had heard a very vile character from several quarters. Cleomenes, who loved and had a great friendship for Horatio, wanted to undeceive him, but the other, who hated satire, was prepossessed, and having been told likewise that martial courage and honor itself were ridiculed in that book, he was very much exasperated against the author and his whole scheme. He had 2 or 3 times heard Cleomenes discourse on this subject with others, but would never enter into the argument himself, and finding his friend often pressing to come to it, he began to look coolly upon him, and at last to avoid all opportunities of being alone with him, till Cleomenes drew him in, by the stratagem which the reader will see he made use of, as Horatio was one day taking his leave after a short complimentary visit. I should not wonder to see men of candor as well as good sense find fault with the manner in which I have chose to publish these thoughts of mine to the world. There certainly is something in it which I confess I do not know how to justify to my own satisfaction. That such a man as Cleomenes, having met with a book agreeable to his own sentiments, should desire to be acquainted with the author of it, has nothing in it that is improbable or unseemly, but then it will be objected that, whoever the interlocutors are, it was I myself who wrote the dialogues, and that it is contrary to all decency that a man should proclaim concerning his own work all that a friend of his, perhaps, might be allowed to say. This is true, and the best answer which I think can be made to it is, that such an impartial man, and such a lover of truth as Cleomenes is represented to be, would be as cautious in speaking of his friend's merit as he would be of his own. It might be urged likewise that when a man professes himself to be an author's friend, and exactly to entertain the same sentiments with another, it must naturally put every reader upon his guard, and render him as suspicious and distrustful of such a man as he would be of the author himself. But how good soever the excuses are that might be made for this manner of writing, I would never have ventured upon it if I had not liked it in the famous Gassendus, who, by the help of several dialogues and a friend, who is the chief personage in them, has not only explained and illustrated his system, but likewise refuted his adversaries. Him I have followed, and I hope the reader will find that whatever opportunity I have had by this means of speaking well of myself indirectly, I had no design to make that or any other ill use of it. As it is supposed that Cleomenes is my friend and speaks my sentiments, so it is but justice that everything which he advances should be looked upon and considered as my own. But no man in his senses would think that I ought to be equally responsible for everything that Horatio says, who is his antagonist, if he ever offers anything that favors of libertinism, or is otherwise exceptionable, which Cleomenes does not reprove him for in the best and most serious manner, or to which he gives not the most satisfactory and convincing answer that can be made, I am to blame, otherwise not. Yet from the fate the first part has met with, I expect to see in a little time several things transcribed and cited from this in that manner by themselves, without the replies that are made to them, and so shown to the world as my words and my opinion. The opportunity of doing this will be greater in this part than it was in the former, and should I always have fair play, and never be attacked but by such adversaries as would make their quotations from me without artifice, and use me with common honesty, it would go a great way to the refuting of me, and I should myself begin to suspect the truth of several things I have advanced, and which hitherto I cannot help believing. A stroke made in this manner, reader's note, henceforth, stroke, which the reader will sometimes meet with in the following dialogues, is a sign either of interruption when the person speaking is not suffered to go on with what he was going to say, or else of a pause, during which something is supposed to be said or done not relating to the discourse. As in this part I have not altered the subject, on which a former, known by the name of The Fable of the Bees, was wrote, and the same unbiased method of searching after truth and inquiring into the nature of man and society made use of in that, is continued in this. I thought it unnecessary to look out for another title, and being myself a great lover of simplicity, and my invention none of the most fruitful, the reader, I hope, will pardon the bald, inelegant aspect and unusual emptiness of the title page. Here I would have made an end to my preface, which I know very well is too long already, but the world having been very grossly imposed upon by a false report that some months ago was very solemnly made, and as industriously spread in most of the newspapers, for a considerable time, I think it would be an unpardonable neglect in me, of the public, should I suffer them to remain in the error they were led into when I am actually addressing them, and there is no other person from whom they can so justly expect to be undeceived. In the London Evening Post of Saturday, March 9th, 1727-8, the following paragraph was printed in small italic at the end of the Home News. On Friday evening, the 1st instant, a gentleman well dressed appeared at the bonfire before St. James's Gate, who declared himself the author of a book entitled The Fable of the Bees, and that he was sorry for writing the same, and recollecting his former promise, pronounced these words, "I commit my book to the flames," and threw it in accordingly. The Monday following, the same piece of news was repeated in the Daily Journal, and after that for a considerable time, as I have said, in most of the papers, but since the Sunday mentioned, which was the only time it was printed by itself, it appeared always with a small addition to it, and annexed, with an N.B. before it, to the following advertisement. Erratae Logia, or an inquiry into the original of moral virtue, wherein the false notions of Machiavel, Hobbes, Spinoza, and Mr. Bayle, as they are collected and digested by the author of The Fable of the Bees, are examined and confuted, and the eternal and unalterable nature and obligation of moral virtue is stated and vindicated, to which is prefixed a prefatory introduction in a letter to that author, by Alexander Innes, D.D., preacher, assistant at St. Margaret's, Westminster. The small addition which I said was made to that notable piece of news, after it came to be annexed to this advertisement, consisted of these 5 words, upon reading the above book, which were put in after, "Sorry for writing the same." This story having been often repeated in the papers, and never publicly contradicted, many people, it seems, were credulous enough to believe, notwithstanding the improbability of it. But the least attentive would have suspected the whole as soon as they had seen the addition that was made to it the second time it was published. For supposing it to be intelligible, as it follows the advertisement, it cannot be pretended that the repenting gentleman pronounced those very words. He must have named the book, and if he had said that his sorrow was occasioned by reading the Erratae Logia, or the new book of the Reverend Dr. Innes, how came such a remarkable part of his confession to be omitted in the first publication, where the well-dressed gentleman's words and actions seemed to be set down with so much care and exactness? Besides, everybody knows the great industry and general intelligence of our news writers. If such a farce had really been acted, and a man had been hired to pronounce the words mentioned and throw a book into the fire, which I have often wondered was not done, it is credible at all that a thing so remarkable, done so openly and before so many witnesses the 1st day of March, should not be taken notice of in any of the papers before the 9th, and never be repeated afterwards, or ever mentioned but as an appendix to the advertisement to recommend Dr. Innes's book. However, this story has been much talked of, and occasioned a great deal of mirth among my acquaintance, several of whom have earnestly pressed me more than once to advertise the falsity of it, which I would never comply with for fear of being laughed at, as some years ago poor Dr. Patridge was, for seriously maintaining that he was not dead. But all this while we were in the dark, and nobody could tell how this report came into the world, or what it could be that had given a handle to it, when one evening a friend of mine, who had borrowed Dr. Innes's book, which till then I had never seen, showed me in it the following lines. But a propos, sir, if I rightly remember, the ingenious Mr. Law, in his remarks upon your Fable of the Bees, puts you in mind of a promise you had made, by which you obliged yourself to burn that book at any time or place your adversary should appoint, if anything should be found in it tending to immorality or the corruption of manners. I have a great respect for that gentleman, though I am not personally acquainted with him, but I cannot but condemn his excessive credulity and good nature, in believing that a man of your principles could be a slave to his word. For my own part, I think, I know you too well to be so easily imposed upon, or if, after all, you should really persist in your resolution, and commit it to the flames, I appoint the 1st of March before St. James's Gate for that purpose, it being the birthday of the best and most glorious Queen upon earth, and the burning of your book the smallest atonement you can make for endeavoring to corrupt and debauch His Majesty's subjects in their principles. Now, sir, if you agree to this, I hope you are not so destitute of friends, but that you may find some charitable neighbor or other, who will lend you a helping hand, and throw in the author at the same time by way of appendix, the doing of which will, in my opinion, complete the solemnity of the day. I am not your patient, but your most humble servant. Thus ends what, in the Arete Logia, Dr. Innes is pleased to call a prefatory introduction, in a letter to the author of the Fable of the Bees. It is signed A.I. and dated Tothill Fields, Westminster, January 20th, 1727-8. Now all our wonder ceased. The judicious reader will easily allow me that, having read thus much, I had an ample dispensation from going any further. Therefore I can say nothing of the book, and as to the reverend author of it, who seems to think himself so well acquainted with my principles, I have not the honor to know either him or his morals, otherwise than from what I have quoted here. Expede Herculem, London, October 20th, 1728. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first dialogue between Horatio, Cleomenes, and Fulvia. Cleomenes. Always in haste, Horatio? Horatio. I must beg of you to excuse me. I am obliged to go. Cleomenes. Whether you have other engagements than you used to have, or whether your temper is changed, I cannot tell. But something has made an alteration in you, of which I cannot comprehend the cause. There is no man in the world whose friendship I value more than I do yours, or whose company I like better, yet I can never have it. I profess I have thought sometimes that you have avoided me on purpose. Horatio. I am sorry, Cleomenes, I should have been wanting in civility to you. I come every week constantly to pay my respects to you, and if I ever fail, I always send to inquire after your health. Cleomenes. No man outdoes Horatio in civility, but I thought something more was due to our affections and long acquaintance, besides compliments and ceremony. Of late I have never been to wait upon you, but you are gone abroad, or I find you engaged, and when I have the honor to see you here, your stay is only momentary. Pray pardon my rudeness for once. What is it that hinders you now from keeping me company for an hour or two? My cousin talks of going out, and I shall be all alone. Horatio. I know better than to rob you of such an opportunity for speculation. Cleomenes. Speculation? On what, pray? Horatio. That vileness of our species and the refined way of thinking you have of late been so fond of, I call it the scheme of deformity, the partisans of which study chiefly to make everything in our nature appear as ugly and contemptible as it is possible, and to take uncommon pains to persuade men that they are devils. Cleomenes. If that be all, I shall soon convince you. Horatio. No conviction to me, I beseech you. I am determined and fully persuaded that there is good in the world as well as evil, and that the words honesty, benevolence, and humanity, and even charity are not empty sounds only, but that there are such things in spite of the fable of the bees, and I am resolved to believe that, notwithstanding the degeneracy of mankind and the wickedness of the age, there are men now living who are actually possessed of those virtues. Cleomenes. But you do not know what I am going to say. I am... Stroke. Horatio. That may be, but I will not hear one word. All you can say is lost upon me, and if you will not give me leave to speak out, I am gone this moment. That cursed book has bewitched you, and made you deny the existence of those very virtues that had gained you the esteem of your friends. You know this is not my usual language. I hate to say harsh things, but what regard can or ought one to have for an author that treats everybody de haut and boss, makes a jest of virtue and honor, calls Alexander the Great a madman, and spares kings and princes no more than anyone, with the most abject of the people? The business of his philosophy is just the reverse to that of the herald's office. For, as there are always contriving and finding out high and illustrious pedigrees for low and obscure people, so your authors ever searching after and inventing mean contemptible origins for worthy and honorable actions. I am your very humble servant. Cleomenes, stay. I am of your opinion. What I offered to convince you of was how entirely I am recovered of the folly which you have so justly exposed. I have left that error. Horatio, are you in earnest? Cleomenes, no man more. There is no greater stickler for the social virtues than myself, and I much question whether there is any of Lord Shaftesbury's admirers that will go to my lengths. Horatio, I shall be glad to see you go my lengths first, and as many more as you please. You cannot conceive, Cleomenes, how it has grieved me when I have seen how many enemies you made yourself by that extravagant way of arguing. If you are but serious, whence comes this change? Cleomenes, in the first place, I grew weary of having everybody against me, and in the second, there is more room for invention in the other system. Poets and orators in the social system have fine opportunities of exerting themselves. Horatio, I very much suspect that recovery you boast of. Are you convinced that the other system was false, which you might have easily learned from seeing everybody against you? Cleomenes, false to be sure, but what you allege is no proof of it. For if the greatest part of mankind were not against that scheme of deformity, as you justly call it, insincerity could not be so general as the scheme itself supposes it to be. But since my eyes have been opened, I have found out that truth and probability are the silliest things in the world. They are of no manner of use, especially among the people de bon goût. Horatio, I thought what a convert you was, but what new madness has seized you now? Cleomenes, no madness at all. I say, and will maintain it to the world, that truth, in the sublime, is very impertinent, and that in the arts and sciences fit for men of taste to look into, a master cannot commit a more unpardonable fault than sticking to or being influenced by truth, where it interferes with what is agreeable. Horatio, homely truths indeed. Stroke. Cleomenes, look upon that Dutch piece of the Nativity. What charming colouring there is, what a fine pencil, and how just are the outlines for a piece so curiously finished. But what a fool the fellow was to draw hay, and straw, and water, and a rack, as well as a manger. It is a wonder he did not pull the bambino into the manger. Fulvia, the bambino? That is the child, I suppose. Why, it should be in the manger, should it not? Does not the history tell us that the child was laid in the manger? I have no skill in painting, but I can see whether things are drawn to the life or not. Sure, nothing can be more like the head of an ox than that there. A picture then pleases me best when the art in such a manner deceives my eye, that, without making any allowance, I can imagine I see things in reality which the painter has endeavored to represent. I have always thought it an admirable piece. Sure, nothing in the world can be more like nature. Cleomenes, like nature! So much the worse. Indeed, cousin, it is easily seen that you have no skill in painting. It is not nature, but agreeable nature, la belle natura, that is to be represented. All things that are abject, low, pitiful, and mean are carefully to be avoided and kept out of sight, because to men of the true taste they are as offensive as things that are shocking and really nasty. Fulvia, at that rate the Virgin Mary's condition and our Saviour's birth are to never be painted. Cleomenes, that is your mistake. The subject itself is noble. Let us go but into the next room, and I will show you the difference. Stroke. Look upon that picture, which is the same history. There is fine architecture, there is a colonnade. Can anything be thought of more magnificent? How skilfully is that ass removed, and how little you see of the ox. Pray, mind the obscurity they are both placed in. It hangs in a strong light, or else one might look 10 times upon the picture without observing them. Behold, these pillars of the Corinthian order, how lofty they are, and what an effect they have, what a noble space, what an area here is, how nobly everything concurs to express the majestic grandeur of the subject, and strikes the soul with awe and admiration at the same time. Fulvia, pray, cousin, has good sense ever any share in the judgment which your men of true taste form about pictures? Horatio, Madam! Fulvia, I beg pardon, sir, if I have offended, but to me it seems strange to hear such commendations given to a painter for turning the stable of a country inn into a palace of extraordinary magnificence. This is a great deal worse than Swift's metamorphosis of Philemon and Baucis, for there some show of resemblance is kept in the changes. Horatio, in a country stable, madam, there is nothing but filth and nastiness, or vile abject things not fit to be seen, at least not capable of entertaining persons of quality. Fulvia, the Dutch picture in the next room has nothing that is offensive, but an Augean stable, even before Hercules had cleaned it, would be less shocking to me than those fluted pillars, for nobody can please my eye that affronts my understanding. When I desire a man to paint a considerable history, which everybody knows to have been transacted at a country inn, does he not strangely impose upon me because he understands architecture? To draw me a room that might have served for a great hall or banqueting house to any Roman emperor? Besides, that the poor and abject state in which our Saviour chose to appear at his coming into the world is the most material circumstance of the history. It contains an excellent moral against vain pomp, and is the strongest persuasive to humility, which, in the Italian, are more than lost. Horatio, indeed, madam, experience is against you, and it is certain that, even among the vulgar, the representations of mean and abject things, and such as they are familiar with, have not that effect, and either breathe contempt or are insignificant, whereas vast piles, stately buildings, roofs of uncommon height, surprising ornaments, and all the architecture of the grand taste, are the fittest to raise devotion, and inspire men with veneration, and a religious awe for the places that have these excellencies to boast of. Is there ever a meeting-house or barn to be compared to a fine cathedral for this purpose? Fulvia, I believe there is a mechanical way of raising devotion in silly superstitious creatures, but an attentive contemplation of the works of God, I am sure. Stroke. Cleomenes, pray, cousin, say no more in defense of your low taste. The painter has nothing to do with the truth of history. His business is to express the dignity of the subject, and, in compliment to his judges, never to forget the excellency of our species. All his art and good sense must be employed in raising that to the highest pitch. Great masters do not paint for the common people, but for persons of refined understanding. What you complain of is the effect of the good manners and complaisance of the painter. When he had drawn the infant and the Madonna, he thought the least glimpse of the ox and the ass would be sufficient to acquaint you with the history. They who want more fescuing and a broader explanation, he does not desire his picture should ever be shown to. For the rest, he entertains you with nothing but what is noble and worthy your attention. You see he is an architect, and completely skilled in perspective, and he shows you how finely he can round a pillar, and that both the depth and the height of a space may be drawn on a flat. With all the other wonders he performs by his skill in that inconceivable mystery of light and shadows. Fulvia, why then is it pretended that painting is an imitation of nature? Cleomenes, at first setting out, a scholar is to copy things exactly as he sees them, but from a great matter, when he is left to his own invention, it is expected he should take the perfections of nature, and not paint it as it is, but as we would wish it to be. Zeuxis, to draw a goddess, took 5 beautiful women, from which he culled what was most graceful in each. Fulvia, still every grace he painted was taken from nature. Cleomenes, that's true, but he left nature her rubbish, and imitated nothing but what was excellent, which made the assemblage superior to anything in nature. Demetrius was taxed for being too natural. Dionysus was also blamed for drawing men like us. Nearer our times, Michelangelo was esteemed too natural, and Lysippus of old upbraided the common sort of sculptors for making men such as they were found in nature. Fulvia, are these things real? Cleomenes, you may read it yourself in Graham's preface to The Art of Painting. The book is above in the library. Horatio, these things may seem strange to you, madam, but they are of immense use to the public. The higher we can carry the excellency of our species, the more those beautiful images will fill noble minds with worthy and suitable ideas of their own dignity that will seldom fail of spurring them on to virtue and heroic actions. There is a grandeur to be expressed in things that far surpasses the beauties of simple nature. You take delight in operas, madam, I do not question. You must have minded the noble manner and stateliness beyond nature, which everything there is executed with. What gentle touches, what slight and yet majestic motions are made use of to express the most boisterous passions. As the subject is always lofty, so no posture is to be chosen but what is serious and significant, as well as comely and agreeable. Should the actions there be represented as they are in common life, they would ruin the sublime, and at once rob you of all your pleasure. Fulvia, I never expected anything natural at an opera, but as persons of distinction resort hither, and everybody comes dressed, it is a sort of employment, and I seldom miss a night, because it is the fashion to go. Besides, the royal family and the monarch himself, generally honoring them with their presence, it is almost become a duty to attend them, as much as it is to go to court. What diverts me there is the company, the lights, the music, the scenes, and other decorations. But as I understand but very few words of Italian, so what is most admired in the recitativo is lost upon me, which makes the acting part to me rather ridiculous than stroke. Horatio, ridiculous, madam, for heaven's sake, stroke. Fulvia, I beg pardon, sir, for the expression. I never laughed at an opera in my life, but I confess, as to the entertainment itself, that a good play is infinitely more diverting to me, and I prefer anything that informs my understanding beyond all the recreations which either my eyes or my ears can be regaled with. Horatio, I am sorry to hear a lady of your good sense make such a choice. Have you no taste for music, madam? Fulvia, I named that as part of my diversion. Cleomenes, my cousin plays very well upon the harpsichord herself. Fulvia, I love to hear good music, but it does not throw me into those raptures I hear others speak of. Horatio, nothing certainly can elevate the mind beyond a fine concert. It seems to disengage the soul from the body and lift it up to heaven. It is in this situation that we are most capable of receiving extraordinary impressions. When the instruments cease, our temper is subdued, and beautiful action joins with a skilful voice in setting before us, in a transcendent light, the heroic labors we are come to admire, and which the word opera imports. The powerful harmony between the engaging sounds and speaking gestures invades the heart, and forcibly inspires us with those noble sentiments which to entertain, the most expressive words can only attempt to persuade us. Few comedies are tolerable, and in the best of them, if the levity of the expressions does not corrupt, the meanness of the subject must debase the manners, at least to persons of quality. In tragedies the style is more sublime, and the subjects generally great, but all violent passions, and even the representations of them, ruffle and discompose the mind. Besides, when men endeavor to express things strongly, and they are acted to the life, it often happens that the images do mischief, because they are too moving, and the action is faulty for being too natural. And experience teaches us that in unguarded minds, by those pathetic performances, flames are often raised that are prejudicial to virtue. The playhouses themselves are far from being inviting, much less the companies, at least the greater part of them that frequent them, some of which are almost of the lowest rank of all. The disgust that persons of the least elegance receive from these people are many. Besides, the ill sense and unseemly sights one meets with of careless rakes and impudent wenches, that, having paid their money, reckon themselves to be all upon a level with everybody there. The oaths, scurrilities, and vile jests one is often obliged to hear without resenting them, and the odd mixture of high and low that are all partaking of the same diversion, without regard to dress or quality, are all very offensive, and it cannot but be very disagreeable to polite people to be in the same crowd with a variety of persons, some of them below mediocrity, that pay no deference to one another. At the opera, everything charms and concurs to make happiness complete. The sweetness of voice in the first place, and the solemn composure of the action, serve to mitigate and allay every passion. It is the gentleness of them, and the calm serenity of the mind, that make us amiable, and bring us nearest to the perfection of angels, whereas the violence of the passions, in which the corruption of the heart chiefly consists, dethrones our reason, and renders us more like unto savages. It is incredible how prone we are to imitation, and how strangely, unknown to ourselves, we are shaped and fashioned after the models and examples that are often set before us. No anger nor jealousy are ever to be seen at an opera that distort the features, no flames that are noxious, nor is any love represented in them that is not pure and next to seraphic. And it is impossible for the remembrance to carry anything away from them that can sully the imagination. Secondly, the company is of another sort. The place itself is a security to peace, as well as everyone's honor, and it is impossible to name another where blooming innocence and irresistible beauty stand in so little need of guardians. Here we are sure never to meet with petulancy or ill manners, and to be free from immodest ribaldry, libertine wit, and detestable satire. If you will mind on the one hand the richness and splendor of dress, and the quality of the persons that appear in them, the variety of colors, and the luster of the fair in a spacious theatre, well illuminated and adorned, and on the other the grave deportment of the assembly, and the consciousness that appears in every countenance, of the respect they owe each other, you will be forced to confess that upon earth there cannot be a pastime more agreeable. Believe me, madam, there is no place where both sexes have such opportunities of imbibing exalted sentiments, and raising themselves above the vulgar, as they have at the opera, and there is no other sort of diversion or assembly, from the frequenting of which young persons of quality can have equal hopes of forming their manners, and contracting a strong and lasting habit of virtue. Fulvia, you have said more in commendation of operas, Horatio, than I ever heard or thought of before, and I think everybody who loves that diversion is highly obliged to you. The grand gout, I believe, is a great help in panegyric, especially where it is an incivility strictly to examine and over-curiously to look into matters. Cleomenes, what say you now, Fulvia, of nature and good sense? Are they not quite beat out of doors? Fulvia, I have heard nothing yet to make me out of conceit with good sense, though what you insinuated of nature, as if it was not to be imitated in painting, is an opinion, I must confess, which hitherto I more admire at than I can approve of it. Horatio, I would never recommend anything, madam, that is repugnant to good sense, but Cleomenes must have some design in overacting the part he pretends to have chosen. What he has said about painting is very true, whether he spoke it in jest or in earnest, but he talks so diametrically opposite to the opinion which he is known everywhere to defend of late, that I do not know what to make of him. Fulvia, I am convinced of the narrowness of my own understanding, and am going to visit some persons with whom I shall be more upon the level. Horatio, you will give me leave to wait upon your coach, madam. Stroke. Pray, Cleomenes, what is it you have got in your head? Cleomenes, nothing at all. I told you before that I was so entirely recovered from my folly that few people went my lengths. What jealousy you entertain of me I do not know, but I find myself much improved in the social system. Formerly I thought that chief ministers and all those at the helm of affairs acted from principles of avarice and ambition, that in all the pains they took, and even in the slaveries they underwent for the public good, they had their private ends, and that they were supported in the fatigue by secret enjoyments they were unwilling to own. It is not a month ago that I imagined that the inward care and real solicitude of all great men centered within themselves, and that to enrich themselves, acquire titles of honor, and raise their families on the one hand, and to have opportunities on the other of displaying a judicious fancy to all the elegant comforts of life, and establishing, without the least trouble of self-denial, the reputation of being wise, humane, and munificent, were the things which, besides the satisfaction there is in superiority and the pleasure of governing, all candidates to high offices and great posts proposed to themselves, from the places they sued for. I was so narrow-minded that I could not conceive how a man would ever voluntarily submit to be a slave but to serve himself. But I have abandoned that ill-natured way of judging. I plainly perceive the public good, in all the designs of politicians, the social virtues shine in every action, and I find that the national interest is the compass that all statesmen steer by. Horatio, that is more than I can prove, but certainly there have been such men, there have been patriots, that without selfish views have taken incredible pains for their country's welfare. Nay, there are men now that would do the same if they were employed. And we have had princes that have neglected their ease and pleasure, and sacrificed their quiet to promote the prosperity and increase the wealth and honor of the kingdom, and had nothing so much at heart as the happiness of their subjects. Cleomenes. No disaffection, I beg of you. The difference between past and present times and persons in and out of places is perhaps clearer to you than it is to me, but it is many years ago, you know, that it has been agreed between us never to enter into party disputes. What I desire your attention to is my reformation, which you seem to doubt of, and the great change that is wrought in me. The religion of most kings and other high potentates I formerly had but a slender opinion of, but now I measure their piety by what they say of it themselves to their subjects. Horatio. That is very kindly done. Cleomenes. By thinking meanly of things, I once had strange blundering notions concerning foreign wars. I thought that many of them arose from trifling causes, magnified by politicians for their own ends, that the most ruinous misunderstandings between states and kingdoms might spring from the hidden malice, folly, or caprice of one man, that many of them had been owing to the private quarrels, piques, resentments, and the haughtiness of the chief ministers of the respective nations that were the sufferers, and that what is called personal hatred between princes seldom was more at first than either an open or secret animosity which the two great favorites of those courts had against one another. But now I have learned to derive those things from higher causes. I am reconciled likewise to the luxury of the voluptuous, which I used to be offended at, because now I am convinced that the money of most rich men is laid out with a social design of promoting arts and sciences, and that in the most expensive undertakings their principal aim is the employment of the poor. Horatio. These are lengths indeed. Cleomenes. I have a strong aversion to satire, and detest it every whit as much as you do. The most instructive writings to understand the world and penetrate into the heart of man I take to be addresses, epithets, dedications, and above all, the preambles to patents, of which I am making a large collection. Horatio. A very useful undertaking. Cleomenes. But to remove all your doubts of my conversion, I will show you some easy rules I have laid down for young beginners. Horatio. What to do? Cleomenes. To judge of men's actions by the lovely system of Lord Shaftesbury, in a manner diametrically opposite to that of the Fable of the Bees. Horatio. I do not understand you. Cleomenes. You will presently. I have called them rules, but they are rather examples from which the rules are to be gathered. As for instance, if we see an industrious poor woman who has pinched her belly and gone in rags for a considerable time to save 40 shillings, part with her money to put out her son at 6 years of age to a chimney sweeper. To judge of her charitably, according to the system of the social virtues, we must imagine that though she never paid for the sweeping of a chimney in her life, she knows by experience that for want of this necessary cleanliness the broth has been often spoiled, and many a chimney has been set on fire, and therefore to do good in her generation, as far as she is able, she gives up her all, both offspring and estate, to assist in preventing the several mischiefs that are often occasioned by great quantities of soot disregarded, and, free from selfishness, sacrifices her only son to the most wretched employment for the public welfare. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Horatio. You do not vie, I see, with Lord Shaftesbury for loftiness of subjects. Cleomenes. When in a starry night with amazement we behold the glory of the firmament, nothing is more obvious than that the whole, the beautiful all, must be the workmanship of one great architect of power and wisdom stupendous, and it is evident that everything in the universe is a constituent part of one entire fabric. Horatio. Would you make a jest of this too? Cleomenes. Far from it. They are awful truths, of which I am as much convinced as I am of my own existence. But I was going to name the consequences which Lord Shaftesbury draws from them, in order to demonstrate to you that I am a convert, and a very punctual observer of his lordship's instructions, and that, in my judgment on the poor woman's conduct, there is nothing that is not entirely agreeable to the generous way of thinking set forth and recommended in the characteristics. Horatio. Is it possible a man should read such a book, and make no better use of it? I desire you would name the consequences you speak of. Cleomenes. As that infinity of luminous bodies, however different in magnitude, velocity, and the figures they describe in their courses, concur all of them to make up the universe, so this little spot we inhabit is likewise a compound of air, water, fire, minerals, vegetables, and living creatures, which, though vastly differing from one another in their nature, do altogether make up the body of this terraqueous globe. Horatio, this is very right, and in the same manner as our whole species is composed of many nations of different religions, forms of government, interests and manners that divide and share the earth between them, so the civil society in every nation consists in great multitudes of both sexes, that widely differing from each other in age, constitution, strength, temper, wisdom, and possessions, all help to make up one body politic. Cleomenes, the same exactly which I would have said. Now, pray, sir, is not the great end of men's forming themselves into such societies mutual happiness? I mean, do not all individual persons, from being thus combined, propose to themselves a more comfortable condition of life than human creatures, if they were to live like other wild animals, without tie or dependence, could enjoy in a free and savage state? Horatio, this certainly is not only the end, but the end which is everywhere attained to by government and society, in some degree or another. Cleomenes, hence it must follow that it is always wrong for men to pursue gain or pleasure by means that are visibly detrimental to the civil society, and that creatures who can do this must be narrow-souled, short-sighted, selfish people, whereas wise men never look upon themselves as individual persons without considering the whole, of which they are but trifling parts in respect to bulk, and are incapable of receiving any satisfaction from things that interfere with the public welfare. This being undeniably true, ought not all private advantage to give way to this general interest, and ought it not to be everyone's endeavor to increase this common stock of happiness, and, in order to do it, do what he can to render himself a serviceable and useful member of that whole body which he belongs to? Horatio, what of all this? Cleomenes, has not my poor woman, in what I have related of her, acted in conformity to this social system? Horatio, can any one in his senses imagine that an indigent, thoughtless wretch, without sense or education, should ever act from such generous principles? Cleomenes, poor I told you the woman was, and I will not insist upon her education, but as for her being thoughtless and void of sense, you will give me leave to say that it is an aspersion for which you have no manner of foundation, and from the account I have given of her, nothing can be gathered but that she was a considerate, virtuous, wise woman in poverty. Horatio, I suppose you would persuade me that you are in earnest. Cleomenes, I am much more so than you imagine, and say once more that, in the example I have given, I have trod exactly in my Lord Shaftesbury's steps, and closely followed the social system. If I have committed any error, show it to me. Horatio, did that author ever meddle with anything so low and pitiful? Cleomenes, there can be nothing mean in noble actions, whoever the persons that are to perform them. But if the vulgar are to be all excluded from the social virtues, what rule or instruction shall the laboring poor, which are by far the greatest part of the nation, have left them to walk by, when the characteristics have made a jest of all revealed religion, especially the Christian? But if you despise the poor and illiterate, I can, in the same method, judge of men in higher stations. Let the enemies of the social system behold the venerable counsellor, now grown eminent for his wealth, that at his great age continues sweltering at the bar to plead the doubtful cause, and, regardless of his dinner, shorten his own life in endeavoring to secure the possessions of others. How conspicuous is the benevolence of the physician to his kind, who, from morning till night, visiting the sick, keeps several sets of horses to be more serviceable to many, and still grudges himself the time for the necessary functions of life. In the same manner, the indefatigable clergyman, who, with his ministry, supplies a very large parish already, solicits with zeal to be as useful and beneficent to another, though 50 of his order, yet unemployed, offer their service for the same purpose. Horatio, I perceive your drift. From the strained panegyrics you labor at, you would form arguments ad absurdum. The banter is ingenious enough, and at proper times might serve to raise a laugh. But then you must own likewise that those studied encomiums will not bear to be seriously examined into, when we consider that the great business as well as perpetual solicitude of the poor are to supply their immediate wants, and keep themselves from starving, and that their children are a burden to them, which they groan under, and desire to be delivered from by all possible means that are not clashing with the low involuntary affection which nature forces them to have for their offspring. When I say we consider this, the virtues of your industrious make no great figure, the public spirit likewise, and the generous principles your sagacity has found out in the 3 faculties, to which men are brought up for a livelihood, seem to be very far-fetched. Fame, wealth, and greatness every age can witness, but whatever labor or fatigue they submit to, the motives of their actions are as conspicuous as their calling themselves. Cleomenes, are they not beneficial to mankind and of use to the public? Horatio, I do not deny that. We often receive inestimable benefits from them, and the good ones in either profession are not only useful, but very necessary to the society. But though there are several that sacrifice their whole lives, and all the comfort of them, to their business, there is not one of them that would take a quarter of the pains he is now at, if, without taking any, he could acquire the same money, reputation, and other advantages that may accrue to him from the esteem or gratitude of those whom he has been serviceable to, and I do not believe there is an eminent man among them that would not own this if the question was put to him. Therefore, when ambition and the love of money are avowed principles men act from, it is very silly to ascribe virtues to them, which they themselves pretend to lay no manner of claim to. But your encomium upon the parson is the merriest jest of all. I have heard many excuses made, and some of them very frivolous, for the covetousness of priests, but what you have picked out in their praise is more extraordinary than anything I ever met with, and the most partial advocate and admirer of the clergy never yet discovered, before yourself, a great virtue in their hunting after pluralities, when they were well provided for themselves, and many others for want of employ were ready to starve. Cleomenes, but if there be any reality in the social system, it would be better for the public if men, in all professions, were to act from those generous principles, and you will allow that the society would be the gainers, if the generality in the 3 faculties would mind others more, and themselves less than they do now. Horatio, I do not know that, and considering what slavery some lawyers as well as physicians undergo, I much question whether it would be possible for them to exert themselves in the same manner, though they would, if the constant baits and refreshments of large fees did not help to support human nature by continually stimulating this darling passion. Cleomenes, indeed, Horatio, this is a stronger argument against the social system, and more injurious to it than anything that has been said by the author whom you have exclaimed against with so much bitterness. Horatio, I deny that. I do not conclude from the selfishness in some that there is no virtue in others. Cleomenes, nor he neither, and you very much wrong him if you assert that he ever did. Horatio, I refuse to commend what is not praiseworthy, but as bad as mankind are, virtue has an existence as well as vice, though it is more scarce. Cleomenes, what you said last nobody ever contradicted, but I do not know what you would be at. Does not the Lord Shaftesbury endeavour to do good, and promote the social virtues? And am I not doing the very same? Suppose me to be in the wrong in the favourable constructions I have made of things. Still it is to be wished for at least, that men had a greater regard to the public welfare, less fondness for their private interest, and more charity for their neighbours, than the generality of them have. Horatio, to be wished for, perhaps, it may be, but what probability is there that this will ever come to pass? Cleomenes, and unless that can come to pass, it is the idlest thing in the world to discourse upon, and demonstrate the excellency of virtue. What signifies it to set forth the beauty of it, unless it was possible that men should fall in love with it? Horatio, if virtue was never recommended, men might grow worse than they are. Cleomenes, then by the same reason, if it was recommended more, men might grow better than they are. But I see perfectly well the reason of these shifts and evasions you make use of against your opinion. You find yourself under a necessity of allowing my panegyrics, as you call them, to be just, or finding the same fault with most of my Lord Shaftesbury's. And you would do neither if you could help it. From men's preferring company to solitude, his lordship pretends to prove the love and natural affection we have for our own species. If this was examined into with the same strictness as you have done everything I have said, In behalf of the three faculties, I believe that the solidity of the consequences would be pretty equal in both. But I stick to my text and stand up for the social virtues. The noble author of that system had a most charitable opinion of his species, and extolled the dignity of it in an extraordinary manner, and why my imitation of him should be called a banter, I see no reason. He certainly wrote with a good design, and endeavored to inspire his readers with refined notions, and a public spirit abstract from religion. The world enjoys the fruits of his labors, but the advantage that is justly expected from his writings can never be so universally felt, before the public spirit, which he recommended, comes down to the meanest tradesman, whom you would endeavor to exclude from the generous sentiments and noble pleasures that are already so visible in many. I am now thinking on two sorts of people that stand in very much need of, and yet hardly ever meet with one another. This misfortune must have caused such a chasm in the band of society that no depth of thought or happiness of contrivance could have filled up the vacuity. If a most tender regard for the commonwealth and the height of benevolence did not influence and oblige others, mere strangers to those people, and commonly men of small education, to afflict them with their good offices, and stop up the gap. Many ingenious workmen in obscure dwellings would be starved in spite of industry, only for want of knowing where to sell the product of their labor, if there were not others to dispose of it for them. And again, the rich and extravagant are daily furnished with an infinite variety of superfluous knickknacks and elaborate trifles, every one of them invented to gratify either a needless curiosity, or else wantonness and folly, and which they could never have thought of, much less wanted, had they never seen or known where to buy them. What a blessing, then, to the public is the social toy-man, who lays out a considerable estate to gratify the desires of these two different classes of people. He procures food and raiment for the deserving poor, and searches with great diligence after the most skilful artificers, that no man shall be able to produce better workmanship than himself. With studied civilities and a serene countenance, he entertains the greatest strangers, and, often speaking to them first, kindly offers to guess at their wants. He confines not his attendance to a few stated hours, but waits their leisure all day long in an open shop, where he bears the summer's heat and winter's cold with equal cheerfulness. What a beautiful prospect is here of natural affection to our kind! For, if he acts from that principle, who only furnishes us with necessaries of life, certainly he shows a more superlative love and indulgence to his species, who will not suffer the most whimsical of it to be an hour destitute of what he shall fancy, even things the most unnecessary. Horatio, you have made the most of it indeed, but are you not tired yet with these fooleries yourself? Cleomenes, what fault do you find with these kind constructions? Do they detract from the dignity of our species? Horatio, I admire your invention, and thus much I will own, that, by overacting the part in that extravagant manner, you have set the social system in a more disadvantageous light than ever I had considered it before, but the best things, you know, may be ridiculed. Cleomenes, whether I know that or not, Lord Shaftesbury has flatly denied it, and takes joke and banter to be the best and surest touchstone to prove the worth of things. It is his opinion that no ridicule can be fastened upon what is really great and good. His lordship has made use of that test to try the Scriptures and the Christian religion by, and expose them because it seems they could not stand it. Horatio, he has exposed superstition, and the miserable notions the vulgar were taught to have of God, but no man ever had more sublime ideas of the Supreme Being and the universe than himself. Cleomenes, you are convinced that what I charge him with is true. Horatio, I do not pretend to defend every syllable that noble lord has wrote. His style is engaging, his language is polite, his reasoning strong. Many of his thoughts are beautifully expressed, and his images, for the greatest part, inimitably fine. I may be pleased with an author, without obliging myself to answer every cavil that shall be made against him. As to what you call your imitation of him, I have no taste in burlesque, but the laugh you would raise might be turned upon you with less trouble than you seem to have taken. Pray, when you consider the hard and dirty labors that are performed to supply the mob with the vast quantities of strong beer they swill, Do not you discover social virtue in a drayman? Cleomenes. Yes, and in a dray horse too, at least as well as I can in some great men, who yet would be very angry should we refuse to believe that the most selfish actions of theirs, if the society received but the least benefit from them, were chiefly owing to principles of virtue and a generous regard to the public. Do you believe that, in the choice of a pope, the greatest dependence of the cardinals, and what they principally rely upon, is the influence of the Holy Ghost? Horatio. No more than I do transubstantiation. Cleomenes. But if you had been brought up a Roman Catholic, you would believe both. Horatio. I do not know that. Cleomenes. You would, if you was sincere in your religion, as thousands of them are, that are no more destitute of reason and good sense than you or I. Horatio. I have nothing to say as to that. There are many things incomprehensible that yet are certainly true. These are properly the objects of faith, and, therefore, when matters are above my capacity and really surpass my understanding, I am silent, and submit with great humility, but I will swallow nothing which I plainly apprehend to be contrary to my reason, and is directly clashing with my senses. Cleomenes. If you believe a providence, what demonstration can you have that God does not direct men in an affair of higher importance to all Christendom than any other you can name? Horatio. This is an ensnaring and a very unfair question. Providence superintends and governs everything without exception. To defend my negative and give a reason for my unbelief, it is sufficient if I prove that all the instruments and the means they make use of in those elections are visibly human and mundane, and many of them unwarrantable and wicked. Cleomenes. Not all the means, because every day they have prayers, and solemnly invoke the divine assistance. Horatio. But what stress they lay upon it may be easily gathered from the rest of their behavior. The court of Rome is, without dispute, the greatest academy of refined politics, and the best school to learn the art of caballing. Their ordinary cunning and known stratagems are counted rusticity, and designs are pursued through all the mazes of human subtlety. Genius there must give way to finesse, as strength does to art in wrestling, and a certain skill some men have in concealing their capacities from others is of far greater use with them than real knowledge or the soundest understanding. In the sacred college, where everything is auro venale, truth and justice bear the lowest price. Cardinal Pallavicini and other Jesuits have been the stanch advocates of the papal authority, have owned with ostentation the politia religiosa de la Chiesa, and not hid from us the virtues and accomplishments that were only valuable among the purpurati, in whose judgment, overreaching at any rate, is the highest honor, and to be outwitted, though by the basest artifice, the greatest shame. In conclaves more especially, nothing is carried on without tricks and intrigue, and in them the heart of man is so deep and so dark an abyss that the finest air of dissimulation is sometimes found to have been insincere, and men often deceive one another by counterfeiting hypocrisy. And is it credible that holiness, religion, or the least concern for spirituals should have any share in the plots, machinations, brigues, and contrivances of a society, of which each member, besides the gratification of his own passions, has nothing at heart but the interest of his party, right or wrong, and to distress every faction that opposes it? Cleomenes. These sentiments confirm to me what I have often heard, that renegados are the most cruel enemies. Horatio. Was ever I a Roman Catholic? Cleomenes. I mean from the social system, of which you have been the most strenuous assertor, and now no man can judge of actions more severely, and indeed less charitably than yourself, especially of the poor cardinals. I little thought, if once I quitted the scheme of deformity, to have found an adversary in you, but we have both changed sides, it seems. Horatio. Much alike, I believe. Cleomenes. Nay, what could anybody think to hear me making the kindest interpretations of things that can be imagined, and yourself doing quite the reverse? Horatio. What ignorant people that knew neither of us might have done, I do not know, but it has been very manifest from our discourse that you have maintained your cause by endeavoring to show the absurdity of the contrary side, and that I have defended mine by letting you see that we are not such fools as you would represent us to be. I had taken a resolution never to engage with you on this topic, but you see I have broke it. I hate to be thought uncivil. It was mere complacence drew me in, though I am not sorry that we talked of it so much as we did, because I found your opinion less dangerous than I imagined. You have owned the existence of virtue, and that there are men who act from it as a principle, both of which I thought you denied, but I would not have you flatter yourself that you deceived me by hanging out false colors. Cleomenes, I did not lay on the disguise so thick as not to have you see through it, nor would I ever have discoursed upon this subject with anybody who could have been so easily imposed upon. I know you to be a man of very good sense and sound judgment, and it is for that very reason I so heartily wish you would suffer me to explain myself, and demonstrate to you how small the difference is between us, which you imagine to be so considerable. There is not a man in the world in whose opinion I would less pass for an ill man than in yours. But I am so scrupulously fearful of offending you that I never dared to touch upon some points unless you had given me leave. Yield something to our friendship, and condescend for once to read the Fable of the Bees for my sake. It is a handsome volume. You love books. I have one extremely well bound. Do, let me, suffer me to make you a present of it. Horatio, I am no bigot, Cleomenes, but I am a man of honor, and, you know, of strict honor. I cannot endure to hear that ridiculed, and the least attempt of it chafes my blood. Honor is the strongest and noblest tie of society by far, and therefore, believe me, can never be innocently sported with. It is a thing so solid and awful, as well as serious, that it can at no time become the object of mirth or diversion, and it is impossible for any pleasantry to be so ingenious, or any jest so witty, that I could bear with it on that head. Perhaps I am singular in this, and, if you will, in the wrong. Be that as it will, all I can say is, Je n'entends pas raillerie là-dessus, and therefore no Fable of the Bees for me, if we are to remain friends. I have heard enough of that. Cleomenes, pray, Horatio, can there be honor without justice? Horatio, no. Who affirms there can? Cleomenes, have you not owned that you have thought worse of me than now you find me to deserve? No men nor their works ought to be condemned upon hearsays and bare surmises, much less upon the accusations of their enemies, without being examined into. Horatio, there you are in the right. I heartily beg your pardon, and to atone for the wrong I have done you, say what you please, I will hear it with patience. Be it never so shocking, but I beg of you be serious. Cleomenes, I have nothing to say to you that is distasteful, much less shocking. All I desire is to convince you that I am neither so ill-natured nor uncharitable, in my opinion of mankind, as you take me to be, and that the notions I entertain of the worth of things will not differ much from yours when both come to be looked into. Do but consider what we have been doing. I have endeavored to set everything in the handsomest light I could think of. You say, to ridicule the social system, I own it. Now reflect on your own conduct, which has been to show the folly of my strained panegyrics, and replace things in that natural view which all just, knowing men would certainly behold them in. This is very well done, but it is contrary to the scheme you pretended to maintain. And if you judge of all actions in the same manner, there is an end of the social system, or at least it will be evident that it is a theory never to be put into practice. You argue for the generality of men that they are possessed of these virtues, but when we come to particulars, you can find none. I have tried you everywhere. You are as little satisfied with persons of the highest rank as you are with them of the lowest, and you count it ridiculous to think better of the middling people. Is this otherwise than standing up for the goodness of a design? At the same time you confess that it never was, or ever can be executed. What sort of people are they, and where must we look for them, whom you will own to act from those principles of virtue? Horatio, are there not in all countries men of birth and ample fortune that would not accept of places, though they were offered, that are generous and beneficent, and mind nothing but what is great and noble? Cleomenes, yes, but examine their conduct, look into their lives, and scan their actions with as little indulgence as you did those of the cardinals, or the lawyers and physicians, and then see what figure their virtues will make beyond those of the poor industrious woman. There is, generally speaking, less truth in panegyrics than there is in satires. When all our senses are soothed, when we have no distemper of body or mind to disturb us, and meet with nothing that is disagreeable, we are pleased with our being. It is in this situation that we are most apt to mistake outward appearances for realities, and judge of things more favorably than they deserve. Remember, Horatio, how feelingly you spoke half an hour ago in commendation of operas. Your soul seemed to be lifted up whilst you was thinking on the many charms you find in them. I have nothing to say against the elegancy of the diversion, or the politeness of those that frequent them, but I am afraid you lost yourself in the contemplation of the lovely idea when you asserted that they were the most proper means to contract a strong and lasting habit of virtue. Do you think that among the same number of people there is more real virtue at an opera than there is at a bear garden? Horatio, what a comparison! Cleomenes, I am very serious. Horatio, the noise of dogs and bulls and bears make a fine harmony. Cleomenes, it is impossible you should mistake me, and you know very well that it is not the different pleasures of those two places I would compare together. The things you mentioned are the least to be complained of. The continual sounds of oaths and imprecations, the frequent repetitions of the word lie, and other more filthy expressions, the loudness and dissonance of many strained and untuneful voices are a perfect torment to a delicate ear. The frowsiness of the place and the ill sense of different kinds are a perpetual nuisance. But in all mob meetings, stroke. Horatio, l'odorat souffre beaucoup. Cleomenes, the entertainment in general is abominable, and all the senses suffer. I allow all this. The greasy heads, some of them bloody, the jarring looks, and threatening, wild, and horrid aspects that one meets with in those ever-restless assemblies must be very shocking to the sight, and so indeed is everything else that can be seen among a rude and ragged multitude, that are covered with dirt, and have in none of their pastimes one action that is inoffensive. But, after all, vice and what is criminal are not to be confounded with roughness and want of manners, no more than politeness and an artful behavior ought to be with virtue or religion. To tell a premeditated falsehood in order to do mischief is a greater sin than to give a man the lie who speaks an untruth. And it is possible that a person may suffer greater damage and more injury to his ruin from slander in the low whisper of a secret enemy than he could have received from all the dreadful swearing and cursing the most noisy antagonist could pelt him with. Incontinence and adultery itself, persons of quality are not more free from all over Christendom than the meaner people. But if there are some vices which the vulgar are more guilty of than the better set, there are others of the reverse. Envy, detraction, and the spirit of revenge are more raging and mischievous in courts than they are in cottages. Excess of vanity and hurtful ambition are unknown among the poor. They are seldom tainted with avarice, with irreligion never. And they have much less opportunity of robbing the public than their betters. There are few persons of distinction whom you are not acquainted with. I desire you would seriously reflect on the lives of as many as you can think of, and next opera night on the virtues of the assembly. Horatio, you make me laugh. There is a good deal in what you say, and I am persuaded all is not gold that glisters. Would you add any more? Cleomenes, since you have given me leave to talk, and you are such a patient hearer, I would not slip the opportunity of laying before you some things of high concern, that perhaps you never considered in the light, which you shall own yourself they ought to be seen in. Horatio, I am sorry to leave you, but I have really business that must be done tonight. It is about my lawsuit, and I have stayed beyond my time already. But if you will come and eat a bit of mutton with me tomorrow, I will see nobody but yourself, and we will converse as long as you please. Cleomenes, with all my heart, I will not fail to wait on you. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The second dialogue between Horatio and Cleomenes. Horatio, the discourse we had yesterday has made a great impression upon me. You said several things that were very entertaining, and some which I shall not easily forget. I do not remember I ever looked into myself so much as I have done since last night after I left you. Cleomenes, to do that faithfully, it is a more difficult and a severer talk than is commonly imagined. When yesterday I asked you where and among what sort of people we were to look for those whom you would allow to act from principles of virtue, you named a class among whom I have found very agreeable characters of men, that yet all have their failings. If these could be left out, and the best were picked and culled from the different good qualities that are to be seen in several, the compound would make a very handsome picture. Horatio, to finish it well every way would be a great masterpiece. Cleomenes, that I shall not attempt, but I do not think it would be very difficult to make a little sketch of it, that yet should exceed nature, and be a better pattern for imitation than any can be shown alive. I have a mind to try. The very thought enlivens me. How charming is the portrait of a complete gentleman, and how ravishing is the figure which a person of great birth and fortune, to whom nature has been no niggard, makes when he understands the world, and is thoroughly well bred. Horatio, I think them so, I can assure you, whether you are in jest or in earnest. Cleomenes, how entirely well hid are his greatest imperfections! Though money is his idol, and he is covetous in his heart, yet his inward avarice is forced to give way to his outward liberality, and an open generosity shines through all his actions. Horatio, there lies your fault. It is this I cannot endure in you. Cleomenes, what is the matter? Horatio, I know what you are about. You are going to give me the caricature of a gentleman, under pretense of drawing his portrait. Cleomenes, you wrong me. I have no such thought. Horatio, but why is it impossible for human nature ever to be good? Instead of leaving out, you put in failings without the least grounds or color. When things have a handsome appearance every way, what reason have you to suspect them still to be bad? How came you to know, and which way have you discovered imperfections that are entirely well hid? And why should you suppose a person to be covetous in his heart, and that money is his idol, when you own yourself that he never shows it, and that an open generosity shines through all his actions? This is monstrous. Cleomenes, I have made no such supposition of any man, and I protest to you that, in what I said, I had no other meaning than to observe that whatever frailties and natural infirmities persons might be conscious of within, good sense and good manners were capable, and, without any other assistance, sufficient to keep them out of sight. But your questions are very reasonable, and since you have started this, I will be very open to you, and acquaint you beforehand with my design of the description I am going to make, and the use I intend it for, which in short is to demonstrate to you that a most beautiful superstructure may be raised upon a rotten and despicable foundation. You will understand me better presently. Horatio, but how do you know a foundation to be rotten that supports the building and is wholly concealed from you? Cleomenes, have patience, and I promise you that I shall take nothing for granted which you shall not allow of yourself. Horatio, stick close to that, and I desire no more. Now say what you will. Cleomenes, the true object of pride or vainglory is the opinion of others, and the most superlative wish which a man possessed and entirely filled with it can make is, that he may be well thought of, applauded, and admired by the whole world, not only in the present but all future ages. This passion is generally exploded, but it is incredible how many strange and widely different miracles are, and may be performed by the force of it, as persons differ in circumstances and inclinations. In the first place, there is no danger so great, but by the help of his pride a man may slight and confront it, nor any manner of death so terrible, but with the same assistance he may court, and if he has a firm constitution, undergo it with alacrity. In the second, there are no good offices or duties, either to others or ourselves, that Cicero has spoke of, nor any instance of benevolence, humanity, or other social virtue, that Lord Shaftesbury has hinted at. But a man of good sense and knowledge may learn to practice them from no better principle than vainglory, if it be strong enough to subdue and keep under all other passions that may thwart and interfere with his design. Horatio, shall I allow this? Cleomenes, yes. Horatio, when? Cleomenes, before we part. Horatio, very well. Cleomenes, men of tolerable parts and plentiful circumstances, that were artfully educated, and are not singular in their temper, can hardly fail of a genteel behavior. The more pride they have, and the greater value they set on the esteem of others, the more they will make it their study to render themselves acceptable to all they converse with, and they will take uncommon pains to conceal and stifle in their bosoms everything which their good sense tells them ought not to be seen or understood. Horatio, I must interrupt you, and I cannot suffer you to go on thus. What is all this but the old story over again, that everything is pride, and all we see hypocrisy, without proof or argument? Nothing in the world is more false than what you have advanced now, for according to that, the most noble, the most gallant, and the best bred man would be the proudest, which is so clashing with daily experience that the very reverse is true. Pride and insolence are nowhere more common than among upstarts, men of no family, that raise estates out of nothing, and the most ordinary people, that having had no education, are puffed up with their fortune whenever they are lifted up above mediocrity, and from mean stations advance to posts of honor, whereas no men upon earth, generally speaking, are more courteous, humane, or polite than persons of high birth, that enjoy the large possessions and known seats of their ancestors, men illustrious by descent, that have been used to grandeur and titles of honor from their infancy, and received an education suitable to their quality. I do not believe there ever was a nation that were not savages, in which the youth of both sexes were not expressly taught never to be proud or haughty. Did you ever know a school, a tutor, or a parent, that did not continually inculcate to those under their care to be civil and obliging? Nay, does not the word mannerly itself import as much? Cleomenes, I beg of you, let us be calm and speak with exactness. The doctrine of good manners furnishes us with 1,000 lessons against the various appearances and outward symptoms of pride, but it has not one precept against the passion itself. Horatio, how is that? Cleomenes, no, not one against the passion itself. The conquest of it is never attempted, nor talked of in a gentleman's education, where men are to be continually inspired and kept warm with the sense of their honor, and the inward value they must put upon themselves on all emergencies. Horatio, this is worth consideration, and requires time to be examined into. But where is your fine gentleman, the picture you promised? Cleomenes, I am ready, and shall begin with his dwelling. Though he has several noble seats in different countries, yet I shall only take notice of his chief mansion house that bears his name, and does the honors of the family. This is amply magnificent, and yet commodious to admiration. His gardens are very extensive, and contain an infinite variety of pleasing objects. They are divided into many branches for diverse purposes, and everywhere filled with improvements of art upon nature. Yet a beautiful order and happy contrivance are conspicuous through every part, and though nothing is omitted to render them stately and delightful, the whole is laid out to the best advantage. Within doors everything bespeaks the grandeur and judgment of the master, and as no cost is spared anywhere to procure beauty or conveniency, so you see none impertinently lavished. All his plate and furniture are completely fine, and you see nothing but what is fashionable. He has no pictures, but of the most eminent hands. His rarities, he shows, are really such. He hoards up no trifles, nor offers anything to your sight that is shocking. But the several collections he has of this sort are agreeable as well as extraordinary, and rather valuable than large. But curiosities and wealth are not confined to his cabinet. The marble and sculpture that are displayed up and down are a treasure themselves, and there is abundance of admirable gilding and excellent carving to be seen in many places. What has been laid out on the great hall and one gallery would be a considerable estate, and there is a saloon and staircase not inferior to either. These are all very spacious and lofty. The architecture of them is of the best taste, and the decorations surprising. Throughout the whole there appears a delicate mixture and astonishing variety of lively embellishments, the splendor of which, joined to a perfect cleanliness nowhere neglected, are highly entertaining to the most careless and least observing eye, whilst the exactness of the workmanship bestowed on every part of the meanest utensil gives a more solid satisfaction and is ravishing to the curious. But the greatest excellency in this model of perfection is this, that as in the most extraordinary rooms there is nothing wanting for their purpose, and the least passage is handsomely finished, so in those of the greatest éclat there is nothing overcharged, nor any part of them encumbered with ornaments. Horatio, this is a studied piece, but I do not like it the worse for it. Pray go on. Cleomenes, I have thought of it before, I own. His equipage is rich and well chosen, and there is nothing to be seen about him that art or expense, within the compass of reason, could make better. At his own table his looks are ever jovial, and his heart seems to be as open as his countenance. His chief business there is to take care of others, without being troublesome, and all his happiness seems to consist in being able to please his friends. In his greatest mirth, he is wanting in respect to no man, and never makes use of abbreviations and names, or unhandsome familiarities with the meanest of his guests. To everyone that speaks to him, he gives an obliging attention, and seems never to disregard anything but what is said in commendation of his fare. He never interrupts any discourse but what is made in his praise, and seldom assents to any encomiums, though the most equitable that are made on anything that is his. When he is abroad he never spies faults, and whatever is amiss, he either says nothing, or, in answer to the complaints and uneasiness of others, gives everything the best-natured turn it can bear. But he seldom leaves a house before he finds out something to extol in it, without wronging his judgment. His conversation is always facetious and good-humored, but as solid as it is diverting. He never utters a syllable that has the least tincture of obscenity or profaneness, nor ever made a jest that was offensive. Horatio, very fine. Cleomenes, he seems to be entirely free from bigotry and superstition, avoids all disputes about religion, but goes constantly to church, and is seldom absent from his family devotions. Horatio, a very godly gentleman. Cleomenes, I expected we should differ there. Horatio, I do not find fault. Proceed, pray. Cleomenes, as he is a man of erudition himself, so he is a promoter of all arts and sciences. He is a friend to merit, a rewarder of industry, and a professed enemy to nothing but immorality and oppression. Though no man's table is better furnished, nor cellars better stored, he is temperate in his eating, and never commits excess in drinking. Though he has an exquisite palate, he always prefers wholesome meats to those that are delicious only, and never indulges his appetite in anything that might probably be prejudicial to his health. Horatio, admirably good. Cleomenes, as he is in all other things, so he is elegant in his clothes, and has often new ones. Neatness he prefers to finery in his own dress, but his retinue is rich. He seldom wears gold and silver himself, but on very seldom occasions in compliment to others, and to demonstrate that these pompous habits are made for no other purpose, he is never seen twice in the same, but having appeared in them one day, he gives them away the next. Though of everything he has the best of the sort, and might be called curious in apparel, yet he leaves the care of it to others, and no man has his clothes put on better that seems so little to regard them. Horatio, perfectly right. To be well dressed is a necessary article, and yet to be solicitous about it is below a person of quality. Cleomenes, therefore he has a domestic of good taste, a judicious man, who saves him that trouble, and the management likewise of his lace and linen is the province of a skilful woman. His language is courtly, but natural and intelligible. It is neither low nor bombastic, and ever free from pedantic and vulgar expressions. All his motions are genteel without affectation. His mien is rather sedate than airy, and his manner noble. For though he is ever civil and condescending, and no man less arrogant, yet in all his carriage there is something gracefully majestic, and there is nothing mean in his humility, so his loftiness has nothing disobliging. Horatio, prodigiously good. Cleomenes, he is charitable to the poor. His house is never shut to strangers, and all his neighbors he counts to be his friends. He is a father to his tenants, and looks upon their welfare as inseparable from his interest. No man is less uneasy at little offences, or more ready to forgive all trespasses without design. The injuries that are suffered from other landlords he turns into benefits, and whatever damages, great or small, are sustained on his account, either from his diversions or otherwise, he doubly makes good. He takes care to be early informed of such losses, and commonly repairs them before they are complained of. Horatio, O rare humanity, hearken ye fox-hunters. Cleomenes, he never chides any of his people, yet no man is better served, and though nothing is wanting in his housekeeping, and his family is very numerous, yet the regularity of it is no less remarkable than the plenty they live in. His orders he will have strictly obeyed, but his commands are always reasonable, and he never speaks to the meanest footman without regard to humanity. Extraordinary diligence in servants, and all laudable actions he takes notice of himself, and often commends them to their faces, but leaves it to his steward to reprove or dismiss those he dislikes. Horatio, well judged. Cleomenes, whoever lives with him is taken care of in sickness as well as in health. The wages he gives are above double those of other masters, and he often makes presents to those that are more than ordinary observing and industrious to please, but he suffers nobody to take a penny of his friends or others that come to his house, on any account whatever. Many faults are connived at, or pardoned for the first time, but a breach of this order is ever attended with the loss of their places as soon as it is found out, and there is a premium for the discovery. Horatio, this is the only exceptionable thing, in my opinion, that I have heard yet. Cleomenes, I wonder at that. Why so, pray? Horatio, in the first place, it is very difficult to enforce obedience to such a command. Secondly, if it could be executed, it would be of little use, unless it could be made general, which is impossible, and therefore I look upon the attempt of introducing this maxim to be singular and fantastical. It would please misers and others that would never follow the example at home, but it would take away from generous men a handsome opportunity of showing their liberal and beneficent disposition. Besides, it would manifestly make one's house too open to all sorts of people. Cleomenes, ways might be found to prevent that, but then it would be a blessing, and do a great kindness to men of parts and education that have little to spare, to many of whom this money to servants is a very grievous burden. Horatio, what you mention is the only thing that can be said for it, and I own, of great weight, but I beg your pardon for interrupting you. Cleomenes, in all his dealings he is punctual and just, he has an immense estate, so he has good managers to take care of it, but though all his accounts are very neatly kept, yet he makes it part of his business to look them over himself. He suffers no tradesman's bill to lie by unexamined, and though he meddles not with his ready cash himself, yet he is a quick and cheerful as well as an exact paymaster, and the only singularity he is guilty of is that he never will owe anything on a New Year's Day. Horatio, I like that very well. Cleomenes, he is affable with discretion, of easy access, and never ruffled with passion. To sum up all, no man seems to be less elevated with his condition than himself, and in the full enjoyment of so many personal accomplishments, as well as other possessions, his modesty is equal to the rest of his happiness, and in the midst of the pomp and distinction he lives in, he never appears to be entertained with his greatness, but rather unacquainted with the things he excels in. Horatio, it is an admirable character, and pleases me exceedingly, but I will freely own to you that I should have been more highly delighted with the description if I had not known your design, and the use you intend to make of it, which, I think, is barbarous. To raise so fine, so elegant, and so complete an edifice in order to throw it down, is taking great pains to show one's skill in doing mischief. I have observed the several places where you left room for evasions, and lapping the foundations you have built upon. His heart seems to be as open, and he never appears to be entertained with his greatness. I am persuaded that whatever you have put in this seeming and appearing, you have done it designedly, and with an intent to make use of them as so many back doors to creep out at. I could never have taken notice of these things if you had not acquainted me with your intention beforehand. Cleomenes, I have made use of the caution you speak of, but with no other view than to avoid just censure and prevent your accusing me of incorrectness, or judging with too much precipitation, if it should be proved afterwards that this gentleman had acted from an ill principle, which is the thing I own I purposed to convince you of. But seeing that it would be unpleasant to you, I would be satisfied with having given you some small entertainment of the description, and for the rest, I give you leave to think me in the wrong. Horatio, why so? I thought the character was made and contrived on purpose for my instruction. Cleomenes, I do not pretend to instruct you. I would have offered something and appealed to your judgment, but I have been mistaken, and plainly see my error. Both last night and now, when we began our discourse, I took you to be in another disposition of thinking than I perceive you are. You spoke of an impression that had been made upon you, and of looking into yourself, and gave some other hints, which too rashly I misconstrued in my favor. But I have found since that you are as warm as ever against the sentiments I profess myself to be of, and therefore I will desist. I expect no pleasure from any triumph, and I know nothing that would vex me more than the thoughts of disobliging you. Pray let us do in this as we do in another matter of importance, never touch upon it. Friends in prudence should avoid all subjects in which they are known essentially to differ. Believe me, Horatio, if it was in my power to divert or give you any pleasure, I would grudge no pains to compass that end. But to make you uneasy is a thing that I shall never be knowingly guilty of, and I beg 1,000 pardons for having said so much both yesterday and today. Have you heard anything from Gibraltar? Horatio, I am ashamed of my weakness in your civility. You have not been mistaken in the hints you speak of. What you have said has certainly made a great impression upon me, and I have endeavored to examine myself. But, as you say, it is a severe task to do it faithfully. I desired you to dine with me on purpose, that we might talk of these things. It is I that have offended, and it is I that ought to ask pardon for the ill manners I have been guilty of. But you know the principles I have always adhered to. It is impossible to recede from them at once. I see great difficulties, and now and then a glimpse of truth that makes me start. I sometimes feel great struggles within, but I have been so used to derive all actions that are really good from laudable motives, that as soon as I return to my accustomed way of thinking, it carries all before it. Pray bear with my infirmities. I am in love with your fine gentleman, and I confess I cannot see how a person so universally good, so far remote from all selfishness, can act in such an extraordinary manner every way, but from principles of virtue and religion. Where is there such a landlord in the world? If I am in an error, I shall be glad to be undeceived. Pray inform me and say what you will. I promise you to keep my temper, and I beg of you to speak your mind with freedom. Cleomenes, you have bid me before say what I would, and when I did, you seemed displeased. But since you command me, I will try once more. Stroke. Whether there is or ever was such a man as I have described in the world is not very material, but I will easily allow that most people would think it less difficult to conceive one than to imagine that such a clear and beautiful stream could flow from so mean and muddy a spring, as an excessive thirst after praise, and an immoderate desire of general applause from the most knowing judges. Yet it is certain that great parts and extraordinary riches may compass all this in a man who is not deformed, and has had a refined education, and that there are many persons naturally no better than 1,000 others, who by the helps mentioned might attain to those good qualities and accomplishments, if they had but resolution and perseverance enough to render every appetite and every faculty subservient to that one predominant passion, which, if continually gratified, will always enable them to govern, and, if required, to subdue all the rest without exception, even in the most difficult cases. Horatio, to enter into an argument concerning the possibility of what you say might occasion a long dispute, but the probability, I think, is very clear against you, and if there ever was such a man, it would be much more credible that he acted from the excellency of his nature, in which so many virtues and rare endowments were assembled, than that all his good qualities sprung from vicious motives. If pride could be the cause of all this, the effect of it would sometimes appear in others. According to your system, there is no scarcity of it, and there are men of great parts and prodigious estates all over Europe. Why are there not several such patterns to be seen up and down as you have drawn as one? And why is it so very seldom that many virtues and good qualities are seen to meet in one individual? Cleomenes, why so few persons, though there are so many men of immense fortune, ever arrive at anything like this high pitch of accomplishments? There are several reasons that are very obvious. In the first place, men differ in temperament. Some are naturally of an active, stirring, others of an indolent, quiet disposition, some of a bold, others of a meek spirit. In the second, it is to be considered that this temperament in men come to maturity is more or less conspicuous, according as it has been either checked or encouraged by education. Thirdly, that on these two depend the different perception men have of happiness, according to which the love of glory determines them different ways. Some think it the greatest felicity to govern and rule over others. Some take the praise of bravery and undauntedness in dangers to be the most valuable. Others erudition, and to be a celebrated author, so that, though they all love glory, they set out differently to acquire it. But a man who hates a bustle, and is naturally of a quiet, easy temper, and which has been encouraged in him by education, it is very likely might think nothing more desirable than the character of a fine gentleman, and if he did, I dare say that he would endeavour to behave himself pretty near the pattern I have given you. I say pretty near, because I may have been mistaken in some things, and as I have not touched upon everything, some will say that I have left out several necessary ones, but in the main I believe that in the country and age we live in, the qualifications I have named would get a man the reputation I have supposed him to desire. Horatio. Without doubt, I make no manner of scruple about what you said last, and I told you before that it was an admirable character and pleased me exceedingly. That I took notice of your making your gentleman so very godly as you did was because it is not common, but I intended it not as a reflection. One thing, indeed, there was in which I differed from you, but that was merely speculative, and, since I have reflected on what you have answered me, I do not know but I may be in the wrong, as I should certainly believe myself to be, if there really was such a man, and he was of the contrary opinion. To such a fine genius I would pay an uncommon deference, and with great readiness submit my understanding to his superior capacity. But the reasons you give why those effects which you ascribe to pride are not more common, the cause being so universal, I think are insufficient. That men are prompted to follow different ends as their inclinations differ, I can easily allow, but there are great numbers of rich men that are likewise of a quiet and indolent disposition, and moreover very desirous of being thought fine gentlemen. How comes it that among so many persons of high birth, princely estates, and the most refined education, as there are in Christendom, that study, travel, and take great pains to be well accomplished, there is not one to whom all the good qualities and everything you named could be applied without flattery? Cleomenes. It is very possible that thousands may aim at this, and not one of them succeed to that degree. In some, perhaps the predominant passion is not strong enough entirely to subdue the rest. Love or covetousness may divert others. Drinking, gaming may draw away many, and break in upon their resolution. They may not have strength to persevere in a design, and steadily to pursue the same ends, or they may want a true taste or knowledge of what is esteemed by men of judgment. Or, lastly, they may not be so thoroughly well bred as is required to conceal themselves on all emergencies, for the practical part of dissimulation is infinitely more difficult than the theory, and any one of these obstacles is sufficient to spoil all, and hinder the finishing of such a piece. Horatio, I shall not dispute that with you, but all this while you have proved nothing, nor given the least reason why you should imagine that a man of character, to all outward appearance so bright and beautiful, acted from vicious motives. You would not condemn him without so much as naming the cause why you suspect him. Cleomenes. By no means, nor have I advanced anything that is ill-natured or uncharitable, for I have not said that if I found a gentleman in possession of all the things I mentioned, I would give his rare endowments this turn, and think all his perfections derived from no better stock than an ordinary love of glory. What I argue for, and insist upon, is the possibility that all these things might be performed by a man from no other views, and with no other helps, than those I have named. Nay, I believe, moreover, that a gentleman so accomplished, all his knowledge and great parts notwithstanding, may himself be ignorant, or at least not well assured of the motive he acts from. Horatio, this is more unintelligible than anything you have said yet. Why will you heap difficulties upon one another, without solving any? I desire you would clear up this last paradox before you do anything else. Cleomenes, in order to obey you, I must put you in mind of what happens in early education, by the first rudiments of which infants are taught in the choice of actions to prefer the precepts of others to the dictates of their own inclinations, which, in short, is no more than doing as they are bid. To gain this point, punishments and rewards are not neglected, and many different methods are made use of, but it is certain that nothing proves more often effectual for this purpose, or has a greater influence upon children, than the handle that is made of shame, which, though a natural passion, they would not be sensible of so soon, if we did not artfully rouse and stir it up in them, before they can speak or go, by which means, their judgment being weak, we may teach them to be ashamed of what we please, and as soon as we can perceive them to be any ways affected with the passion itself. But as the fear of shame is very insignificant, where there is but little pride, so it is impossible to augment the first, without increasing the latter in the same proportion. Horatio. I should have thought that this increase of pride would render children more stubborn and less docile. Cleomenes, you judge right, it would be so, and must have been a great hindrance to good manners, till experience taught men that though pride was not to be destroyed by force, it might be governed by stratagem, and that the best way to manage it is by playing the passion against itself. Hence it is that in an artful education we are allowed to place as much pride as we please in our dexterity of concealing it. I do not suppose that this covering ourselves, notwithstanding the pride we take in it, is performed without a difficulty that is plainly felt, and perhaps very unpleasant at first, but this wears off as we grow up, and when a man has behaved himself with so much prudence as I have described, lived up to the strictest rules of good breeding for many years, and has gained the esteem of all that know him, when this noble and polite manner has become habitual to him, it is possible he may in time forget the principle he set out with, and become ignorant, or at least insensible of the hidden spring that gives life and motion to all his actions. Horatio, I am convinced of the great use that may be made of pride, if you will call it so, but I am not satisfied yet how a man of so much sense, knowledge, and penetration, one that understands himself so entirely well, should be ignorant of his own heart, and the motives he acts from. What is it that induces you to believe this, besides the possibility of his forgetfulness? Cleomenes, I have 2 reasons for it, which I desire may be seriously considered. The first is, that in what relates to ourselves, especially to our own worth and excellency, pride blinds the understanding in men of sense in great parts as well as in others, and the greater value we may reasonably set upon ourselves, the fitter we are to swallow the grossest flatteries, in spite of all our knowledge and abilities in other matters. Witness Alexander the Great, whose vast genius could not hinder him from doubting seriously whether he was a god or not. My second reason will prove to us that if the person in question was capable of examining himself, it is yet highly improbable that he would ever set about it. For it must be granted that, in order to search into ourselves, it is required we should be willing as well as able, and we have all the reason in the world to think that there is nothing which a very proud man of such high qualifications would avoid more carefully than such an inquiry, because, for all other acts of self-denial, he is repaid in his darling passion, but this alone is really mortifying, and the only sacrifice of his quiet for which he can have no equivalent. If the hearts of the best and sincerest men are corrupt and deceitful, what condition must theirs be in, whose whole life is one continued scene of hypocrisy? Therefore inquiring within, and boldly searching into one's own bosom, must be the most shocking employment that a man can give his mind to, whose greatest pleasure consists in secretly admiring himself. It would be ill manners, after this, to appeal to yourself, but the severity of the task, stroke. Horatio, say no more. I yield this point, though I own I cannot conceive what advantage you can expect from it, for, instead of removing, it will rather help to increase the grand difficulty, which is to prove that this complete person you have described acts from a vicious motive, and if that be not your design, I cannot see what you drive at. Cleomenes, I told you it was. Horatio, you must have a prodigious sagacity in detecting abstruse matters before other men. Cleomenes, you wonder, I know, which way I arrogate to myself such a superlative degree of penetration, as to know an artful cunning man better than he does himself, and how I dare pretend to enter and look into a heart, which I have owned to be completely well concealed from all the world, which in strictness is an impossibility, and consequently not to be bragged of but by a coxcomb. Horatio, you may treat yourself as you please, I have said no such thing. But I own that I long to see it proved, that you have this capacity. I remember the character very well. Notwithstanding the precautions you have taken, it is very full. I told you before, that where things have a handsome appearance every way, there can be no just cause to suspect them. I will stick close to that. Your gentleman is all of a piece. You shall alter nothing, either by retracting any of the good qualities you have given him, or making additions that are either clashing with, or unsuitable to what you have allowed already. Cleomenes, I shall attempt neither, and without that decisive trials may be made, by which it will plainly appear whether a person acts from inward goodness and a principle of religion, or only from a motive of vainglory, and, in the latter case, there is an infallible way of dragging the lurking fiend from his darkest recesses into a glaring light, where all the world shall know him. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Horatio, I do not think myself a match for you in argument, but I have a great mind to be your gentleman's advocate against all your infallibility. I have never liked a cause better in my life. Come, I undertake to defend him in all the suppositions you can make that are reasonable and consistent with what you have said before. Cleomenes, very well, let us suppose what may happen to the most inoffensive, the most prudent and best-bred man, that our fine gentleman differs in opinion before company with another, who is his equal in birth and quality, but not so much master over his outward behavior, and less guarded in his conduct. Let this adversary, mal a propos, grow warm, and seem to be wanting in the respect that is due to the other, and reflect on his honor in ambiguous terms. What is your client to do? Horatio, immediately to ask for an explanation. Cleomenes, which, if the hot man disregards with scorn, or flatly refuses to give, satisfaction must be demanded, and tilt they must. Horatio, you are too hasty. It happened before company. In such cases, friends or any gentleman present should interpose and take care that if threatening words ensue, they are, by the civil authority, both put under arrest, and before they came to uncourteous language, they ought to have been parted by friendly force, if it were possible. After that, overtures may be made of reconciliation with the nicest regard to the point of honor. Cleomenes, I do not ask for directions to prevent a quarrel. What you say may be done, or it may not be done. The good offices of friends may succeed, and they may not succeed. I am to make what suppositions I think fit within the verge of possibility, so they are reasonable and consistent with the character I have drawn. Can we not suppose these two persons in such a situation that you yourself would advise your friend to send his adversary a challenge? Horatio, without a doubt such a thing may happen. Cleomenes, that is enough. After that a duel must ensue, in which, without determining anything, the fine gentleman, we will say, behaves himself with the utmost gallantry. Horatio, to have suspected or supposed otherwise would have been unreasonable. Cleomenes, you see, therefore, how fair I am. But what is it, pray, that so suddenly disposes a courteous, sweet-tempered man, for so small an evil, to seek a remedy of that extreme violence? But above all, what is it that buoys up and supports him against the fear of death? For there lies the greatest difficulty. Horatio, his natural courage and intrepidity, built on the innocence of his life and the rectitude of his manners. Cleomenes, but what makes so just and prudent a man that has the good of society so much at heart, act knowingly against the laws of his country? Horatio, the strict obedience he pays to the laws of honor, which are superior to all others. Cleomenes, if men of honor would act confidently, they ought all to be Roman Catholics. Horatio, why, pray? Cleomenes, because they prefer oral tradition to all written laws. For nobody can tell when, in what king's or emperor's reign, in what country, or by what authority these laws of honor were first enacted. It is very strange they should be of such force. Horatio, they are wrote and engraved in every one's breast that is a man of honor. There is no denying of it. You are conscious of it yourself. Everybody feels it within. Cleomenes, let them be wrote or engraved wherever you please. They are directly opposite to and clashing with the laws of God. And if the gentleman I described was as sincere in his religion as he appeared to be, he must have been of an opinion contrary to yours. For Christians of all persuasions are unanimous in allowing the divine laws to be far above all other, and that all other considerations ought to give way to them. How and under what pretense can a Christian, who is a man of sense, submit or agree to laws that prescribe revenge and countenance murder, both of which are so expressly forbid in the precepts of his religion? Horatio, I am no casuist, but you know that what I say is true, and that, among persons of honor, a man would be laughed at that should make such a scruple. Not but that I think killing a man to be a great sin, where it can be helped, and that all prudent men ought to avoid the occasion as much as it is in their power. He is highly blamable who is the first aggressor, and gives the affront, and whoever enters upon it out of levity, or seeks a quarrel out of wantonness, ought to be hanged. Nobody would choose it, who is not a fool, and yet, when it is forced upon one, all the wisdom in the world cannot teach him how to avoid it. It has been my case, you know. I shall never forget the reluctancy I had against it, but necessity has no law. Cleomenes, I saw you that very morning, and you seemed to be sedate and void of passion. You could have no concern. Horatio, it is silly to show any at such times, but I know best what I felt. The struggle I had within was unspeakable. It was a terrible thing. I would then have given a considerable part of my estate, that the thing which forced me into it had not happened, and yet, upon less provocation, I would act the same part again tomorrow. Cleomenes, do you remember what your concern was chiefly about? Horatio, how can you ask? It is an affair of the highest importance that can occur in life. I was no boy. It was after we came from Italy. I was in my 29th year, had very good acquaintance, and was not ill received. A man of that age, in health and vigor, who has 7,000 a year, and the prospect of being a peer of England, has no reason to quarrel with the world, or wish himself out of it. It is a very great hazard a man runs in a duel. Besides the remorse and uneasiness one must feel as long as he lives, if he has the misfortune of killing his adversary. It is impossible to reflect on all these things, and at the same time resolve to run those hazards, though there are other conditions of still greater moment, without being under a prodigious concern. Cleomenes, you say nothing about the sin. Horatio, the thoughts of that, without doubt, are a great addition, but the other things are so weighty of themselves that a man's condition at such a time is very perplexed without further reflection. Cleomenes, you have now a very fine opportunity, Horatio, of looking into your heart, and with a little of my assistance, examining yourself. If you can condescend to this, I promise you that you shall make great discoveries, and be convinced of truths you are now unwilling to believe. A lover of justice and probity, as you are, ought not to be fond of a road of thinking where he is always forced to skulk, and never dares to meet with light or reason. Will you suffer me to ask you some questions, and will you answer them directly and in good humor? Horatio, I will, without reserve. Cleomenes, do you remember the storm upon the coast of Genoa? Horatio, going to Naples? Very well, it makes me cold to think of it. Cleomenes, was you afraid? Horatio, never more in my life. I hate that fickle element. I cannot endure the sea. Cleomenes, what was you afraid of? Horatio, that is a pretty question. Do you think a young fellow of 26, as I was then, and in my circumstances, had a great mind to be drowned? The captain himself said we were in danger. Cleomenes, but neither he nor anybody else discovered half so much fear and anxiety as you did. Horatio, there was nobody there, yourself excepted, that had half a quarter so much to lose as I had. Besides, they are used to the sea, storms are familiar to them. I had never been at sea before, but that fine afternoon we crossed from Dover to Calais. Cleomenes, want of knowledge or experience may make men apprehend danger where there is none, but real dangers, when they are known to be such, try the natural courage of all men, whether they have been used to them or not. Sailors are as unwilling to lose their lives as other people. Horatio, I am not ashamed to own that I am a great coward at sea. Give me terra firma, and then stroke. Cleomenes, 6 or 7 months after you fought that duel, I remember you had the smallpox. You was then very much afraid of dying. Horatio, not without a cause. Cleomenes, I heard your physician say that the violent apprehension you was under hindered your sleep, increased your fever, and was as mischievous to you as the distemper itself. Horatio, that was a terrible time. I am glad it is over. I had a sister died of it. Before I had it, I was in perpetual dread of it, and many times to hear it named only has made me uneasy. Cleomenes, natural courage is a general armor against the fear of death, whatever shape that appears in. Si fractus illabatur erbis. It supports a man in tempestuous seas, and in a burning fever, whilst he is in his senses, as well as in a siege before a town, or in a duel with seconds. Horatio. What? You are going to show me that I have no courage? Cleomenes. Far from it. It would be ridiculous to doubt a man's bravery that has shown it in such an extraordinary manner as you have done more than once. What I question is the epithet you joined to it at first, the word natural, for there is a great difference between that and artificial courage. Horatio. That is a chicane I will not enter into, but I am not of your opinion as to what you said before. A gentleman is not required to show his bravery, but where his honor is concerned, and if he dares to fight for his king, his friend, his mistress, and everything where his reputation is engaged, you shall think of him what you please for the rest. Besides, that in sickness and other dangers, as well as afflictions, where the hand of God is plainly to be seen, courage and intrepidity are impious as well as impertinent. Undauntedness in chastisements is a kind of rebellion. It is waging war with heaven, which none but atheists and freethinkers would be guilty of. It is only they that can glory in impenitence and talk of dying hard. All others that have any sense of religion desire to repent before they go out of the world. The best of us do not always live as we could wish to die. Cleomenes. I am very glad to hear you are so religious, but do you not perceive yet how inconsistent you are with yourself? How can a man sincerely wish to repent that willfully plunges himself into a mortal sin, and an action where he runs a greater and more immediate hazard of his life than he could have done in almost any other without force or necessity? Horatio. I have over and over owned to you that dueling is a sin, and, unless a man is forced to it by necessity, I believe a mortal one. But this was not my case, and therefore I hope God will forgive me. Let them look into it that make a sport of it. But when a man comes to an action with the utmost reluctancy, and what he does is not possibly to be avoided, I think he then may be justly said to be forced to it, and to act from necessity. You may blame the rigorous laws of honor, and the tyranny of custom, but a man that will live in the world must and is bound to obey them. Would you not do it yourself? Cleomenes. Do not ask me what I would do. The question is, what everybody ought to do. Can a man believe the Bible, and at the same time apprehend a tyrant more crafty or malicious, more unrelenting or inhuman than the devil, or a mischief worse than hell, and pains either more exquisite or more durable than torments unspeakable and yet everlasting? You do not answer. What evil is it? Think of it, and tell me what dismal thing it is you apprehend, should you neglect these laws and despise that tyrant. What calamity would befall you? Let me know the worst that can be feared. Horatio. Would you be posted for a coward? Cleomenes. For what? For not daring to violate all human and divine laws? Horatio. Strictly speaking, you are in the right. It is unanswerable. But who will consider things in that light? Cleomenes. All good Christians. Horatio. Where are they then? For all mankind in general would despise and laugh at a man who should move those scruples. I have heard and seen clergymen themselves in company show their contempt of poltroons, whatever they might talk or recommend in the pulpit, entirely to quit the world, and at once to renounce. The conversation of all persons that are valuable in it is a terrible thing to resolve upon. Would you become a town and table talk? Could you submit to be the jest and scorn of public houses, stage coaches, and marketplaces? Is not this the certain fate of a man who should refuse to fight or bear an affront without resentment? Be just, Cleomenes. Is it to be avoided? Must he not be made a common laughing-stock, be pointed at in the streets, and serve for diversion to the very children, to link-boys and hackney coachmen? Is it a thought to be borne with patience? Cleomenes. How come you now to have such an anxious regard for what may be the opinion of the vulgar, whom at other times you so heartily despise? Horatio. All this is reasoning, and you know the thing will not bear it. How can you be so cruel? Cleomenes. How can you be so backward in discovering and owning the passion that is so conspicuously the occasion of all this, the palpable and only cause of the uneasiness we feel at the thoughts of being despised? Horatio. I am not sensible of any, and I declare to you that I feel nothing that moves me to speak as I do, but the sense and principle of honor within me. Cleomenes, do you think that the lowest of the mob and the scum of the people are possessed of any part of this principle? Horatio, no, indeed. Cleomenes, or that among the highest quality, infants can be affected with it before they are 2 years old? Horatio, ridiculous. Cleomenes, if neither of these are affected with it, then honor should be either adventitious and acquired by culture, or, if contained in the blood of those that are nobly born, imperceptible until the years of discretion. And neither of them can be said of the principle, the palpable cause I speak of. For we plainly see on the one hand, that scorn and ridicule are intolerable to the poorest wretches, and that there is no beggar so mean or miserable that contempt will never offend him. On the other, that human creatures are so early influenced by the sense of shame, that children, by being laughed at and made a jest of, may be set a-crying before they can well speak or go. Whatever, therefore, this mighty principle is, it is born with us, and belongs to our nature. Are you unacquainted with the proper, genuine, homely name of it? Horatio, I know you call it pride. I will not dispute with you about principles and origins of things, but that high value which men of honor set upon themselves as such, and which is no more than what is due to the dignity of our nature, when well cultivated, is the foundation of their character, and a support to them in all difficulties, that is of great use to the society. The desire, likewise, of being thought well of, and the love of praise and even glory are commendable qualities that are beneficial to the public. The truth of this is manifest in the reverse. All shameless people that are below infamy, and matter not what is said or thought of them, these we see nobody can trust. They stick at nothing, and if they can but avoid death, pain, and penal laws, are always ready to execute all manner of mischief their selfishness or any brutal appetite shall prompt them to, without regard to the opinion of others. Such are justly called men of no principles, because they have nothing of any strength within, that can either spur them on to brave and virtuous actions, or restrain them from villainy and baseness. Cleomenes, the first part of your assertion is very true, when that high value, that desire, and that love are kept within the bounds of reason. But in the second there is a mistake. Those whom we call shameless are not more destitute of pride than their betters. Remember what I have said of education, and the power of it. You may add inclinations, knowledge, and circumstances. For, as men differ in all these, so they are differently influenced and wrought upon by all the passions. There is nothing that some men may not be taught to be ashamed of. The same passion that makes the well-bred man and prudent officer value and secretly admire themselves for the honor and fidelity they display may make the rake and scoundrel brag of their vices and boast of their impudence. Horatio, I cannot comprehend how a man of honor and one that has none should both act from the same principle. Cleomenes, this is not more strange than that self-love may make a man destroy himself, yet nothing is more true. And it is as certain that some men indulge their pride in being shameless. To understand human nature requires study and application, as well as penetration and sagacity. All passions and instincts in general were given to all animals for some wise end, tending to the preservation and happiness of themselves or their species. It is our duty to hinder them from being detrimental or offensive to any part of the society. But why should we be ashamed of having them? The instinct of high value, which every individual has for himself, is a very useful passion, but a passion it is, and though I could demonstrate that we should be miserable creatures without it, yet, when it is excessive, it often is the cause of endless mischiefs. Horatio, but in well-bred people it is never excessive. Cleomenes, you mean the excess of it never appears outwardly, but we ought never to judge of its height or strength from what we can discover of the passion itself, but from the effects it produces. It often is most superlative where it is most concealed, and nothing increases and influences it more than what is called a refined education, and a continual commerce with the beau monde. The only thing that can subdue, or anyways curb it, is a strict adherence to the Christian religion. Horatio, why do you so much insist upon it, that this principle, this value men set upon themselves, is a passion? And why will you choose to call it pride rather than honor? Cleomenes, for very good reasons. Fixing this principle in human nature, in the first place, takes away all ambiguity. Who is a man of honor and who is not is often a disputable point among those that are allowed to be such. The several degrees of strictness in complying with the rules of it make great difference in the principle itself. But a passion that is born with us is unalterable and part of our frame, whether it exerts itself or not. The essence of it is the same, which way soever it is taught to turn. Honor is the undoubted offspring of pride, but the same cause produces not always the same effect. All the vulgar, children, savages, and many others that are not affected with any sense of honor, have all of them pride, as is evident from the symptoms. Secondly, it helps us to explain the phenomena that occur in quarrels and affronts, and the behavior of men of honor on these occasions, which cannot be accounted for any other way. But what moves me to it most of all is the prodigious force and exorbitant power of this principle of self-esteem, where it has been long gratified and encouraged. You remember the concern you was under, when you had that duel upon your hands, and the great reluctancy you felt in doing what you did. You knew it to be a crime, and at the same time had a strong aversion to it. What secret power was it that subdued your will, and gained the victory over that reluctancy you felt against it? You call it honor, and the too strict, though unavoidable adherence to the rules of it. But men never commit violence upon themselves, but in struggling with the passions that are innate and natural to them. Honor is acquired, and the rules of it are taught. Nothing adventitious, that some are possessed and others destitute of, could raise such intestine wars and dire commotions within us, and therefore, what is the cause that can thus divide us against ourselves, and, as it were, rend human nature in twain, must be part of us? And, to speak without disguise, the struggle in your breast was between the fear of shame and the fear of death. Had this latter not been so considerable, your struggle would have been less. Still the first conquered, because it was strongest. But if your fear of shame had been inferior to that of death, you would have reasoned otherwise, and found out some means or other to have avoided fighting. Horatio. This is a strange anatomy of human nature. Cleomenes. Yet, for want of making use of it, the subject we are upon is not rightly understood by many, and men have discoursed very inconsistently on dueling. A divine who wrote a dialogue to explode that practice said that those who were guilty of it had mistaken notions of, and went by false rules of honor, for which my friend justly ridiculed him, saying, "You may as well deny that it is the fashion what you see everybody wear, as to say that demanding and giving satisfaction is against the laws of true honor." Had that man not understood human nature, he could not have committed such a blunder. But when once he took it for granted that honor is a just and good principle, without inquiring into the cause of it among the passions, it is impossible he should have accounted for dueling in a Christian pretending to act from such a principle. And therefore, in another place, with the same justice, he said that a man who had accepted a challenge was not qualified to make his will, because he was not compos mentis. He might, with greater show of reason, have said that he was bewitched. Horatio. Why so? Cleomenes. Because people out of their wits, as they think at random, so commonly they act and talk incoherently. But when a man of known sobriety, and who shows no manner of discomposure, discourses and behaves himself in everything, as he is used to do, and, moreover, reasons on points of great nicety with the utmost accuracy, it is impossible we should take him to be either a fool or a madman. And when such a person, in an affair of the highest importance, acts so diametrically against his interest that a child can see it, and with deliberation pursues his own destruction, those who believe that there are malignant spirits of that power would rather imagine that he was led away by some enchantment, and overruled by the enemy of mankind, than they would fancy a palpable absurdity. But even the supposition of that is not sufficient to solve the difficulty, without the help of that strange anatomy. For what spell of witchcraft is there, by the delusion of which a man of understanding shall, keeping his senses, mistake an imaginary duty for an unavoidable necessity to break all real obligations? But let us waive all ties of religion, as well as human laws, and the person we speak of to be a professed epicure that has no thoughts of futurity. What violent power of darkness is it that can force and compel a peaceable, quiet man, neither inured to hardship nor valiant by nature, to quit his beloved ease and security, and seemingly by choice go fight in cold blood for his life, with this comfortable reflection that nothing forfeits it so certainly as the entire defeat of his enemy? Horatio, as to the law and the punishment, persons of quality have little to fear of that. Cleomenes, you cannot say that in France, nor the 7 provinces, but men of honor that are of much lower ranks decline dueling no more than those of the highest quality. How many examples have we, even here, of gallant men that have suffered for it either by exile or the hangman? A man of honor must fear nothing. Do but consider every obstacle which this principle of self-esteem has conquered at one time or other, and then tell me whether it must not be something more than magic, by the fascination of which a man of taste and judgment, in health and vigor, as well as the flower of his age, can be tempted and actually drawn from the embraces of a wife he loves and the endearments of hopeful children, from polite conversation and the charms of friendship, from the fairest possessions and the happy enjoyment of all worldly pleasures, to an unwarrantable combat, of which the victor must be exposed either to an ignominious death or perpetual banishment. Horatio, when things are set in this light, I confess it is very unaccountable. But will your system explain this? Can you make it clear yourself? Cleomenes, immediately, as the sun, if you will but observe 2 things that must necessarily follow and are manifest from what I have demonstrated already. The first is, that the fear of shame, in general, is a matter of caprice, that varies with modes and customs, and may be fixed on different objects, according to the different lessons we have received, and the precepts we are imbued with, and that this is the reason why this fear of shame, as it is either well or ill placed, sometimes produces very good effects, and at others is the cause of the most enormous crimes. Secondly, that, though shame is a real passion, the evil to be feared from it is altogether imaginary, and has no existence but in our own reflection on the opinions of others. Horatio, but there are real and substantial mischiefs which a man may draw upon himself by misbehaving in point of honor. It may ruin his fortune and all hopes of preferment. An officer may be broken for putting up an affront. Nobody will serve with a coward, and who will employ him? Cleomenes, what you urge is altogether out of the question. At least it was in your own case. You had nothing to dread or apprehend but the bare opinion of men. Besides, when the fear of shame is superior to that of death, it is likewise superior to and outweighs all other considerations, as has been sufficiently proved. But when the fear of shame is not violent enough to curb the fear of death, nothing else can, and whenever the fear of death is stronger than that of shame, there is no consideration what will make a man fight in cold blood, or comply with any of the laws of honor where life is at stake. Therefore, whoever acts from the fear of shame as a motive in sending and accepting of challenges must be sensible, on the one hand, that the mischiefs he apprehends, should he disobey the tyrant, can only be the offspring of his own thoughts, and, on the other, that if he could be persuaded anywise to lessen the great esteem and high value he sets upon himself, this dread of shame would likewise palpably diminish, from all which it is most evident that the grand cause of this distraction, the powerful enchanter we are seeking after, is pride, excess of pride, that highest pitch of self-esteem, to which some men may be wound up by an artful education and the perpetual flatteries bestowed upon our species, and the excellencies of our nature. This is the sorcerer that is able to divert all other passions from their natural objects, and make a rational creature ashamed of what is most agreeable to his inclination, as well as his duty, both which the duellist owns, that he has knowingly acted against. Horatio, what a wonderful machine, what an heterogeneous compound is man! You have almost conquered me. Cleomenes, I aim at no victory. All I wish for is to do you service in undeceiving you. Horatio, what is the reason that, in the same person, the fear of death should be so glaringly conspicuous in sickness or a storm, and so entirely well hid in a duel, and all military engagements? Pray, solve that too. Cleomenes, I will as well as I can. On all emergencies where reputation is thought to be concerned, the fear of shame is effectually roused in men of honor, and immediately their pride rushes in to their assistance, and summons all their strength to fortify and support them in concealing the fear of death, by which extraordinary efforts the latter, that is the fear of death, is altogether stifled, or, at least, kept out of sight, and remains undiscovered. But in all other perils, in which they do not think their honor engaged, their pride lies dormant, and thus the fear of death, being checked by nothing, appears without disguise. That this is the true reason is manifest from the different behavior that is observed in men of honor, according as they are either pretenders to Christianity, or tainted with irreligion. For there are of both sorts, and you shall see, most commonly at least, that your esprit fort, and those who would be thought to disbelieve a future state, I speak of men of honor, show the greatest calmness and intrepidity in the same dangers, where the pretended believers among them appear to be the most ruffled and pusillanimous. Horatio, but why pretended believers? At that rate there are no Christians among the men of honor. Cleomenes, I do not see how they can be real believers. Horatio, why so? Cleomenes, for the same reason that a Roman Catholic cannot be a good subject, always to be depended upon, in a Protestant, or indeed any other country, but the dominions of his holiness. No sovereign can confide with safety in a man's allegiance who owns and pays homage to another superior power upon earth. I am sure you understand me. Horatio, too well. Cleomenes, you may yoke a knight with a prebendary, and put them together into the same stall, but honor and the Christian religion make no couple. Nec in una sede morantur, any more than majesty and love. Look back on your own conduct, and you shall find that what you said of the hand of God was only a shift, an evasion you made to serve your then present purpose. On another occasion you had said yesterday yourself that Providence superintends and governs everything without exception. You must therefore have known that the hand of God is as much to be seen in one common accident in life, and in one misfortune, as it is in another that is not more extraordinary. A severe fit of sickness may be less fatal than a slight skirmish between two hostile parties, and, among men of honor, there is often as much danger in a quarrel about nothing as there can be in the most violent storm. It is impossible, therefore, that a man of sense, who has a solid principle to go by, should, in one sort of danger, think it impiety not to show fear, and in another be ashamed to be thought to have any. Do but consider your own inconsistency with yourself. At one time, to justify your fear of death, when pride is absent, you became religious on a sudden, and your conscience then is so tenderly scrupulous that, to be undaunted under chastisements from the Almighty seems no less to you than waging war with heaven, and, at another, when honor calls, you dare not knowingly and willingly break the most positive command of God, but likewise to own that the greatest calamity which, in your opinion, can befall you is, that the world should believe, or but suspect of you, that you had any scruple about it. I defy the wit of man to carry the affront to the divine majesty higher. Barely to deny his being is not half so daring as it is to do this after you have owned him to exist. No atheism. Horatio, hold, Cleomenes. I can no longer resist the force of truth, and I am resolved to be better acquainted with myself for the future. Let me become your pupil. Cleomenes, do not banter me, Horatio. I do not pretend to instruct a man of your knowledge, but if you will take my advice, search into yourself with care and boldness, at your leisure. Peruse the book I recommended. Horatio, I promise you I will, and shall be glad to accept of the handsome present I refused. Pray, send a servant with it tomorrow morning. Cleomenes, it is a trifle. You had better let one of yours go with me now. I shall drive home directly. Horatio, I understand your scruple. It shall be as you please. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The third dialogue between Horatio and Cleomenes. Horatio, I thank you for your book. Cleomenes, your acceptance of it I acknowledge as a great favor. Horatio, I confess that once I thought nobody could have persuaded me to read it, but you managed me very skillfully, and nothing could have convinced me so well as the instance of dueling. The argument, a majori ad minus, struck me without your mentioning it. A passion that can subdue the fear of death may blind a man's understanding, and do almost everything else. Cleomenes, it is incredible what strange, various, unaccountable, and contradictory forms we may be shaped into by a passion that is not to be gratified without being concealed, and never enjoyed with greater ecstasy than when we are most fully persuaded that it is well hid. And therefore there is no benevolence or good nature, no amiable quality or social virtue, that may not be counterfeited by it, and, in short, no achievement, good or bad, that the human body or mind are capable of, which it may not seem to perform. As to its blinding and infatuating the persons possessed with it to a high degree, there is no doubt of it. For what strength of reason, I pray, what judgment or penetration has the greatest genius, if he pretends to any religion, to boast of, after he has owned himself to have been more terrified by groundless apprehensions and an imaginary evil from vain impotent men, whom he has never injured, than he was alarmed with the just fears of a real punishment from an all-wise and omnipotent God, whom he has highly offended? Horatio, but your friend makes no such religious reflections. He actually speaks in favor of dueling. Cleomenes, what, because he would have the laws against it as severe as possible, and nobody pardoned without exception that offends that way? Horatio, that indeed seems to discourage it, but he shows the necessity of keeping up that custom, to polish and brighten society in general. Cleomenes, do you not see the irony there? Horatio, no indeed. He plainly demonstrates the usefulness of it, gives as good reasons as it is possible to invent, and shows how much conversation would suffer if that practice was abolished. Cleomenes, can you think a man serious on a subject when he leaves it in the manner he does? Horatio, I do not remember that. Cleomenes, here is the book. I will look for the passage. Stroke, pray read this. Horatio, it is strange that a nation should grudge to see, perhaps, 6 men sacrificed in a 12-month, to obtain so valuable a blessing as the politeness of manners, the pleasure of conversation, and the happiness of company in general, that is so often willing to expose, and sometimes loses as many thousands in a few hours, without knowing whether it will do any good or not. This, indeed, seems to be said with a sneer, but in what goes before he is very serious. Cleomenes, he is so when he says that the practice of dueling, that is, the keeping up of the fashion of it, contributes to the politeness of manners and pleasure of conversation, and this is very true, but that politeness itself and that pleasure are the things he laughs at and exposes throughout the book. Horatio, but who knows what to make of a man who recommends a thing very seriously in one page and ridicules it in the next? Cleomenes, it is his opinion that there is no solid principle to go by but the Christian religion, and that few embrace it with sincerity. Always look upon him in this view, and you will never find him inconsistent with himself. Whenever at first sight he seems to be so, look again, and upon nearer inquiry you will find that he is only pointing at or laboring to detect the inconsistency of others with the principles they pretend to. Horatio, he seems to have nothing less at heart than religion. Cleomenes, that is true, and if he had appeared otherwise, he would never have been read by the people whom he designed his book for, the modern deists and all the beau monde. It is those he wants to come at. To the first he sets forth the origin and insufficiency of virtue, and their own insincerity in the practice of it. To the rest he shows the folly of vice and pleasure, the vanity of worldly greatness, and the hypocrisy of all those divines who, pretending to preach the gospel, give and take allowances that are inconsistent with and quite contrary to the precepts of it. Horatio, but this is not the opinion the world has of the book. It is commonly imagined that it is wrote for the encouragement of vice and to debauch the nation. Cleomenes, Have you found any such thing in it? Horatio, to speak my conscience, I must confess I have not. Vice is exposed in it and laughed at, but it ridicules war and martial courage, as well as honor and everything else. Cleomenes, pardon me, religion is ridiculed in no part of it. Horatio, but if it is a good book, why then are so many of the clergy so much against it as they are? Cleomenes, for the reason I have given you. My friend has exposed their lives, but he has done it in such a manner that nobody can say he has wronged them or treated them harshly. People are never more vexed than when the thing that offends them is what they must not complain of. They give the book an ill name because they are angry, but it is not their interest to tell you the true reason why they are so. I could draw you a parallel case that would clear up this matter, if you would have patience to hear me, which, as you are a great admirer of operas, I can hardly expect. Horatio, anything to be informed. Cleomenes, I always had such an aversion to eunuchs, as no fine singing or acting of any of them has yet been able to conquer. When I hear a feminine voice, I look for a petticoat, and I perfectly loathe the sight of those sexless animals. Suppose that a man with the same dislike to them had wit at will, and a mind to lash that abominable piece of luxury by which men are taught in cold blood to spoil males for diversion, and out of wantonness to make waste of their own species. In order to this, we will say, he takes a handle from the operation itself. He describes and treats it in the most inoffensive manner, then shows the narrow bounds of human knowledge and the small assistance we can have, either from dissection or philosophy, or any part of the mathematics, to trace and penetrate into the cause, a priori, why this destroying of manhood should have that surprising effect upon the voice, and afterwards demonstrates how sure we are, a posteriori, that it has a considerable influence, not only on the pharynx, the glands and muscles of the throat, but likewise the windpipe and the lungs themselves, and in short on the whole mass of blood, consequently all the juices of the body, and every fibre in it. He might say likewise that no honey, no preparations of sugar, raisins, or spermaceti, no emulsions, lozenges, or other medicines, cooling or balsamic, no bleeding, no temperance or choice in eatables, no abstinence from women, from wine, and everything that is hot, sharp, or spirituous, were of that efficacy to preserve, sweeten, and strengthen the voice. He might insist upon it that nothing could do this so effectually as castration. For a blind to his main scope, and to amuse his readers, he might speak of this practice as made use of for other purposes, that it had been inflicted as a solemn punishment for analogous crimes, that others had voluntarily submitted to it to preserve health and prolong life, whilst the Romans, by Caesar's testimony, thought it more cruel than death, morte gravius. How it had been used sometimes by way of revenge, and then say something in pity of poor Abelard, at other times for precaution, and then relate the story of Combabus and Stratonice. With scraps from Martial, Juvenal, and other poets he might interlard it, and from 1,000 pleasant things that have been said on the subject he might pick out the most diverting to embellish the whole. His design being satire, he would blame our fondness for these castrati, and ridicule the age in which a brave English nobleman and a general officer serves his country at the hazard of his life, a whole 12-month, for less pay than an Italian no-man of scoundrel extraction receives, for now and then singing a song in great safety, during only the winter season. He would laugh at the caresses and the court that are made to them by persons of the first quality, who prostitute their familiarity with those most abject wretches, and misplace the honor and civilities only due to their equals, on things that are no part of the creation, and owe their being to the surgeon, animals so contemptible that they can curse their Maker without ingratitude. If he should call this book The Eunuch is the Man, as soon as I heard the title, before I saw the book, I should understand by it that eunuchs were now esteemed, that they were in fashion and in the public favor, and considering that a eunuch is in reality not a man, I should think it was a banter upon eunuchs, or a satire against those who had a greater value for them than they deserved. But if the gentlemen of the Academy of Music, displeased at the freedom they were treated with, should take it ill that a paltry scribbler should interfere and pretend to censure their diversion, as well as they might, if they should be very angry and study to do him a mischief, and accordingly, not having much to say in behalf of eunuchs, not touch upon anything the author had said against their pleasure, but represent him to the world as an advocate for castration, and endeavor to draw the public odium upon him by quotations taken from him proper for that purpose, it would not be difficult to raise a clamor against the author or find a grand jury to present his book. Horatio, the simile holds very well as to the injustice of the accusation and the insincerity of the complaint. But is it as true that luxury will render a nation flourishing and that private vices are public benefits, as that castration preserves and strengthens the voice? Cleomenes, with the restrictions my friend requires, I believe it is, and the cases are exactly alike. Nothing is more effectual to preserve, mend, and strengthen a fine voice in youth than castration. The question is not whether this is true, but whether it is eligible, whether a fine voice is an equivalent for the loss, and whether a man would prefer the satisfaction of singing and the advantages that may accrue from it to the comforts of marriage and the pleasure of posterity, of which enjoyments it destroys the possibility. In like manner, my friend demonstrates, in the first place, that the national happiness which the generality wish and pray for is wealth and power, glory and worldly greatness, to live in ease, in affluence and splendor at home, and to be feared, courted, and esteemed abroad. In the second, that such a felicity is not to be attained to without avarice, profuseness, pride, envy, ambition, and other vices. The latter being made evident beyond contradiction, the question is not whether it is true, but whether this happiness is worth having at the rate it is only to be had at, and whether anything ought to be wished for, which a nation cannot enjoy, unless the generality of them are vicious. This he offers to the consideration of Christians, and men who pretend to have renounced the world, with all the pomp and vanity of it. Horatio, how does it appear that the author addresses himself to such? Cleomenes, from his writing it in English and publishing it in London. But have you read it through yet? Horatio, twice. There are many things I like very well, but I am not pleased with the whole. Cleomenes, what objection have you against it? Horatio, it has diminished the pleasure I had in reading a much better book. Lord Shaftesbury is my favorite author. I can take delight in enthusiasm, but the charms of it cease as soon as I am told what it is I enjoy. Since we are such odd creatures, why should we not make the most of it? Cleomenes, I thought you was resolved to be better acquainted with yourself, and to search into your heart with care and boldness. Horatio, that is a cruel thing. I tried it 3 times since I saw you last, till it put me into a sweat, and then I was forced to leave off. Cleomenes, you should try again, and use yourself by degrees to think abstractly, and then the book will be a great help to you. Horatio, to confound me it will. It makes a jest of all politeness and good manners. Cleomenes, excuse me, sir, it only tells us what they are. Horatio, it tells us that all good manners consist in flattering the pride of others, and concealing our own. Is that not a horrid thing? Cleomenes, but is it not true? Horatio, as soon as I had read that passage, it struck me. Down I laid the book, and I tried in about 50 instances, sometimes of civility and sometimes of ill manners, whether it would answer or not, and I professed that it held good in every one. Cleomenes, and so it would if you tried till doomsday. Horatio, but is that not provoking? I would give 100 guineas with all my heart that I did not know it. I cannot endure to see so much of my own nakedness. Cleomenes, I never met with such an open enmity to truth in a man of honor before. Horatio, you shall be as severe upon me as you please. What I say is fact. But since I am got in so far, I must go through with it now. There are 50 things that I want to be informed about. Cleomenes, name them, pray. If I can be of any service to you, I shall reckon it as a great honor. I am perfectly well acquainted with the author's sentiments. Horatio, I have 20 questions to ask about pride, and I do not know where to begin. there is another thing I do not understand, which is, that there can be no virtue without self-denial. Cleomenes. This was the opinion of all the ancients. Lord Shaftesbury was the first that maintained the contrary. Horatio. But are there no persons in the world that are good by choice? Cleomenes. Yes, but then they are directed in that choice by reason and experience, and not by nature. I mean, not by untaught nature. But there is an ambiguity in the word good which I would avoid. Let us stick to that of virtuous. And then I affirm that no action is such, which does not suppose and point at some conquest or other, some victory great or small over untaught nature, otherwise the epithet is improper. Horatio. But if by the help of a careful education this victory is obtained, when we are young, may we not be virtuous afterwards voluntarily and with pleasure? Cleomenes. Yes, if it really was obtained. But how shall we be sure of this, and what reason have we to believe that it ever was, when it is evident that from our infancy, instead of endeavoring to conquer our appetites, we have always been taught, and have taken pains ourselves to conceal them, and we are conscious within, that whatever alterations have been made in our manners and our circumstances, the passions themselves always remained. The system that virtue requires to self-denial is, as my friend has justly observed, a vast inlet to hypocrisy. It will, on all accounts, furnish men with a more obvious handle and a greater opportunity of counterfeiting the love of society and regard to the public than ever they could have received from the contrary doctrine, viz., that there is no merit but in the conquest of the passions, nor any virtue without apparent self-denial. Let us ask those that have had long experience, and are well skilled in human affairs, whether they have found the generality of men such impartial judges of themselves as never to think better of their own worth than is deserved, or so candid in the acknowledgment of their hidden faults and slips they could never be convinced of, that there is no fear they should ever stifle or deny them. Where is the man that has at no time covered his failings, and screened himself with false appearances, or never pretended to act from principles of social virtue and his regard to others, when he knew in his heart that his greatest care had been to oblige himself? The best of us sometimes receive applause without undeceiving those who give it, though, at the same time, we are conscious that the actions for which we suffer ourselves to be thought well of are the result of a powerful frailty in our nature that has often been prejudicial to us, and which we have wished 1,000 times in vain that we could have conquered. The same motives may produce very different actions, as men differ in temper and circumstances. Persons of an easy fortune may appear virtuous, from the same turn of mind that would show their frailty if they were poor. If we would know the world, we must look into it. You take no delight in the occurrences of low life, but if we always remain among persons of quality, and extend our inquiries no farther, the transactions there will not furnish us with a sufficient knowledge of everything that belongs to our nature. There are among the middling people men of low circumstances, tolerably well educated, that set out with the same stock of virtues and vices, and though equally qualified, meet with very different success, visibly owing to the difference in their temper. Let us take a view of two persons bred to the same business, that have nothing but their parts and the world before them, launching out with the same helps and disadvantages. Let there be no difference between them but in their temper, the one active and the other indolent. The latter will never get an estate by his own industry, though his profession be gainful, and himself master of it. Chance or some uncommon accident may be the occasion of great alterations in him, but without that he will hardly ever raise himself to mediocrity. Unless his pride affects him in an extraordinary manner, he must always be poor, and nothing but some share of vanity can hinder him from being despicably so. If he be a man of sense, he will be strictly honest, and a middling stock of covetousness will never divert him from it. In the active stirring man, that is easily reconciled to the bustle of the world, we shall discover quite different symptoms under the same circumstances, and a very little avarice will egg him on to pursue his aim with eagerness and assiduity. Small scruples are no opposition to him. Where sincerity will not serve, he uses artifice, and in compassing his ends, the greatest use he will make of his good sense will be to preserve as much as possible the appearance of honesty, when his interest obliges him to deviate from it. To get wealth, or even a livelihood by arts and sciences, it is not sufficient to understand them. It is a duty incumbent on all men, who have their maintenance to seek, to make known and forward themselves in the world, as far as decency allows of, without bragging of themselves, or doing prejudice to others. Here the indolent man is very deficient and wanting to himself, but seldom will own his fault, and often blames the public for not making use of him and encouraging that merit, which they never were acquainted with, and himself perhaps took pleasure to conceal. And though you convince him of his error, and that he has neglected even the most warrantable methods of soliciting employment, he will endeavor to color over his frailty with the appearance of virtue, and what is altogether owing to his too easy temper, and an excessive fondness for the calmness of his mind, he will ascribe to his modesty and the great aversion he has to impudence and boasting. The man of a contrary temper trusts not to his merit only, or the setting it off to the best advantage. He takes pain to heighten it in the opinion of others, and makes his abilities seem greater than he knows them to be, as it is counted folly for a man to proclaim his own excellencies, and speak magnificently of himself, so his chief business is to seek acquaintance, and make friends on purpose to do it for him. All other passions he sacrifices to his ambition. He laughs at disappointments, is inured to refusals, and no repulse dismays him. This renders the whole man always flexible to his interest. He can defraud his body of necessaries, and allow no tranquillity to his mind, and counterfeit, if it will serve his turn, temperance, chastity, compassion, and piety itself, without one grain of virtue or religion. His endeavors to advance his fortune, per fas et nefas, are always restless, and have no bounds, but where he is obliged to act openly, and has reason to fear the censure of the world. It is very diverting to see how, in the different persons I speak of, natural temper will warp and model the very passions to its own bias. Pride, for example, has not the same, but almost a quite contrary effect on the one to what it has on the other. The stirring, active man it makes in love with finery, clothes, furniture, equipages, building, and everything his superiors enjoy. The other it renders sullen, and perhaps morose, and if he has wit, prone to satire, though he be otherwise a good-natured man. Self-love in every individual ever bestirs itself in soothing and flattering the darling inclination, always turning from us the dismal side of the prospect, and the indolent man in such circumstances, finding nothing pleasing without, turns his view inward upon himself, and there, looking on everything with great indulgence, admires and takes delight in his own parts, whether natural or acquired. Hence he is easily induced to despise all others who have not the same good qualifications, especially the powerful and wealthy, whom yet he never hates or envies with any violence, because that would ruffle his temper. All things that are difficult he looks upon as impossible, which makes him despair of meliorating his condition. And as he has no possessions, and his gettings will but just maintain him in a low station of life, so his good sense, if he would enjoy so much as the appearance of happiness, must necessarily put him upon two things, to be frugal, and pretend to have no value for riches. For, by neglecting either, he must be blown up, and his frailty unavoidably discovered. Horatio, I am pleased with your observations, and the knowledge you display of mankind, but pray, is not the frugality you now speak of a virtue? Cleomenes, I think not. Horatio, where there is but a small income, frugality is built upon reason, and in this case there is an apparent self-denial, without which an indolent man that has no value for money cannot be frugal, and we see indolent men that have no regard for wealth reduced to beggary, as it often happens. It is most commonly for want of this virtue. Cleomenes, I told you before that the indolent man, setting out as he did, would be poor, and that nothing but some share of vanity could hinder him from being despicably so. A strong fear of shame may gain so much upon the indolence of a man of sense, that he will bestir himself sufficiently to escape contempt, but it will hardly make him do any more. Therefore he embraces frugality, as being instrumental and assisting to him in procuring his summum bonum, the darling quiet of his easy mind, whereas the active man, with the same share of vanity, would do anything rather than submit to the same frugality, unless his avarice forced him to do it. Frugality is no virtue, when it is imposed upon us by any of the passions, and the contempt of riches is seldom sincere. I have known men of plentiful estates, that, on account of posterity, or other warrantable views of employing their money, were saving, and more penurious than they would have been if their wealth had been greater. But I never yet found a frugal man without avarice or necessity. And again, there are innumerable spendthrifts, lavish and extravagant to a high degree, who seem not to have the least regard to money, whilst they have any to fling away. But these wretches are the least capable of bearing poverty of any, and the money once gone, hourly discover how uneasy, impatient, and miserable they are without it. But what several in all ages have made pretence to, the contempt of riches, is more scarce than is commonly imagined. To see a man of a very good estate, in health and strength of body and mind, one that has no reason to complain of the world or fortune, actually despise both, and embrace a voluntary poverty for a laudable purpose, is a great rarity. I know but one in all antiquity to whom all this may be applied with strictness of truth. Horatio. Who is that, pray? Cleomenes. Anaxagoras of Clazomene in Ionia. He was very rich, of noble extraction, and admired for his great capacity. He divided and gave away his estate among his relations, and refused to meddle with the administration of public affairs that was offered him, for no other reason than that he might have leisure for contemplation of the works of nature and the study of philosophy. Horatio. To me it seems more difficult to be virtuous without money than with. It is senseless for a man to be poor when he can help it, and if I saw anybody choose it, when he might as lawfully be rich, I would think him to be distracted. Cleomenes. But you would not think so, if you saw him sell his estate and give the money to the poor. You know where that was required. Horatio. It is not required of us. Cleomenes. Perhaps not. But what say you to renouncing the world, and the solemn promise we have made of it? Horatio. In a literal sense that is impossible, unless we go out of it, and therefore I do not think that to renounce the world signifies any more than not to comply with the vicious, wicked part of it. Cleomenes. I did not expect a more rigid construction from you, though it is certain that wealth and power are great snares, and strong impediments to all Christian virtue. But the generality of mankind that have anything to lose are of your opinion. And let us bar saints and madmen, we shall find everywhere that those who pretend to undervalue and are always haranguing against wealth are generally poor and indolent. But who can blame them? They act in their own defense. Nobody that could help it would ever be laughed at, for it must be owned that of all the hardships of poverty, it is that which is the most intolerable. Nil habet in felix paupertas durius in se, quam quod ridiculos homines faciat. Stroke. In the very satisfaction that is enjoyed by those who excel in, or are possessed of things valuable, there is interwoven a spice of contempt for others that are destitute of them, which nothing keeps from public view but a mixture of pity and good manners. Whoever denies this, let them consult within, and examine whether it is not the same with happiness as what Seneca says of the reverse. Nemo est miser nisi comparatus. The contempt and ridicule I speak of is, without doubt, what all men of sense and education endeavor to avoid or disappoint. Now, look upon the behavior of the two contrary tempers before us, and mind how differently they set about this talk, every one suitably to his own inclination. The man of action, you see, leaves no stone unturned to acquire quod oportet habere, but this is impossible for the indolent. He cannot stir, his idol ties him down hand and foot, and, therefore, the easiest and, indeed, the only thing he has left is to quarrel with the world, and find out arguments to depreciate what others value themselves upon. Horatio. I now plainly see how pride and good sense must put an indolent man that is poor upon frugality, and likewise the reason why they will make him to affect to be content, and seem pleased with his low condition. For, if he was not frugal, want and misery are at the door, and if he shows any fondness for riches, or a more ample way of living, he loses the only plea he has for his darling frailty, and immediately he will be asked why he does not exert himself in a better manner, and he will be continually told of the opportunities he neglects. Cleomenes, it is evident then that the true reasons why men speak against things are not always writ upon their foreheads. Horatio, but after all this quiet easy temper, this indolence you talk of, is it not what, in plain English, we call laziness? Cleomenes, not at all. It implies no sloth, or aversion to labor. An indolent man may be very diligent, though he cannot be industrious. He will take up with things below him, if they come in his way. He will work in a garret, or anywhere else remote from public view, with patience and assiduity, but he knows not how to solicit and tease others to employ him, or demand his due of a shuffling, designing master, that is either difficult of access, or tenacious of his money. If he be a man of letters, he will study hard for a livelihood, but generally parts with his labors at a disadvantage, and will knowingly sell them at an under rate to an obscure man who offers to purchase, rather than bear the insults of haughty booksellers, and be plagued with the sordid language of the trade. An indolent man may, by chance, meet with a person of quality that takes a fancy to him, but he will never get a patron by his own address, neither will he ever be the better for it, when he has one, further than the unasked-for bounty and downright generosity of his benefactor make him. As he speaks for himself with reluctancy, and is always afraid of asking favors, so, for benefits received, he shows no other gratitude than what the natural emotions of his heart suggest to him. The striving, active man studies all the winning ways to ingratiate himself, and hunts after patrons with design and sagacity. Whilst they are beneficial to him, he affects a perpetual sense of thankfulness, but all his acknowledgment of past obligations he turns into solicitations for fresh favors. His complaisance may be engaging, and his flattery ingenious, but the heart is untouched. He has neither leisure nor the power to love his benefactors. The eldest he has, he will always sacrifice to a new one, and he has no other esteem for the fortune, the greatness, or the credit of a patron, than as he can make them subservient either to raise or maintain his own. From all this, and a little attention on human affairs, we may easily perceive, in the first place, that the man of action and an enterprising temper, in following the dictates of his nature, must meet with more rubs and obstacles infinitely than the indolent, and a multitude of strong temptations to deviate from the rules of strict virtue, which hardly ever come in the other's way, that, in many circumstances, he will be forced to commit such actions, for which, all his skill and prudence notwithstanding, he will, by somebody or other, deservedly be thought to be an ill man, and that to end with a tolerable reputation, after a long course of life, he must have had a great deal of good fortune as well as cunning. Secondly, that the indolent man may indulge his inclinations, and be as sensual as his circumstances may let him, with little offence or disturbance to his neighbor, that the excessive value he sets upon the tranquillity of his mind, and the grand aversion he has to part with it, must prove a strong curb to every passion that comes uppermost, none of which by this means can ever affect him in any high degree, and consequently that the corruption of his heart remaining, he may, with little art and no great trouble, acquire many valuable qualities, that shall have all the appearances of social virtues, whilst nothing extraordinary befalls him. As to his contempt of the world, the indolent man perhaps will scorn to make his court, and cringe to a haughty favourite, that will browbeat him at first, but he will run away with joy to a rich nobleman, that he is sure will receive him with kindness and humanity. With him he will partake, without reluctancy, of all the elegant comforts of life that are offered, the most expensive not excepted. Would you try him further, confer upon him honor and wealth in abundance. If this change in his fortune stirs up no vice that lay dormant before, as it may by rendering him either covetous or extravagant, he will soon conform himself to the fashionable world. Perhaps he will be a kind master, an indulgent father, a benevolent neighbor, munificent to merit that pleases him, a patron to virtue, and a well-wisher to his country, but for the rest, he will take all the pleasure he is capable of enjoying, stifle no passion he can calmly gratify, and, in the midst of a luxuriant plenty, laugh heartily at frugality, and the contempt of riches and greatness he professed in his poverty, and cheerfully own the futility of those pretenses. Horatio, I am convinced that, in the opinion of virtues requiring self-denial, there is greater certainty, and hypocrites have less latitude than in the contrary system. Cleomenes, whoever follows his own inclinations, be they never so kind, beneficent, or human, never quarrel with any vice, but what is clashing with his temperament and nature, whereas those who act from a principle of virtue take always reason for their guide, and combat, without exception, every passion that hinders them from their duty. The indolent man will never deny a just debt, but, if it be large, he will not give himself the trouble which, poor as he is, he might and ought to take to discharge it, or, at least, satisfy his creditors, unless he is often dunned or threatened to be sued for it. He will not be a litigious neighbor, nor make mischief among his acquaintance, but he will never serve his friend or his country at the expense of his quiet. He will not be rapacious, oppress the poor, or commit vile actions for lucre, but then he will never exert himself, and be at the pains another would take on all opportunities to maintain a large family, make provision for children, and promote his kindred and relations. And his darling frailty will incapacitate him from doing 1,000 things for the benefit of the society, which, with the same parts and opportunities, he might and would have done, had he been of another temper. Horatio, your observations are very curious, and, as far as I can judge from what I have seen myself, very just and natural. Cleomenes, everybody knows that there is no virtue so often counterfeited as charity, and yet so little regard have the generality of men to truth, that how gross and barefaced soever the deceit is in pretenses of this nature, the world never fails of being angry with, and hating those who detect or take notice of the fraud. It is possible that, with blind fortune on his side, a mean shopkeeper, by driving a trade prejudicial to his country on the one hand, and grinding on all occasions the face of the poor on the other, may accumulate great wealth, which, in process of time, by continual scraping and sordid saving, may be raised into an exorbitant and unheard-of estate for a tradesman. Should such a one, when old and decrepit, lay out the greatest part of his immense riches in the building, or largely endowing an hospital, and I was thoroughly acquainted with his temper and manners, I could have no opinion of his virtue, though he had parted with the money, whilst he was yet alive, more especially if I was assured that, in his last will, he had been highly unjust, and had not only left unrewarded several whom he had great obligations to, but likewise defrauded others, to whom, in his conscience, he knew that he was, and would die actually indebted. I desire you to tell me what name, knowing all I have said to be true, you would give to this extraordinary gift, this mighty donation. Horatio, I am of opinion that when an action of our neighbor may admit of different constructions, it is our duty to side with and embrace the most favorable. Cleomenes, the most favorable constructions with all my heart. But what is that to the purpose, when all the straining in the world cannot make it a good one? I do not mean the thing itself, but the principle it came from, the inward motive of that mind that puts him upon performing it, for it is that which, in a free agent, I call the action. And therefore, call it what you please, and judge as charitably of it as you can. What can you say of it? Horatio, he might have had several motives, which I do not pretend to determine, but it is an admirable contrivance of being extremely beneficial to all posterity in this land, a noble provision that will perpetually relieve and be an unspeakable comfort to a multitude of miserable people. And it is not only a prodigious, but likewise a well-concerted bounty that was wanting, and for which, in after ages, thousands of poor wretches will have reason to bless his memory, when everybody else shall have neglected them. Cleomenes, all that I have nothing against, and if you would add more, I shall not dispute it with you, as long as you confine your praises to the endowment itself, and the benefit the public is like to receive from it. But to ascribe it to, or suggest that it was derived from a public spirit in the man, a generous sense of humanity and benevolence to his kind, a liberal heart, or any other virtue or good quality, which it is manifest the donor was an utter stranger to, is the utmost absurdity in an intelligent creature, and can proceed from no other cause than either a wilful wronging of his own understanding, or else ignorance and folly. Horatio, I am persuaded that many actions are put off for virtuous that are not so, and that according as men differ in natural temper and turn of mind, so they are differently influenced by the same passions. I believe likewise that these last are born with us, and belong to our nature, that some of them are in us, or at least the seeds of them, before we perceive them. But since they are in every individual, how comes it that pride is more predominant in some than it is in others? For from what you have demonstrated already, it must follow that one person is more affected with the passion within than another. I mean, that one man has actually a greater share of pride than another, as well among the artful that are dexterous in concealing it, as among the ill-bred that openly show it. Cleomenes, what belongs to our nature, all men may justly be said to have actually or virtually in them at their birth, and whatever is not born with us, either the thing itself, or that which afterwards produces it, cannot be said to belong to our nature. But as we differ in our faces and stature, so we do in other things that are more remote from sight, but all these depend only upon the different frame, the inward formation of either the solids or the fluids, and there are vices of complexion that are peculiar, some to the pale and phlegmatic, others to the sanguine and choleric. Some are more lustful, others more fearful in their nature than the generality are. But I believe of man, generally speaking, that my friend has observed of other creatures, that the best of the kind, I mean the best formed within, such as have the finest natural parts, are born with the greatest aptitude to be proud. But I am convinced that the difference there is in men as to the degrees of their pride is more owing to circumstances and education than anything in their formation. Where passions are most gratified and least controlled, the indulgence makes them stronger, whereas those persons that have been kept under, and whose thoughts have never been at liberty to rove beyond the first necessities of life, such as have not been suffered, or had no opportunity to gratify this passion, have commonly the least share of it. But whatever portion of pride a man may feel in his heart, the quicker his parts are, the better his understanding is, and the more experience he has, the more plainly he will perceive the aversion which all men have to those that discover their pride. And the sooner persons are imbued with good manners, the sooner they grow perfect in concealing that passion. Men of mean birth and education, that have been kept in great subjection, and consequently had no great opportunities to exert their pride, if ever they come to command others, have a sort of revenge mixed with that passion, which makes it often very mischievous, especially in places where they have no superiors or equals, before whom they are obliged to conceal the odious passion. Horatio, do you think women have more pride from nature than men? Cleomenes, I believe not, but they have a great deal more from education. Horatio, I do not see the reason, for among the better sort, the sons, especially the eldest, have as many ornaments and fine things given them from their infancy to stir up their pride as the daughters. Cleomenes, but among people equally well educated, the ladies have more flattery bestowed upon them than the gentlemen, and it begins sooner. Horatio, but why should pride be more encouraged in women than in men? Cleomenes, for the same reason that it is encouraged in soldiers, more than it is in other people, to increase their fear of shame, which makes them always mindful of their honor. Horatio, but to keep both to their respective duties, why must a lady have more pride than a gentleman? Cleomenes, because the lady is in the greatest danger of straying from it. She has a passion within that may begin to affect her at 12 or 13, and perhaps sooner, and she has all the temptations of the men to withstand besides. She has all the artillery of our sex to fear. A seducer of uncommon address and resistless charms may court her to what nature prompts and solicits her to do. He may add great promises, actual bribes. This may be done in the dark, and when nobody is by to dissuade her. Gentlemen very seldom have occasion to show their courage before they are 16 or 17 years of age, and rarely so soon. They are not put to the trial till, by conversing with men of honor, they are confirmed in their pride. In the affair of a quarrel they have their friends to consult, and these are so many witnesses of their behavior that awe them to their duty, and in a manner oblige them to obey the laws of honor. All these things conspire to increase their fear of shame, and if they can but render that superior to the fear of death, their business is done. They have no pleasure to expect from breaking the rules of honor, nor any crafty temper that solicits them to be cowards. That pride which is the cause of honor in men only regards their courage, and if they can but appear to be brave, and will but follow the fashionable rules of manly honor, they may indulge all other appetites, and brag of incontinence without reproach. The pride likewise that produces honor in women has no other object than their chastity, and whilst they keep that jewel entire, they can apprehend no shame. Tenderness and delicacy are a compliment to them, and there is no fear of danger so ridiculous but they may own it with ostentation. But notwithstanding the weakness of their frame, and the softness in which women are generally educated, if overcome by chance they have sinned in private, what real hazards will they not run, what torments will they not stifle, and what crimes will they not commit, to hide from the world that frailty which they were taught to be most ashamed of. End of section 37.